like Heather in their profession. So come on.
Yeah.
Don't go after her like that. Moving on.
Do. Wow, I didn't realize I was attacking you, Heather.
Well,
yeah, John, lay off.
Gosh.
Oh, you felt attacked?
I mean, I did.
No, you didn't. Stop it.
Paul, what's your basketball
Paul, what are you
call I've
talking
ever
about
made.
sports for? Let's go.
Okay, so about Cade, man, anybody who's saying that Cade isn't the guy, I'm calling BS on that one because he's done every single thing that we needed him to do. And when it came down to losing the series, for most of the series, we couldn't hit a three-pointer if we were shooting into the ocean. Okay? Cade passing, he was looking for a guy to hit a three, and people couldn't hit them. It's not because they're bad players. It's not because they were doing anything wrong. We were not good from behind the arc in this series. Plain and simple. That's why we lost it. If we'd have been better from behind the arc, we'd have been extend those leads. We would have been able to take care of some of those leads, and we would have won that series handily. They're going to take care of that. They're so young. Asar Thompson's been in the league for 14 minutes, and he's doing fantastic things. Ron Holland is so young. He's still the kid on the job site that's like walking through the dirt trail when people are trying to sweep up. They're young. They're gonna grow up. This is fantastic experience for them. And if you look at those other championship teams, when they went to their first series, they had some growing up to do.
Yep.
Nobody came right out of the gate in their first series when they finally were getting things together and just went wham bam. This is it. We got this. They're gonna grow up. They're gonna be great. I was excited to watch the Pistons this season for the first time in a long time, and that's what I wanted to say. And thank you very much again because I listen to you guys every morning. And John, thank you for everything you do. Everybody out there appreciates you.
Thanks, Paul. Have a good day. I like a little fun back and forth.
I do too.
To defend Heather with that news story, I'm not quite sure she's had a story that affects more people in the world than that story in quite some time. So
The hearing loss?
So to do that story first would make sense. Not to take a shot at John.
Yeah, no, you can take all the shots you want. That's
I mean, probably no
I
stories
encourage
affected
it.
more people since you first announced COVID way back in 2019.
Possibly. Yeah, I announced COVID. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
I announced it here first.
Heather
You
was
heard
in
it from me.
She was in the Wuhan lab. She brought it over.
Yep, she did it best.
248.
She's making news great again.
Oh, God. All the winning. By the way, John, have you heard Kenny Cott's Trump?
No.
It's phenomenal. Phenomenal,
Is
Kenny
it?
Cott's
Oh, okay.
Donald Trump. 248-539-9797. Hey, to back up.
That's
No.
his Trump.
Yeah, he does a really good one. How do we...
Off the rails.
What I was going to try to do to rein us back in, he brought up, hey, the Pistons and youthful and learning experience. I thought Jalen Brunson paid this team a great compliment at the end of this series. So he had his 40-point outburst. I think Pistons fans are irritated with the flopping, but have to respect Brunson, the closer. And Brunson's quote about the Pistons after the game, he said, they're not an up-and-coming team. They're here. And I think even Karl Anthony Towns gave them a shout-out, too, about how they made this series so tough on them.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he's got a punchable face. He's annoying to watch, but you have to respect him as a player, but I think most importantly as a competitor. He was the ultimate competitor in this series. And I won't say I love, but wish the shoe was on the other foot where it was Cade that hit that three or Beasley that hit that three and was being able to chant at the crowd. The crowd was tough on Jalen Brunson.
From the jump, they booed him when he'd have the ball.
And that's fine.
Even when he wasn't shooting free throws, there's a stop and play. They were explicitly calling him out.
And so he hits that three and he's instantly, he's egging on the crowd. That's all a part of being a competitor. You got to give and take.
Yep. Yeah. Give it, take it, dish it, take it. 40 points from Brunson, one of the many reasons he was big time at the end of these games. One of the many reasons the Pistons season ended. We've got great response all morning long. We'll keep taking phone calls on it. You can sum up the season, and you can tell us why the season ended. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you've been thinking about getting a new hot tub, this is your moment. I just got mine from Beninati Pool and Spa, and you guys, I'm in love. My husband and I have been using it to relax in the evenings, and we hop in after workouts. Plus, my kids love it too. My daughter is always asking when she can get in the hot tub, and it's just been an awesome way to relax with the whole family. Beninati Pool and Spa also made getting the hot tub super easy. They helped me pick out the perfect tub for me and my family. They delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help us maintain it as well. The whole process has been a breeze. Benenati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Benenati experts who can give you a personalized experience to help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, Heather Park, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Also, until May 12th, get 0% interest for 60 months. Some exclusions do apply. Visit BenenatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Benenati experience.
It's Cade Cunningham.
That's part of that experience. When a loss like this in a series or in an individual game, when it affects how you train in the offseason because you just know more about what it's going to take. You get an idea of what it would be, and you miss out on that feeling of winning a series, of moving on, and now the season is over. It does affect how you change or how you train, and it'll affect what they do next year in the postseason, but also in the regular season in preparation to get there. That's why when we've been preaching, and I've been talking about the Wings not being in the postseason with such a young team, and everybody says, oh, well, you don't want to get in and just lose. No, you don't. But you have to get in to experience it. Now Cade, now Asar Thompson, now all of these guys have that experience. How do they use it? What does it make them do moving forward?
Open lines. You guys have been great all morning. There's a lot of people who want to weigh in, sum up the season. We're all proud of the progress, but this series felt like one they should have won. They blew fourth quarter leads in 3 of their 4 losses, and there's moments that you'll reflect back on beyond the Game 4 foul call, right? There's Cade missing the shot in Game 4 at the end. There's the fact that Brunson went off for 40 yesterday while Asar Thompson only played 23 minutes. Like, there's a lot of things. I wish Asar had been used as a closer the whole series. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a fair criticism of JB today, that they subbed Asar Thompson out in the final few minutes of that game. Even for a couple minutes, you can't have him leave the floor. You got back into it with defense. He's your Brunson stopper. Brunson goes for 40. That doesn't sit well with me that they took him out.
Yeah, and I don't know if he'll ever directly answer the question, but if you asked him one in a postseason press conference, hey, what was the thinking behind when you had Asar Thompson on the court and when you didn't? Like, what was the philosophy that you were and how you were using him, and why did you take him out in Game 6?
Cade's getting the brunt of it on the ticket text and the phones this morning. And when you're the best player, that comes with the territory. I would caution people from making this a referendum. I know TJ Lang last night's already doing the Robin bit. 25-8-8 in your very first playoff series.
To whom much is given, much is expected.
And I would just ask people, who were the 2 best shooters on the Pistons coming into the playoffs? It was Beasley, and you could say Tim Hardaway Jr. They shot 33 and 30% from 3 in the series. This team did not shoot well enough around Cade. They did not play their best defensive player for big stretches in the fourth quarter. They made it harder on Cade because he doesn't have a true running mate. I'm still impressed with Cade and still feel like he is the Batman of this organization.
Sure, but when Jalen Brunson didn't have... Now, okay, they got more than just Karl Anthony Towns, but that's his number 2. When his number 2 wasn't there, he didn't lose.
Yeah, but they gave up, 5 firsts for Mikal Bridges, and he was pumping in 20 last night. We don't have that guy.
No, we don't. But my point is, when on another team, when a star does not perform, Jalen Brunson made up the difference.
He did. You have to give it up to Jalen Brunson. Yep. I know we don't want to.
No, nobody wants to.
But you have to give it up to Brunson. Ken in Detroit, good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. How you doing today?
Good. Yourself?
So I'm pretty good, man. So I got to say, man, you guys pretty much already said what most people probably are thinking, at least I was thinking. Why take Thompson out? Why? As soon as you take Thompson out, Brunson shoves shoulder straight to the basket, gets the N1, then he takes shoulder right up under the basket again and gets the 2-point shot. And it's like he played great defense. I feel like you took him out of the rhythm. I can't blame Cade for the game. In no stretch of the imagination am I saying Cade and Anthony Edwards are the same type of player. Anthony Edwards goes 0 for 11 from 3, had a terrible game, only had 15 points, but Minnesota beat the Lakers.
Yeah.
Cade took the shots, 9 for 22, had a bad shooting game, but that's what we want from Cade. As a star, we want him to take the shots. It's a make-or-miss league. I'm proud of these guys. These guys had a great year. Everybody should be happy that we weren't even supposed to be there. So the fact that we came in, played hard, I'm very proud of those guys. Even though I didn't agree with what JB did last night, moving Thompson out the game, I think if we kept Thompson in the game, I think we win.
I do too.
But besides that, I just want to let the team know, Detroit, I'm very proud of you guys, man. You guys had a great season, and we got a great future. So I want to thank you guys for letting me come on and talk. Have a good day.
Hey, Ken, you're welcome anytime. Yeah. It's a pretty measured phone call. Cade did not make any threes, but he worked for some shots in the mid-range. I mean, he had some turnarounds. He was hitting shots in the game. I mean, he finished. He was the leading scorer.
Okay.
I'm looking around to see is anybody else going to participate in this comeback effort, this win, this fourth quarter crunch time situation.
Well, we talked about him and his performances against the Knicks in the regular season. He had a 40-point performance.
Yeah.
Needed one of those or multiple of those in this series. And it didn't have to be 40 points, but in game 4, knocked down a shot from the elbow. In this game, you just have to find a way so that another team doesn't go on an 11-1 run. Whether it's a big basket, it's driving, it's drawing a foul, it's dishing off to somebody else. And now in this one, at the very end of the game, I have no problem, zero problem with him dishing it off to Malik Beasley for that final shot. I actually think it was a great setup. They gave themselves the best chance for a good look at a good shot, and Malik Beasley just didn't catch the ball.
248-539-9797. I'm just going to go back to it. Asar Thompson comes out of the game with 3:52 left in the game. The Pistons are up 110-105. You have a 5-point lead. Mm-hmm. You got back in this game with defense. We raved about Asar on Brunson. Brunson's got 40 when all is said and done. Can I really afford a 2-minute stretch in the last 4 minutes without Asar on the floor? Everybody's brought up, and Dustin had it in his first update today, 11-1 run for the Knicks. You know when that run started, John? When Asar Thompson left the basketball game.
Well, it was...
I don't think you can defend that.
They were up 7 with 2:35 left. And, I mean, so it's not all that Thompson just was out of the game. They still were able to maintain a lead. But it's really those final 2 minutes. What are you going to do in the final 2 minutes of a game? We talk about it all the time in football. It's the final 2 minutes of the game. Whose hand do you want the ball in? Josh Allen or Jared Goff?
Yeah, when Asar checked back in, it was 1:23 left, and the lead had been cut to 2.
Right, 110 to 112. Yeah.
And look, at the end of the day, Brunson still cooked Asar on the final possession of the game. I just wanted to see Asar on as many possessions as possible, smothering Brunson, because maybe it's a shot that gets missed somewhere along the way that makes the difference in this game. We got more calls to get to, 248-539-9797. On Fridays, we have the cookie jar. That's at 7:35. And if you stayed up really late last night, you saw the Tigers come back in the 8th. They got homers from Javi Baez.
Oh, no. Javier.
Back-to-back days, Javier goes yard. Mm-hmm. They got a home run from Dingler that was big. They got a home run from Torkelson. And Torkelson, we've been waiting to do this. We're going to get that yodeler out. We're going to play the mountain climber game. We'll do that at 7:18. More of your thoughts on the Pistons next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Pistons being unable to close out Game 6 last night at LCA has ended their remarkable season. Though trailing by double digits in the fourth quarter, Detroit took a 7-point lead with under 3 minutes to go, but an 11-1 Knicks run had them fall victim 116-113. Nonetheless, Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff still very proud of his team. That's head coach J.B. Bickerstaff, a finalist for this year's Coach of the Year award. Elsewhere in the association, Clippers beating the Nuggets last night to force a Game 7. Tonight, Houston, they look to do the same against Golden State. Tigers with a come-from-behind win last night into the early morning hours of today, 10-4 over the Angels. That win putting them at 20 victories on the season. Tonight, they go for Game 2 of the series with Skubal on the mound. 97.1 The Ticket will have the action with pregame starting at 9:15. And And only one NHL game tonight at St. Louis hosting Winnipeg. Jets looking to close out that series. They lead it 3-2. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Knock out a couple quick ticket texts before we get back to the phones. We're talking Pistons most of the show today. Cookie Jar at 7:35. Torkelson Mountain Climber, 7:18. How far are you willing to go? Homer last night, come back for the Tigers. Pistons texts. So the Pistons became the first team in NBA history to win 5 games and lose the series 4-2. Rick in Grosse Pointe Woods. Meaning they were right there.
Yeah.
Texter says, if Detroit doesn't get a true second player who can create their own shot, this is it for them. They'll never get past this. Maybe a first-round win will be as far as they go. I agree with that text.
Yeah. I mean, there's some other on Twitch here as well. You had to know this was going to come up.
Oh, yeah.
Why did the season end? Well, because Jimmy Cookies Costa had to go to the game.
Oh, I have some here, too. This one says, Cookies went to the game. Explains everything. Cookies, you should have stayed home. I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. Chad in a truck. What else we got? Yeah, plenty of people blaming me.
Love it.
I'll point out that I think Rieger has been at all these playoff losses. Wojo has been at all these playoff losses. Whatever. Pistons will be okay. They don't need to make any major moves this offseason. Ivy will be back next year. Signed B. Holmes.
Yeah, they just needed a right side mirror.
Where are you at on they would be fine, just bring Ivy back. They don't need to do anything dramatic.
Okay, bring him back, sure. But you have to add another star. I don't think Ivy's ever going to be a star. He could be good, but I think that's his ceiling. I
certainly am open to Ivy slotting in as a key cog here, but if a star becomes available,
I think he's more of a trade piece.
Yeah, of course.
His value to the Pistons is going to be what they get back for him.
And you don't force it. Like a few years ago, Trae Young took the Hawks to the Eastern Conference Finals, and his running mate that they went out and got was DeJounte Murray.
Yeah.
Oil and water didn't work. Don't force it if a guy doesn't fit. But I think, look, we're going to have time to do this when we get deeper into the offseason. But if Giannis is truly available, if Booker wants to come home, like these are guys that you have to be willing to give up to get. It speaks volumes that Brunson gave mad props to Thompson about his defense. JB screwed up big, taking him out in those final minutes. You can't call Beasley the running mate if he's a sixth man, John. Come on, a running mate is a starter that plays starter minutes. Bickerstaff took Beasley out of the game when he had a hot hand. That's also an issue.
So I'm not calling. I'm just saying this year, that was his number 2. And if your number 2 this year is your sixth man, then yeah, there needs to be some additions this offseason. There needs to be adjustments to this roster.
Chris in West Bloomfield. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I mean, the big thing is you watch any level of basketball, it is very difficult to hold leads, period. And I'm not making excuses, but quite frankly, the Knicks are better. But I've been seeing a lot of hate, a lot of criticism, and you look around the league, what team is absolutely trending in the right direction? So they have to take the wins that they had and turn them, make the turnaround that they did, play with the grit that they have. I mean, I couldn't be more proud of this team.
Well, I think we're all proud of this team for going from 14 wins to 44 to making a postseason series and not being a play-in team. Like, they made a huge jump. Yeah, we're proud of the team. Now we're talking about why did they not go any further?
Yeah, I mean, the Knicks are better. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
See, it's weird. Like, I don't even know if I'm fully convinced that the Knicks are better. I mean, I feel like the Pistons were not outmatched in this series. They every bit belonged in the series.
Well, I mean, they're better because they won more games in a 7-game series.
I don't have an issue with results matter, but if you watch these games, they were one-possession games. The Pistons were right there with them.
Sure, but the Knicks made those possessions. They made him count more than the Pistons did.
Okay.
I don't know what the argument is there.
I thought we were on the same page here. The Pistons were up significantly in the fourth quarter in all these games.
They lost.
Yeah.
They were not up significantly when there was no time left on the clock.
Right. They blew it more than the Knicks won it, right? That's what I'm getting at. I'm not telling
What
you.
John is saying is that if the Pistons were the better team, they would be moving on.
Okay.
And not the Knicks.
Okay. I can't fight that.
No, I mean, yes.
I really feel like the Pistons blew it more than the Knicks won it. Does that make sense? And I know Brunson earned it last night. I mean, for the series as a whole.
I think the one game you could
disagree
argue
with that.
The one game you could argue is, and it's even hard to do that because Game 4, they had a shot. Cade had a shot even before the foul happened. That one was stolen from them, and so does that change the series? I don't know, but that one was stolen from. All the other ones were like they just scored more points than we did, and I don't think it was we lost. It was they won.
I can't say that when the team that won played better when they had to.
Yeah.
The Knicks I thought the Knicks toyed a little bit with the Pistons. I thought when the pressure was on and the Knicks had to win, they won.
What was game 1? The Pistons, what was the run, 21-0?
Yeah.
Pistons gave that one away, and then to win 0 home games.
Right. You had a 10-point lead, 8-point lead, and a 7-point lead in the fourth quarter in 3 losses.
Yeah. Look, if you think it's a bad take, it's a bad take. I really feel like the Pistons let this one slip through their fingertips, and I feel like that's a bigger story than the Knicks wrestling it away from them. This is a young team that was every bit there with the Knicks.
Okay, at the end of the game, in all of the fourth quarters, who had more of the better players on the floor?
The Knicks.
They're a better team.
248-539-9797.
Sorry.
It's okay. You could beat me up on it. Victor in Southfield, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up?
No one's talking about the turnovers, and especially in the fourth quarter, we're up 112 to 105. Then they score, I think it's 112 to 110, and we don't get a shot up. We take the ball up under our basket, and we throw the ball away. Turnovers killed us this game. I don't care if Thompson played or not. He was great. He's an offense liability, but he was great. But the turnovers, no one is talking about that. To me, that's what killed us, especially in the fourth quarter.
They were timely. Was a turnover.
Yeah, they were timely turnovers. In fact, the Knicks had more turnovers than the Pistons did. I mean, 16-15, so it's not like a wide margin. But yeah, you've got to cut down on the turnovers. That's something that we've talked about Cade Cunningham all year long. But if you are the one that have the most assists, you're the one that's handling the ball, you're going to typically have more turnovers, but he needs to cut down on the ones he has.
Ryan in Rochester, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, so wanted to kind of go over a big thing on Bickerstaff, and that is they took Asar Thompson out when we were up 7, and that's when our downfall came. He was shutting down Brunson, and then Schroeder's too small for him. And I don't know what Bickerstaff's doing, and it's kind of the coaching the whole series.
Well, so I thought you could criticize JB for some odd challenges in the home games, right? And I think you could question why he blew his top and got a technical foul last night in a game that these are all coming down to one possession. Yeah. And the biggest criticism is the thing you talked about. You just got proof in Game 5 that Asar Thompson needs to be bolted down to the floor for the last 5-6 minutes of these games, and he took him out. I mean, these are all fair criticisms of JB.
Right, and so he took him out last night. They had the lead. The problem with Asar being on the floor is, he was better last night from the line, but you're not going to get much offense from him.
But the trade-off, it's documented. We have enough data. It's better to have him out there. They're a significantly better team with him on the floor. They have a lead. Defense is more important than offense when you have a lead.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's get to PJ in Detroit. PJ, good morning.
Hey, this is TJ. I'd just like to say the Pistons had a great season. That was overall a win for the city. I don't think we trade Ivy for a superstar. We do it the old school way and develop our young players. He was having a great season. We bring him back and see what he does. Add a big man that can shoot threes and block shots. We win the series if Stewart is healthy. And that's all I got to say.
Okay, so PJ, let me ask you this. How do you acquire that big man that can shoot threes?
I think we have some money in free agency.
Yeah, but you're going to use it to probably extend
Minnesota.
Beasley. Yeah, I don't think they're not going to have a ton of cap space because Cade's extension is going to kick in if they want to keep Beasley and or Schroeder, one or both.
Right.
They're going to have to trade for someone. They're going to get to the point now where they're going to have to make trades to improve this team.
So yeah, who's the big man free agent that can shoot threes? I haven't looked at free agency this year. I don't know that there's one necessarily that's out there. So my point is you're going to have to trade to get one, and if you're trading to get one, you don't just send them Paul Reed. Right, it's going to have to hurt.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Pistons going to be a huge part of what we do today on the show. We'll keep taking phone calls and ticket texts, but we've got some other stuff to get to. The mountain climber. We'll get that yodeler going. How far are you willing to go with Torkelson this season? He had another home run last night. We'll also get to Heather's news in the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's finally time for baseball and, of course, getting back outside. And I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind. And, of course, they're a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with no bubbles. And their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. And with no carbonation, they're really easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Late night Tiger comeback. Dan Dickerson on the call. 10-4 final. Homers from Javier Baez, Dylan Dingler, Spencer Torkelson, who leads the team with 9. He's been a huge storyline as the Tigers are the first team in the American League to 20 wins. So we do this from time to time. I want to see how far you're willing to go. Let's get that yodeler guy out. Let's play the mountain climber game. There we go. And the way this works is simple. I'll present something, and you tell me if you're comfortable with it. We'll keep going higher and higher up the mountain, all the way to the summit. Spencer Torkelson will hit 25 or more home runs this season.
Yeah, this one is easy for me. The answer is yes. I think he's. I'll save what he's on pace for. Well, I could say it now.
He's on pace for.
He's on pace for 45.
Yeah.
So he only has to hit what? Is it 16 more?
That's how math works. Yes.
Yes. I was doing that on the air. That's never
I
good.
told you, live math is not good.
Yeah, this is pretty easy, and he's got the history of doing so.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit 30 before.
Okay, well, that's the next question. Torkelson will hit 30 home runs this season.
Yeah, so I'll do this math. That's only 5 more.
A lot easier, man. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
I'll say yes again. I think he does. And, you know, when you think about how he's swinging out, like the average, he's not going to be a guy that ever hits for average. I liked his swing earlier in the season and the contact he was making because there was a lot of doubles there. He was very opportunistic with runners in scoring position. So I'm kind of missing that. You know, I mean, there were big hits in 8th and 9th innings where, you know, he came up big for this team. But yeah, in terms of just the home runs, 30 plus home runs, yes.
Yeah, he hit 31 in 2023, and he hit, 230-ish? I think that's the torque we're going to get this year.
So it's been a little over a month, and we're all comfortable saying this will be a career high in home runs for Torque.
This is 30. He had 31.
More than 30. Okay, cool. The next juncture is, will he be an all-star?
I'm willing to say this as well because not only has he been good at the plate, and this is the bizarreness of what he has done. This is the guy, let's recap real quick. Going into spring training, none of us thought he was going to be on the opening day roster. With about 2 weeks left in spring training, none of us thought he was going to be on the opening day roster. He may only have been on the opening day roster because of the injuries to Vierling and to Meadows, and it just... however he got there, he got there. I think he's playing at an all-star level, not just at the plate, but in the field as well. His glove has been good.
All right. This isn't necessarily about him as much as it is everybody else. And I think Vlad Guerrero on the surface will probably be voted in.
Well, okay, so Vlad Guerrero with 3 home runs right now?
These are fans.
I get that, but that's what I'm saying.
It doesn't have to be a starter to be an all-star.
I'm not done yet.
Okay.
I'm not done.
Sorry.
The other couple wild cards is this Soderstrom story in Oakland is a fascinating story. He's got the same homers as Torque.
Yeah.
And with them playing in Sacramento, maybe that will be held against them. Who knows? But it's gotten some love early, but he has cooled off homer-wise. But the other biggie is Goldschmidt in New York. And you got the New York market, and he is hitting 356. Okay, so the homers aren't there, but he's been a welcome addition. So I will say, I'm not going to rule it out. So I will say he can be an all-star.
So you're going to keep climbing the mountain with
yes.
this?
Yes. Let's go.
I'm still here. I agree with you guys. I think he's going to be an all-star this year, which is crazy. So we got to see how far you're willing to go. The next spot on the mountain is a 40 home run season for Spencer Torkelson. Are you willing to keep climbing? Game of chicken. You guys are staring each other down.
I am.
He's going to keep going.
I'm going to keep going. I am. And maybe it's just my excitement level at this point, and it's hard for me to separate. Everybody knows I love the Tigers. I love watching the Tigers. It's must-see TV or listen if I can't be at home in front of the TV. And every time Torque gets up, I kind of feel like there's a chance he's going to hit a home run. I think he does. He's on pace for 45. I mentioned that earlier. I think he hits it.
Tom?
See ya. Bye-bye.
Tom, I'm with you. This is where I make base camp. 40. I think 40 is a huge ask.
This bus is. There's only one chance to get on this bus. You're not allowed on later.
You keep climbing, John.
I'm climbing. Mm-hmm.
It's Tom and I. The next level on the mountain, Spencer Torkelson will be the American League MVP.
I'm gone. Go on.
The summit will be a Hall of Fame inductee. We didn't get there either.
That's absurd.
Yeah, so that's the point.
Well, yeah, that's absurd to say that about anybody at this point in a young career. But when you talk about the AL MVP, you have a guy right now in Aaron Judge that is a Triple Crown winner. I mean, he hasn't won the Triple Crown, but he has the numbers right now to be the Triple Crown winner. And he is, God, he's so much fun to watch at the plate.
So 40 home run season for Torque on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Tom and I are stuck in the 30s. Either way, huge Torque season incoming.
Bums.
That's the mountain climber game. Yodel with us. It's 97.1. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Let's talk about this. A 16-year-old girl is being charged as an adult after she allegedly shot a 13-year-old boy in Detroit last week. So according to Wayne County prosecutors, the victim, Daryl Floyd, was shot after he left home. He was heading out to the store. The suspect, Princess Diana Jennings Carter. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. Approached the boy at the bus stop and shot him multiple times. Allegedly, Princess Diana fled the scene and then was arrested that day. She is expected to be arraigned on charges of assault with intent to murder, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, and more. Obviously, like I said, charged as an adult. The boy is going to recover, but obviously has a long road to that recovery. Did you hear about the Detroit strip club that was shut down?
I did not.
There was a Detroit strip club shut down after police said they found video of children partying inside.
Oh, inside the strip club?
Yes, so video surfaced of more than 20 kids playing inside the legendary Sting strip club. And it was actually a mother who called police after she found some cell phone video of her child in the strip club. And there was children as young as 14 years old.
While strippers were performing?
I would imagine
or
so.
Or was this like a daytime childcare, nighttime strip club?
I don't think so. I didn't see the
videos.
videos.
Yeah, just asking questions.
But apparently they're out there. You could maybe Google it.
Trademark.
Trademark.
Oh,
Yeah. Shark Tank.
Daytime childcare, nighttime strip club. Detroit Police Chief Todd Bettison made it clear that this type of behavior wasn't going to be tolerated in Detroit.
I thought that was a great statement.
Mm-hmm.
A great statement.
Yep. Sheetz is continuing to expand across Metro Detroit. And on Thursday...
Holy Sheetz!
Yeah, I know. And on Thursday, the company said that it plans to open more stores in Orion Township, Van Buren Township, and Shelby Township. So 3 more coming. They opened their first Michigan store in Romulus last August.
Yeah.
But you might remember there's been a lot of,
Most
controversy.
Of them are big. That's why you got some big sheets out there.
Yes, John, there are some big ones out there. There's a lot of people, a lot of residents in different cities that do not want to see Sheetz in their town, right? They're concerned about
they don't want them on every
pollution.
corner.
Yes. Gas station saturation, they would say, John. Potential crime, noise, things like that. And there's a lot of places that have voted down to not have these Sheetz there, but they say they are on track to open 50 to 60 locations in Southeast Michigan over the next 5 to 6 years. There are 15 Sheetz locations that are open, under construction, or fully approved.
That's a lot of Sheetz.
Sure is.
This guy.
My God.
Nobody makes themselves laugh more than John Jansen.
If you can't laugh at your own joke, then it's just not funny.
After 3 years as athletic director at Michigan State University, Alan Haller he's out. He's leaving. Michigan State made the announcement on Thursday, said that they're seeking a new AD and that Haller is leaving the university. In fact, they said his last day was going to be May 11th. So right around the corner. For now, Jennifer Smith, the deputy athletic director, and Tom Izzo will serve as co-interim athletic directors. The university is going to start searching for a new leader. No word as to why Haller is out. He had more than a year left on his 5-year contract, which was set to expire in August of 2026.
This is a huge hire coming up for Michigan State. You are in the NIL era. You got to be able to work donors, make high-level decisions, get money into the programs.
And just think of the jobs that may be coming up. I mean, Izzo is obviously one of the co-athletic directors. I don't know. Did you see a world where maybe this is his transition from coaching to athletic director? I mean, he's meant so much to that university. He cares so much about that university. I could see him doing that at some point. I'm not saying that's the transition
now. They need someone now, and if they hire someone now...
But yeah, that's going to be the individual that maybe has to hire his replacement.
It's a huge decision.
Yeah. A woman in Saginaw had to call for help after her house became overrun by rabbits.
Oh.
Yeah, interesting, right? The woman apparently bought a few rabbits as pets for her kids, but they started breeding and she couldn't stop them.
But they're always the metaphor for...
Yes, they are. She
breeding.
did try to separate them. She said she put them in different pens in the basement, but they kept chewing holes through these pens and were getting out. They were getting through the drywall. They were getting through other materials.
Wow.
And
they really wanted it.
Yeah, she said it was impossible to contain them. So animal control came to her rescue. They removed 65 rabbits from her house. They said it could have been way worse because most of the female rabbits were pregnant.
Oh my goodness.
It could have been even crazy. So now
it's like Jurassic Park. Life finds a way.
Yeah, there is a shelter that's reminding people that even well-intentioned pet owners, can lead to some unmanageable situations without protective spaying and neutering. So,
all right.
65 rabbits. Ew, just imagine the rabbit poop all over your house. Ew.
Yeah, sounds like there was more than that all over the house.
Well,
Oh, John. Heather with the news. End of the hour, we'll get back into the Pistons. They're a huge story today. Summing up the season and why they couldn't get out of this first round. They were right there with the Knicks.
I like that news better than the first one.
Coming up next. Oh, John, this next segment is all for you. The cookie jar this week is a this or that.
Oh, boy.
Hard or soft?
Oh boy. Oh, boy.
Next, 97.1. The people love the cookie jar on a Friday. We like to have some fun, ridiculous questions. There's a theme this week.
Uh-huh.
Hard or soft?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
We'll start with ice cream. Soft serve or hard scoop?
Hard scoop for me every time. I like the flavors. I like the fact that you have a chance to allow it to soften a little bit. So when you get to the bottom of that big old giant bowl of ice cream, it's even a little bit softer. You get to you get the best of both worlds if you go hard scoop.
I'm going to go with soft serve.
Of course you would.
I like regular ice cream as well, but I would like my ice cream to be more soupy, and I like to eat it with a spoon.
Soupy?
Yeah, like if I have hard ice cream, I want to let most of it melt.
The issue with soft serve is it's chocolate or vanilla or it's some other lame flavor. When you have the hard scoop, you can have Mackinac Island fudge. You can have
I get that.
Chocolate chip ice cream.
Yeah, I get that, but I still like the texture of soft serve better and the toppings. That's what I would choose.
Greg?
I want it hard.
Okay.
Definitely hard scooped ice cream. I mean, I would call soft serve ice cream basically fake ice cream in some capacity.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't know.
Like froyo. It's frozen yogurt.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I'll take the hard ice cream too. Hard or soft shell tacos?
This is where I flip over to the soft side because the soft shell tacos, I'm a big queso fan. It's much easier to dip and scoop your queso and add your salsa because I want to be able to have it down by the meat as well as with the cheese and, a string or two of lettuce.
I'm going with hard shell.
We are opposites.
I like a little crunch. Yeah.
Okay. You want it hard?
I will go with the soft, but barely. And I actually my perfect taco is to actually combine both. You put the hard inside the soft and then you load it. That is fantastic.
Yeah. Okay.
I call that Saturday night. This is good. So either is acceptable. This is a 51-49 situation. I will go with the hard shell taco.
Team soft shell.
Oh, there you go.
Pretzels, hard or soft?
Oh, this one's easy. Soft pretzel. It's warm. It's gooey. Again, it's about the ability to dip it in queso. Salt covered. The hard ones, they get stuck in your teeth.
I would prefer a soft pretzel, but I don't eat them as much as I do eat hard pretzels. So I'd probably choose the hard pretzel.
Yeah, but you can go to Costco and get a whole box full of soft pretzels.
But then you gotta warm it up. I like the easy, accessible nature of a hard pretzel.
Takes 30 seconds.
Well,
I'm gonna join
30 seconds
Heather.
I don't have. Thank you.
Hard pretzel. What about you guys?
I'm going to say hard pretzel. I will go with the pretzel rod as my favorite variation.
Oh.
Definitely soft here, although a good snack that I enjoy that at least it's not as bad as potato chips is if you dip pretzels in French onion dip.
See, I like to dip them in mustard. Spicy mustard.
Yeah, that's
there
good
you go.
too.
Yeah. I can't even tell you the last time I had a hard pretzel, though.
I mean, but nothing defeats if you go to a restaurant and you get the big, huge hanging pretzel.
Oh.
That is outstanding. Our kids love that.
Dripping with butter and salt.
Yep.
Bacon, crispy or floppy?
I will take it either way, but I would prefer crispy bacon. The crunch, the flavor.
Who wants floppy bacon?
Well, I like floppy bacon too.
I mean, I don't eat bacon, but I'd want it crispy.
I'm going to go with the Jalen Brunson, the flopper.
Okay.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The floppy bacon has a little bit more flavor.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, because you don't cook it out.
Huh. Okay.
I'll go crispy bacon.
Okay.
Crispy bacon for me. Mattresses, hard or soft?
Firm or soft? This one for me is when I go to bed, it needs to be it needs to be firm.
Does it?
Okay, John. Learning a lot about you.
Yes. So we used to have one of those adjustable mattresses, right? Where my wife could have it a certain softness or firmness, and mine would always be like if it's 0 to 100, mine would be 95 to 100 every night.
I would like a medium mattress, honestly, but I guess if I had to choose, I would say soft.
You don't want to be sleeping on a rock.
No, it's like sleeping on the floor.
The harder the mattress, the better it is for your back.
It is, I know, which is why I'm so torn.
Mm-hmm.
Firm.
Tom?
Definitely firm at an older age. It's a back wrecker if it's soft.
Oh, give me a cloud.
Yeah.
Give me soft.
Of course.
Bananas. Do you want them yellow brown, soft, or hard, still a little green?
Well, I like the yellow brown banana softer because it just tastes better. To me, it has better flavor. And if they get a little bit too brown, now all of a sudden, here comes banana bread.
Exactly. The yellow brown bananas are sweeter. I think
Yeah.
I think as they
flavor,
ripen, they become a little sweeter. So I would go with a soft banana.
Yeah, definitely the yellow brown. It's way more flavor.
That would hurt to say, didn't it?
It did.
See, I'm team
awkward.
firm banana. Give me the little green.
Okay.
Yeah. Cookies. Hard or soft?
Well, the cookies I know is pretty soft. I prefer my cookies soft. In fact, I want them so soft, I'd prefer them raw, the cookie dough, but right out of the oven. And my wife, in fact, she just made some cookies this past weekend, or maybe it was even Monday. They don't even get a chance to firm up because they are all gone. And my wife is amazed at how quickly they were gone when they are soft.
Do you remember those cookies you could get in the cafeteria at high school, like at the end of the line, and they were basically raw in the middle? They were so soft.
Oh, yeah.
I like the soft cookies too.
Westbourne has cookies that you can get. Costco has a warm cookie that in the middle, it's nice and soft. Teddy gets the edges because it's easier for him to have, and I don't like the hard edges.
I saw for sure, and this is the one where if you put them side by side, and I just offered you one right out of the oven, and you're going to take one that's been sitting in a box for 3 weeks.
No.
You're crazy.
You are insane.
Greg?
I will say soft cookie. I had one this morning, a protein cookie. Soft.
Whole show, clean sweep, soft cookie. And you did hear that right. John would prefer it raw.
Yes.
The last question I have. Pistons are out of the playoffs. We don't have a team in the playoffs. Do you have a preference, NHL or NBA? We'll end a little sports here.
So I'm going to go full Stoney on this one. It frees me up for my Tigers, so neither.
Are you secretly happy the Pistons lost?
No, I'm not secretly happy they lost. It does make my life a little easier.
Now it's baseball season.
Yeah, it's been baseball season. Between the two, I would probably say hockey, the Stanley Cup playoffs. I think they're very exciting. Plus, it's just better. It's the NBA. You can't have the NBA.
I couldn't care less, but if I had to watch, I would rather watch hockey.
Yeah.
Behind the glass?
Love the uptick in intensity in the NBA playoffs. I love the NBA finals, the great players that play in that series, the sign of summer, the finals MVP talking on SportsCenter the next day. So I'm going to go with the NBA.
Tom?
I'm definitely Stanley Cup Finals. I just think the intensity is out of control. But the NBA, too, I think the storylines are lacking a little bit. I mean, there is fresh blood if the Thunder or Cavs get there, but I just got a feeling in the end this is going to be the coronation of a Celtics repeat and that Tatum gets his back-to-back, and then they're going to blow that thing up a little bit.
Yeah, no surprise. I'm going to go hockey. I mean, Game 7 this weekend between the Avs and the Stars, that's a first-round series. There are high-level matchups. There's nothing like sudden death in playoff overtime hockey. You don't see it like that in the NBA.
We got a Game 7 Clippers and Nuggets.
You do. How about fans in Colorado?
Yeah.
Saturday night, they've got their Avalanche and their Nuggets playing Game 7s opposite one another. And while Rieger doesn't like this, we get the intrigue of the Maple Leafs into the second round in the NHL playoffs. I went hockey.
And I'm sure Denver John Jansen will be watching the Rockies.
Yes. Probably.
Worst team in baseball. That's a cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's 97.1.
Hey, our grass, especially with that rain yesterday, it's going to just start taking off, and you got to make sure it has the right nutrients. You also have to make sure that it has the right weed killer. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is the company that's going to have that right combination for you. 888-GET-GREEN on the phone, naturalwaylawn.com on the web. Purchase a full lawn program right now. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. I mentioned the weeds, dandelions. You do not want to see dandelions, and if you do, you want to make sure you treat them now so before they go to seed, or else they will spread like wildfire across that lawn. And it's not too late. You can still treat for crabgrass. So get it all done. Give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. They're locally owned company for over 3.5 decades. Michigan-owned, Michigan employees, Michigan families. Keep your money here in Michigan. They're also involved in local charities, so they care about the community as well. 888-GET-GREEN on the phone, naturalwaylawn.com on the web, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
It's JB Bickerstaff. Pistons tripled their win total, made the playoffs, won playoff games. Proud of the fight, proud of the progress. They were not outmatched in this series. This was competitive every single game. We woke up the fan base here in Detroit. The crowd was electric last night in that fourth quarter. But at the same time, the series is over. Mm-hmm. And you can sum up the season with us. We also want to know why they didn't advance past this first round. Because, John, it was right there for the taking. They blew fourth quarter leads in 3 of their 4 losses. 2-4-8, 5-3-9, 97-97.
I think the number one reason, as we've talked about this pretty much the most of today, and even before the show, the number one reason that they lost this one is inexperience. And I know people want to take shots at Cade, and I wish that he would have been better in this series in moments, in fourth quarter moments. And I know a lot of people are going to point to that. I think a lot of that is just, it's inexperience. They've never been in this situation before. Asar Thompson, there were players, that have been there. Malik Beasley's been there. Dennis Schroeder's been there. I think Dennis Schroeder was a great ad. I've talked about that before. But when your playmaker is in his first postseason series, there's a lot of hard lessons to be learned. And I know the shot at the end of Game 4 is going to eat at Cade. If there's anything we know that he's self-conscious. We know that he is very prideful in his game and winning. And I think that's going to eat at him all summer, which will drive him to be even better next year in the regular season, which we'll love for 82 games or a large share of those 82 games. And then we will love it when they get to the postseason next year, because I think the experience that they had this year, this doesn't answer the question of why, but it will help in coming years.
Cade Cunningham is a star. You want to say he's not a superstar yet? I'm fine with it. Look, he's the best player. You needed a little more out of him. I'm fine with the criticism. I'm not going to run and give cover for Cade. 0 for 8 from 3. He had chances to win multiple games in the series. But what I'm not going to do is flip out and start calling him Robin and can he be the guy? 25, 8, and 8 in his first ever postseason series. A huge Game 5 on the road where he had 13 fourth quarter points. I look around and I think you could make the case that his 2 best shooters had terrible series. Malik Beasley, 33% from 3. Tim Hardaway Jr., 30% from 3. That's a huge issue. This team didn't shoot well from 3 the entire time. They were in it because of their defense, which I think is foundational for the organization. But I wish they would have been even more aggressive with their defense. Asar Thompson should have been playing closeout minutes the entire series. He shouldn't have come off the floor at the end of the game last night. Brunson scores 40 and Asar only plays 23 minutes. JB, you got some splaining to do there. I think there's plenty of blame to go around for this team. And I say that still acknowledging wildly successful season, super proud of the fight, even the fight within the games. John, they buried themselves in the first, roared back at halftime. They buried themselves in the third quarter, came roaring back and ignited that crowd in the fourth quarter. But an 11-1 run at the end that starts with Asar Thompson on the bench, that's where I put most of my frustration from last night.
Yeah, and when you're talking about Cade having a running mate, it can't be your 6th man.
Yeah.
Because that was his number 2 for a large part of the season.
Their number 2 scorer, yeah.
Yeah. You got to have somebody that's going to start, that's going to be on the floor with you at the start of the game, that is going to be your running mate. And that's where, and we can talk about this, it's more of a conversation for next week as we look towards the offseason.
Sure.
But you've got to come up big in those moments. And if you can't, you got to have somebody else that will. When you look at Jalen Brunson, he had so many other options. Now, he went for 40 yesterday, and he was a superstar.
Yeah, let's talk about him a little bit, because he is both a mother flopper and a hell of a closer.
He's a great competitor. And it's not that Cade's not.
No, but again, this is not Brunson's first postseason. You want to go back and look at his first postseason? You want to look at his first couple postseasons? But the player he is right now, he is both agonizingly a flopper, but also frustratingly very clutch at the end of this game. John, that's a road game, closeout spot. Crowd is hounding you. Asar Thompson giving it to you. And he creates the space and knocks down the shot to drop 40 points. I mean, I know we don't like the guy. I got to give it up to him. That's a hell of a moment.
Well, and here's the thing, too. Before that, game winner, he was 2 of 9. It wasn't like he was lighting it on fire behind the arc. But he knew in that moment, and I think Knicks fans, I think they all knew, if he had that shot, he was going to make it.
Yeah.
And he created his own shot, and he made it.
248-539-9797. Mike, you're up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I shouldn't say the morning's not that great, but nice to talk to you. Appreciate you taking the call.
Of course.
I couldn't agree with you more, John. Experience matters. It matters big time in the NBA playoffs, and I'm really proud of this team and what they did. As far as the three main factors that I think cost them, obviously experience in the playoffs is number one. Number two, you're absolutely right in the fact that if you're going to overcome that inexperience, you got to have somebody go behind the arc and just catch fire, and they can't have Tim Hardaway. And I don't blame anybody for that because that's something that comes and goes, and you either got it or you don't got it that night, and that's just the nature of the league. But the last thing and the most obscene and disgusting thing that I've seen time and again is how painfully obvious. I am sorry, okay, but I bloody hate the Knicks and I hate the league. And the reason why is because 1,000% the way the series has been called, how many times hand check to the top of I can't take it. I cannot take watching a league that is literally making me question the integrity of the way that things get called. When you know the guy's going to it's just such garbage. It's basically the league better figure it out because the ratings are going to go down and down every bloody year as long as this crap goes on. And it's absolutely unbearable to watch. It's like I'm watching this and I'm thinking to myself, my God, could they make it any more obvious they want the Knicks to move on? And guys all over the internet, even players are admitting it. And it's like Adam Silver doesn't care. I don't understand how you're screwing with the integrity of your league. And that's garbage. That's absolute garbage. So the Knicks fans, I got a nice little screw you. You're garbage. You're going to get kicked in the teeth in the next round. You guys have a wonderful day.
That's a mic drop.
Wow.
Hey, Celtics in 5. Look, I'm not going to blame the officials for the Pistons losing this series. Just not going to do it.
No. I mean, it was hugely impactful that they lost Game 4. I don't think that can go understated. That call was a huge shift in this series. If they go back to New York 2-2 and then they win that game and they're up 3-2 going into last night, even if they lost, okay, we're talking about a Game 7. That call, even now, you look back on it, and it is even more impactful as to why it wasn't called and how it impacted the game. I know Cade had a shot to win it, or tie it up. I know that there were moments in that game that could have led to a win. But I think that one, it kind of highlights how impactful that moment was.
21-0 run in Game 1, not the ref's fault. Pistons could have, would have, should have won the first game of this series. Game 4, we could talk about the officiating, but I would point out, again, they blew an 11-point lead on their home floor with a great crowd in that Game 4. And last night gave up an 11-1 run at the end. That's not officiating. They lost every home game in the series. At some point, that is look in the mirror and assess your own performance, which was not good enough. Look, I think every general manager would rather have Cade than Brunson given the runway. But last night, Brunson was the best player on the floor, and that's a closeout game, and it makes all the difference in the world. So you can direct some at Cade for not being a superstar yet. You can direct it at the three-point shooting that was generally not good enough. Turnovers, too plentiful. And the fact that Asar Thompson wasn't closing out games all series long, I think there's some meat on the bone, some missed opportunities for this team, which maybe makes you realize, oh boy, how bright this future is, because they're going to button this stuff up. Mm-hmm. They're going to get better. We're going to have these high-level conversations about Cade's running mate this summer, as quickly as this summer, with some of the names that may be out there. Pistons fans, we'll hear from you next, 97.1.
The Pistons end their first-round playoff series with the Knicks at LCA, not the fashion they were hoping to do so as they fall in Game 6, 116-113. New York with an 11-1 run to vanquish a 7-point Piston lead with 2.5 to play. Jalen Brunson with a game-winning 3 and 40 points on the night. The environment at LCA still electric. Malik Beasley on the crowd. LCA, definitely a great crowd, but the Pistons going 0-3 on home court in the playoffs. Tigers score 8 in the final 2 innings to top the Angels 10-4 last night. 4 Tigers with homers in the affair. Tonight, ace Tarek Skubal on the mound. Tigers the only team in the American League with 20 wins on the year. Tonight, they look to tie the best record in all of baseball at 21. 97.1 The Ticket will be carrying the broadcast starting at 9:15. Former college football player Caven Markwood has been identified as the fan who fell from 21 feet and onto the field at PNC Park during a Pirates-Cubs game earlier this week. Markwood is still listed in critical condition. And finally, the Kentucky Derby is tomorrow. The horse by the name of Journalism favored to win. He's favored at 3-1 odds. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
The Pistons got us to fall in love with basketball again. Got the heart racing, got playoff action, close games all throughout, and they're bounced in the first round. Proud of the fight, proud of the season. Didn't have to end this way. Asking you guys why it ended this way. 248-539-9797. And summing up the season, John, I think everybody's going to view the season as a wild success.
Oh, sure. I mean, you go from 14 wins a year ago and I mean, the worst record in Pistons history, an embarrassment in the NBA, to 44 wins, the number 6 seed overall, and then you take this one to 6 games. You win a couple of games on the road. Now, the disappointing part is they never won one at home. Should have, but they never did.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing. If they're going to lose in the first round, we still haven't christened LCA with a playoff win. I know. And for the fans who went to 1, 2, or even all 3 of those games.
Yeah, something to look forward to for next year.
Yeah. Ticket text 248-539-9797. They lost because of Cade. They won game 5 because of him, and they lose when he doesn't hit clutch shots. He can't close out.
Well, he didn't close out this year. I'm not going to say it's a character flaw just after his first trip to the postseason.
Texter says Cade isn't him. Sorry, but he isn't.
Cade isn't him?
Isn't him.
Who's he?
Yeah, I think people are going off the deep end a little bit here. I'm fine with being critical of him because he's their best player and there's moments he could have played better. There's another gear there for Cade to get to. But I think it's silly if we're going to do the he's Robin. Well, he can't do it. He's writing him off after his first postseason where he went 25-8-8. That'd be ridiculous.
Okay, so what we saw, we witnessed what happened, and there were times where I want to be measured in my criticism of him. Because after game 1, you are a part of that team that's on the floor, and your opponents go on a 21-0 run. Superstars do something in that moment so that they don't go on a 21-0 run. And it doesn't have to be, I mean, you would like it to be a couple of big buckets. It could be a pass, it could be an assist, it could be anything like that, but you get a stop. And when you have an opportunity in game 4, from the elbow. It's not like it was a difficult shot. There wasn't anybody in his face. He was wide open. And you come up small. Those are a part of the facts. But I'm not going to sit there and say that this is who he is or will be for his entire career.
Yeah, you got to let this play out a little bit, please. Let's see what we get to next year. I mean, who knows? He could be a guy that can't close. Who knows? He could be, what some of these people are saying. But to say it's absolute right now is silly. I don't know if he's Batman or Robin. I mean, you said the 25-8-8. That club is Oscar Robertson and Luka.
Yep.
Now, if you want to start nitpicking and picking that apart, one doesn't have a championship and one only won one. When you have a guy who's kind of a, quote, walking triple-double, there are things that you need around that are a little bit different from when you have a different type of star, like a Kobe or something like that, So, to me, they have got to get more three-point shooting. And he has to stop turning the ball over as much as he is. I think if they do those two things, this team could get in the 50 to 55 win category.
Totally. We're going to have those conversations this summer. I mean, with players who may be available and the fact that he does not have a clear number 2, and that may have made the difference in this series. You take some of the burden off this guy. I mean, it was nice that as great as Brunson was, he also had Karl Anthony Towns. And when Towns didn't give him much last night, Bridges was very good for the Knicks
so
in
was
that
Newbie.
game. Yeah, OG did his thing. We got ticket, text, and phone calls, 248-539-9797. Texter says Cade is a marginal star. Turnover factory, careless with the ball, poor passer, can't inbound, miss critical free throws. A star player doesn't jack up threes with 18 seconds on the shot clock, up 10 in the fourth. Schroeder is the only reason we weren't swept, Rick in Auburn Hills. Scathing review of Cade Cunningham. Cade's the guy. Kobe threw air balls when the playoff pressure hit him for the first time. Cade will be the guy. He will learn. Yeah, look, I'll go down with the ship on Cade. I think he will be a Batman. I think he can be the best player on a championship team. I'll go down with the ship. I know a lot of you guys didn't even want to give him the max deal last summer. So,
I mean, we saw how good he can be this year, and I think you put more pieces around him. No one wins an NBA championship with one star.
Doesn't happen.
So if he's not Batman, they should get somebody who was a Batman, like a Devin Booker.
Sure.
If he is Batman, they should get him as Robin, a running mate, like Devin Booker. You get Devin Booker either way. It doesn't matter where he's on.
Yeah, no matter what your,
At that point, it doesn't matter if Batman or Robin, you're winning games.
Put another superhero on this team.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones. Got a lot of them this morning. Be patient with us. Daryl in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
Hey, Jim, you said a few minutes ago that the Pistons weren't outmatched. They were outmatched. The Knicks had better shooters than the Pistons. Durham can't score unless he's dunking. Thompson can't score unless he's dunking, and he can't hit free throws. The reason Thompson was out of the ball game because they Pistons need scores. Hardaway choked the game. You don't throw a jump pass when you up in the air trying to throw jump pass. Hardaway choked. And when it comes to Cade opened his mouth during the season saying he wanted to be the best player in the NBA. So you come out and say something like that, and then the way you played it. Yeah, he was 25-8-8, but when it was crunch time, he did not show up. Cade did not show up. The Pistons need more shooting. Hardaway is a bench player. Harris is a bench player. Pistons need some scores, and they need some height. They don't block out on rebounds.
Oh, there are too many of those. Too many of those. You're right.
It doesn't make sense. And then the defense, they just let Cade take too many plays off of me. That's just me saying this. He take too many plays off. He makes a mistake, and he don't get back on defense. That's all I got to say.
I don't know that I see that from him. We've had a couple calls today dogging Cade's defense. Look, I don't think he moves his feet like an elite NBA defender, but he protects the rim. He gets his hands in the lane. He gets steals. He's a bigger guard. I certainly don't view him as a liability on the defensive end of the floor.
No, and I mean, to say that the Pistons need shooters, yeah. I mean, okay, master of the obvious.
They added some. They got a little further. They're going to need more.
Yeah, they need more. They need more stars. And again, I'll go back to, the question will be, how many stars do they need to add? Because Cade's a star, and I think, Malik Beasley is really good off the bench.
He's a six-man.
But yeah, he's a six-man. But you can't have your running mate be a guy that's not even on the floor to start the game.
Tobias Harris can't be your number 2 either. And I know Jaden Ivey offers a lot of upside. I'd like something a little more proven. Look, if there's nobody available, like Giannis wants to go to San Antonio or Miami or OKC outbids the market, fine. If Devin Booker chooses to stay in Phoenix, that's his own choice, I suppose. I'd be aggressive. And if you can't get someone, fine. You throw Ivy in and see if it makes a difference. But you should be pursuing
all
superstars.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Big game hunting as quickly as this summer. Let's get to Rush and Romeo. Rush, good morning.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How you doing, man?
So I was calling in because I feel like Jalen Brunson's getting way too much heat for all the calls he's getting. But I feel like when you have Cade shooting 0 for 8 from 3, I feel like there's much bigger problems to worry about than what the officials have to say.
Yep.
I mean, it's frustrating hearing everybody call in and not take accountability for the loss. So that's really all I got.
Well, when they needed Cade the most, he he didn't have those moments in this series.
And there were some open threes last night.
Yeah. I mean, you could talk about Game 5 where he had 13 in the fourth quarter. All right, great. In a one that ended in 6 games, that's one of the 6.
He needed to have 3 or 4 of those games.
Yeah. And he had opportunities.
I mean, some of that's the way the roster's constructed is it was him or him.
Yes.
You can't look over. There's no one else. It's him or him.
And for Malik Beasley, it was 2 good halves in this series. It was half of the first game, and it was half of Game 6.
The middle 4 games of this series,
absent.
24% from 3. The middle 4 games, the biggest shooting addition you had all season was on a milk carton. How much does that change how you view the series if he's knocking down threes all along the way? Do they end up winning one of those home games? I mean, there's so many things to point to in the series. 248-539-9797. All right, we're going to get more of your thoughts. Sum up the year. Why didn't they advance? It's 97-1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all sports, but especially if it's postseason basketball, hockey, football when it comes back. It's at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, you can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You could chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. I know you were there. That place had to be going nuts.
He blew the top off that building in the first half. He's your guy, Beasley. They needed him, and he was great in the first half, getting him back into the ball game.
Just quick on those 6 threes in one half. I got a little bit of a Michael Jordan feel when he did it in the 6. He made the 6 in the one game against Portland back in the day. I watched that game live, and it was because it was Jordan. It was elevated so many thousand times more.
Yeah.
But that was pretty crazy when he hit that last one to take the lead. I mean, come on.
For the game, though, they did not shoot the 3 well. I think outside of Beasley, they only made 3 threes for the game. People have pointed out that Cade's part of that, 0 for 8, and they lost.
And those were the only 6 he made.
Yeah, well, lot to unpack, okay? 2, 4, 8, 5, 3, 9, 97, 97. Everybody's thrilled with the season. Massive success, huge step forward for the organization. Yet at the same time, it felt like they let the series get away. They had fourth quarter leads in 3 of their 4 losses. So we ask, why didn't they advance? Because it was there for them.
It was. And there's a lot of different things. It's Ausar, hey, being a good defender on a player like Jalen Brunson, but it's a coaching decision for him not to be in there last night when it really mattered to be able to get some stops. But it's also the liability that he is offensively.
But the trade-offs, we've
I understand
seen it
that,
play out.
But if that's part of the reason. If you have a guy that's more of a complete player, and I think he can be moving forward,
still young.
But that's part of the reason. Part of the reason is Cade not being able to finish things out in the fourth quarter. Part of the reason is Malik Beasley being absent for other than one whole game, a half at the beginning of the series and a half at the end of the series. There's a lot of different things, and you talk about the coaching, and we loved it in Game 5 where we saw more Ausar Thompson, and they end up winning on the road. It's not being able to win at home. There's a lot of different reasons.
Jalen Brunson was held to his worst playoff game in a Knicks uniform, Game 5 at the Garden. Points and percentage, he was smothered, and it was an Ausar Thompson coming out party. The Pistons have a lead in the fourth quarter at home. Brunson would go on to finish with 40. Ausar Thompson played half the game. I don't know how you justify it. He wasn't in foul trouble. How do you justify Ausar Thompson leaving in the fourth and playing 23 minutes? Can't do it. We saw enough times in the series how he could be the difference in closing out these games. Their offense is a struggle at times. They didn't shoot well enough. Cade's got some growing up to do, another gear for Cade to get to, but their recipe all along was stops on defense. You die with Ausar on the floor. Bolt him down. Don't let him leave the floor. You guys let us know. What stood out to you? 248-539-9797. Ton of phone calls today. Let's go to Grant in Warren. Grant, thanks for being patient.
No problem. So, you guys, I mean, it is unconscionable how you take Ausar Thompson off the floor in the fourth quarter. I was the guy that called about the net ratings last time.
Yep.
Now you have to live or die with him just being on the floor. Why was he second in minutes, in least amount of minutes, to Paul Reed? He played just a few more minutes than Paul Reed. It's incredible.
Boy, when you put it that way.
Well, he played 14 more minutes than Paul Reed.
No, I know, but his point is every other Piston played more minutes than Ausar Thompson besides Paul Reed. That's wow when you frame it that way.
And Tim Hardaway is a cone on defense. If he's not hitting his shots, he has to get off the floor. You have to take him off.
Right, because that's the trade-off. You go, well, who are you going to take off the floor? And
yeah, Hardaway that would have been the answer.
Because Beasley had been so hot. I know Hardaway hit one really big three and part of that run that gave them the lead in the fourth. But if we're looking at the minutes distribution, you got to take from somebody, and Ausar need to be out there, especially once they had wrestled the lead back, right? Mm-hmm. So you get up 5 with 4 minutes to go. Ausar's in the game. I'm sorry, you're going to make Brunson earn it. Towns was a no-show. You're going to put Ausar on Brunson, and you're going to let that be the game.
Right, and Brunson was 2 for 10 when Ausar was on him. And then he goes on a 5-point run immediately when Ausar comes out.
Yeah, he was hounding him. There was a possession. I know the last possession Brunson won. Mm-hmm. But there was a possession in that fourth quarter where he ran him off the court.
Yeah.
I mean, shot clock violation, essentially. Just you could not move past Ausar Thompson. The length, the footwork, the tenacity on defense. I want more of that. That's who they are. I want more of that. Lean into that at the end of that game.
Yeah, and that's where we start seeing teams play defense in the playoffs. And he's been doing that all season long. That's why we talked about the advantage being for the Pistons going into this is they weren't going to have to modify their play at all. They just needed to be who they were. The problem is they weren't who they were. Malik Beasley wasn't who he was. Cade didn't have those fourth quarters that we need our leader to have.
John, you're next up. I don't think we've heard this point very much today. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going today? Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say one thing. Everybody keeps talking about the fact that we need another person or another shooter. We need to insert somebody else in our starting lineup or anywhere. But I want to talk about the fact that we're missing Ivy and we're missing Stu. We needed both of those guys. We needed the firepower from Ivy, and we needed the enforcement from Stu. And, just like the other callers said, I'm glad you guys just touched on that. You got people on the floor that are a certain reason, you got to get Hardaway off if he's not on his game. We need defense. You got Stewart, you got Ivy. Now there's different people, different bodies on different players, and you different mismatches. And with both of those guys in, I'm not saying we're going to win the series. I don't know if the outcome is going to be different, but the series is going to change with those guys. Those two guys in, it's going to be a whole different thing. And then with Ivy in, this whole season would have been different. I don't even know if we would have been a 6th seed. It might have been better.
It's possible. We'll never know. And, here's the thing about needing a running mate for Cade. If you have Ivy and you have Stu in this series, maybe you do win it. But you're not good enough to beat the Celtics in a 7-game series.
I'm happy you said that because I think Stewart makes a big difference in games 3 and 4 in Detroit when Karl Anthony Towns was going off. Ivy certainly would give him another guy who can create a shot. A lot of this is, Beasley's not creating a shot.
Right.
He's relying on a set play and a catch and shoot. Ivy can get his own shot. Maybe it swings a game in this series, and it's enough to win it. They're still not getting through Boston, and that's why you still have to consider the Bookers of the world in the Giannis conversation because you're not getting further simply just with Ivy. Yeah. A lot of people love Ivy on the ticket text. A lot of people saying we need to give him a chance that he can be the number 2.
I just don't see him as a number 2. Like, you need not just stars, but superstars. And if Cade is going to be that superstar, he has to take care of his own business and be that guy in the fourth quarter. But he also needs a running mate that can make it a little bit easier. When you have Beasley, when you have those guys this year, you see how much easier it is for Cade to do what he could do. Now you got to take it to the next level. And I don't think Jaden Ivey allows you to take it that much further past where you were this year.
Bunch of ticket texters have made this same point, some NBA historian perspective. Even Michael Jordan, many people consider the greatest basketball player of all time. He was a playoff nothing until Scottie Pippen showed up. And that's not to take away from Jordan. It's just the harsh reality of the league. You can't do it by yourself.
Yeah. Who was the last team that won with just one superstar? I don't know that that's even possible. And I don't. And in fact, now I surely don't think it's possible. You need another star. You need multiple stars to be able to compete for an NBA championship.
Dirk did it, but I think Jason Kidd was on that team. So I'm not sure that we can count the Dirk Mavericks title. You could go back to the Pistons, but that was a team. Like the 2004 Pistons was 5 guys on a string on defense. It's an outlier. The history of the league suggests you need 2 and sometimes 3 to get it done. Pistons have 1. I'll stand on that today. I know people aren't happy with some of the closeout stuff from Cade. Nobody's happy with 0 for 8. I'll stand on that. They have 1.
You could have a conversation about the Bucks just a few years ago. I know Greg said Middleton. I would maybe I'm tweening on that at 2-3.
Raptors with Kawhi, but that was a weird situation where KD got hurt in those finals.
Yeah. No, it's hard.
Yeah, for the most part, you're going to need to have 2. And
the 04 Pistons.
I know. I brought it up. 248-539-9797. It's so clear why the Pistons lost the series. Cookies picked them.
And was there. The double whammy.
Cookies, I'm sorry, but for the future of Detroit professional sports, you must be banned from going to any postseason activity until we win a championship. John, no one booed me last night, but I did have my head on a swivel.
I was curious. That's the first question I think I asked you this morning.
Hey.
When you walked in, hey, when you were walking out last night, did you get booed?
I had people come up to me and ask if I had been booed.
Careful with you taking every single bullet on this now. Now, yes, he's there, and we might have a problem with this to where one day he gets banned from playoff games. But John picked him in 6. You picked him in 7.
Yeah.
So John's not taking any bullets for that.
Well, yeah, but it's...
Have you listened to the show before?
Yeah.
You know how it goes.
It's just you. They single out you for picking him.
Well, sometimes I'm louder, more
really?
obnoxious. Comes with the territory.
Smarmy.
Yeah.
Smarmy even.
The smarm carries over.
There's an
topics.
alarm on the show for me. I understand it comes with the territory. 248-539-9797. If you've got some reasons besides my presence at the game, we want to hear them. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, if you're like me and you like knowing what to expect, then you're definitely like me, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Verizon's got some big news for you and your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
It's Malik Beasley. John, best shooter in the world?
That's the mindset you got to have. I'm not going to crucify him for that. I don't think anybody believes he's the best shooter in the world, but
he has to think that.
He has to think that, sure.
Best shooter in the world was MIA for the middle 4 games of the series. Was phenomenal in the first half last night, but the Pistons season comes to a close. Look, it sucks because they had, by all accounts, a wildly successful season. I hate that they didn't win a single home playoff game for a crowd that was raucous.
Yeah.
Each of the 3 games, and including last night's fourth quarter. I love to see the appreciation and the buy-in from this fan base. John, we had done so many shows as they started to turn the corner. You guys bought in? What do you guys think? Not this morning.
No.
People are bought in. There is a renewed appreciation and energy and fervor for basketball again in the city. People are in on this team now. I think they appreciate the fight last night, digging themselves a hole in the first quarter, getting right back in it at halftime. Game slipping away in the third. Can you pack it in? Nope. They come roaring back in the fourth and build up a lead. They got a long way to go, and we've pointed out some of the flaws. I think Cade is taken a lot this morning. There's a harsh tone around Cade Cunningham. We've highlighted that this is his first postseason, and there's going to be a lot more for him in the coming years.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be more opportunity, more of a chance for him to be able to step up and show that, hey, this was my first experience. These are the running mates I had at the time. And we get 2, 3, 4 more years down the road, then we'll be able to judge better, does he have the clutch gene or not?
Brought up Asar Thompson. Wanted to see him play more minutes last night, especially with the lead in the fourth quarter. Brought up 3-point shooting for the series and last night because outside of Beasley, they got very little. Only 3 made threes outside of Beasley. You tell us what stood out. 248-539-9797. And as much as we're fixated on our team, nobody wants to give him any love. Jalen Brunson did drop 40 points in a road closeout game. And he is both a mother flopper and hell of a clutch closer.
Yep.
Nobody likes to give him credit, but he was phenomenal. Let's get to Carl in Southfield. Carl, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
What's up?
It's all good. I just want to give the Pistons congratulations. They had a great season, based on how it's been going for the last 4 to 5 years. But what they really need is a big that can spread the floor and can shoot. Like, if they had got through this series, they got to face Porzingis in Boston, and let's just say they did when they usually got to deal with Zubac in the West and the Joker, and they don't have anybody that can really match up to them. So they need a big that can spread the floor. They need a Karl Anthony Towns kind of player. As far as the game itself went, Hardaway Jr. is a liability. He misses too many shots, very inconsistent. So they got to fix that. Other than that, they had a great season, and we just look forward to next year.
Yeah, I think everybody's excited about the future.
Yeah.
Everybody's excited to see what they do next year. Excited to see what type of moves they make with the roster between now and then.
Right, because to me, they really need another big. Even having Beef Stew back would have been cool. But, I tell some of my friends, like a guy like Dwight Howard, bring him in. He can play the fourth quarter, just like how the Nuggets have DeAndre Jordan. You need another rim protector because we don't have enough size. You need somebody big that's going to give you some fouls and put some of that weight on their bigs so that they can tire them down. That's what's holding us back.
Carl, I love the phone call, but did you say Dwight Howard?
No, Dwight Howard, player, not Dwight Howard
right.
now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if he was available, he's in shape. But somebody like him, we need another big in there that can pound and wear down their bigs. Because the way the Pistons are right now, from me watching them every night, the only way they're going to really win games is when shooters on the floor is the best in the world because he can draw fouls. Just like when Reggie Jackson used to play for the Pistons. He was Mr. Fourth Quarter. He can get you some fouls. That gives our starters a chance to rest. Beasley and Cade, they're running around. They're trying to get their shots. They're tired. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have somebody that can get to the foul line, draw fouls. Each team, every time we go on the floor, I think we should have an objective to get their stars in foul trouble. That's the thing that they were doing with Brunson in the last game. He got in foul trouble. Towns got in foul trouble because we started playing their game to a certain degree where we were drawing fouls, and that's what we have to do more of. Cade, he's a great player, but his decision making on his passing and trying to split defenses, You don't really need to be bringing the ball up. Let Shooter bring the ball up in the fourth quarter.
Well,
Let
they
Shooter
did
set
mix it up.
everybody
Yeah, and you're right. They did
Right.
mix it up because you have to do a little bit of that in the postseason. One guy can't shoulder all of that, and his decision making needs to be better. But as you get in those playoff games and the windows tighten up, right, and the pressure's on,
yeah,
you're going to learn a lot. And I think he did learn a lot in this series. Dwight Howard is currently in the NBA Hall of Fame. He hasn't played in years, and he'll be 40 years old in December.
I tried to give him the out, like a Dwight Howard type of player.
Yeah, I know.
And then he followed it up with, well, he's in shape.
If he's available.
Off-season agenda: get Dwight Howard and Reggie Jackson. Championship.
That is a reminder that we are welcoming more people back
Yes.
to the NBA and to Pistons basketball, which is nice.
Yeah, and they may have not known what's changed in the last 8 years.
Let's get to Andrew in Canton. Andrew, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Okay, I'm going to be that guy. So I was born and raised in Michigan my whole life, but my dad is an Ohio guy, born and raised there. So I'm an Ohio guy, and I got a bone to pick with this city. Right? I figured I was going to wake up this morning, go to work, and people were going to be like, okay, this was a young team. We scraped out 2 games. We probably should have won the series, right? And I get on, and people are slandering Cade. And I'm sitting here, and I'm like, I don't know what else this city wants. I mean, this team, I don't even know if Cade's won more than 20 games in a season before this. And then all of a sudden, they just want the flip to switch, right? Like, it doesn't make sense, right? But then you get Harbaugh. They'll give him 7 years like he's Jesus, right? But he eventually won. But they don't. There wasn't that much. There was some slander. But then you get the Lions, right? When they go to the conference championship, right? They should have won that game. But you get on the radio and it's slander. People throwing out Campbell's address. I just don't understand when it's just never enough in this city, and it's just like crazy to me. And I'm just curious what you guys think.
We won championships, and
I know that, but like there's a progression to it, and it just seems like they just like, especially with the Pistons, you get on and it's just not much positivity at all.
Andrew, I understand your point. But even in your call, you alluded to the fact that they probably should have won this series. So I think that's where some of the frustration, and you know how this works too. When you get a taste of winning, you want more. I think that's what it is more than this being a bad fan base or a sour fan base.
Yeah, I guess part of me is going into like even 3-4 weeks before the playoffs started, everyone was saying, hey, we're probably not going to win the series. Right? And so there wasn't an expectation. But then they show heart, they show fight, and all that. And this team is young. There's really,
Andrew,
and they made
but
young
most people,
and dumb stuff.
when we started looking at the seeding, we had the conversations. Do you want New York or do you want Indiana? And most people said New York because they felt like it was a winnable series.
And it was a winnable series. And I think
100% it was.
Like Andrew,
100%.
maybe we can help you out because I think a lot of people are proud of this team. Guys, if you call in and want to talk about last night, can you just preface your phone call with, I'm proud of this team, so Andrew understands?
Yeah.
Because I think that's a given.
Yeah.
I think that's a given for a lot of people. I don't think there's really a dispute over whether this season was a success or you're happy to see them back in these atmospheres and having these moments again.
Not a lot of credibility when you start with, I'm an Ohio guy.
But I mean, if we could all help Andrew out. If you call in and we got callers, if you're on hold, make sure you let him know, hey, Andrew, I'm proud of this basketball team, and then get into why they're eliminated.
Yeah, no, but I think the one thing he was highlighting is that there has been, I didn't expect this, a little bit more hammering of Cade and not realize, let him go through this another time at least before you start putting huge labels. Like they're reading this nonverbal one texted in when he's in the huddle late in the game in a timeout. Looks like he doesn't care, not part of the conversation. No. And those are just like, that's whoa. He's a very steady person.
Yes.
He's very even line. So that's actually a good trait to have. But the other one, too, here is that we got a comparison. His career continues to arc Matthew Stafford's in Detroit. And this is basically the Dallas game to some degree because you had a controversial officiating moment, but guess what?
You still had a chance to win.
Stafford had a chance, and Cade had chances. And Stafford was a lightning rod in this town.
Stafford would go on to win a championship.
Yes, he would.
And, look, I think Cade's
Breathe, people.
Yeah.
He's 23.
A year ago, what was the conversation? I'll tell you what it was. Should we give him the max?
Yeah.
There were people, John, you said yes, I said yes, but there were people in this fan base that said no, or I'm not sure.
This is his first time in the playoffs, and experience does matter. I thought that they were going to win the series. They should have won the series. They didn't. Part of the reason, and we could talk about Malik Beasley, we could talk about Asar Thompson, whether he contributes offensively or coaching decision to have him on the floor or not. Experience does matter. And Cade they didn't have the experience going into this. He didn't have the experience going into this. Now he does. The question is going to be, what does he do with that experience? How is it different next time they're in this position?
Where I'm at with Cade is I think he can be better, and I'm not concerned that he will be. That makes sense, John? I'm totally fine with calling in today and saying, hey, 0 for 8, not good enough. Moments in the series, he could have been better. He's got to get to that next gear. I understand that criticism. I am not concerned that he will get to that next level.
No, I think it's the progression. I think that's the next step. And it's him having that shot in Game 4 and hitting it.
And then we're not even talking about officiating. We're talking about home playoff win and control of the series, and at the worst, still playing this series. 248-539-9797. Pistons fans have been great all morning. We'll keep talking with you guys. It's 97.1.
FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite prop bets, and now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without even having to leave the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. If you don't already have a FanDuel account, first of all, what are you waiting for? The playoffs and playoff time is the perfect time to join. You're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah, that also happened last night. Late night comeback for the Tigers. First team in the AL to 20 wins. Homer after homer after homer, and Javier Baez got things going. Gleyber Torres hit a home run. Dylan Dingler, Spencer Torkelson. And we'll play the Torque Mountain Climber game coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. How far are you willing to go? How big a year is this going to be for Torkelson? We know the season for Kenta Maeda has not gone well.
No, and you had mentioned it was not just 10 days ago, I believe it was.
You guys are like, it's crazy. He'd never get DFA'd this early into the season.
Well, yesterday, right at the beginning of the Malik Beasley run, I text you guys that Kenta Maeda had just been DFA'd.
So his last outing, he had that pitch that he barely made it off the mound. Was that the final straw for Scott Harris and company?
I would think that watching that one, everybody makes mistakes, and that was a huge one, but that was probably like, we can't keep doing this.
I did have a question with it. They lost Andrew Chafin.
Yes, he signed with the Nationals.
Because as of yesterday, MLB teams could poach him. That's the way his contract was set up. Why didn't they DFA Maeda earlier in the day and keep Chafin and call Chafin up?
I don't know the answer to that question. Well, they brought up Tyler Owens for now, who had a rough spring, but they liked some of the adjustments he's made. And it'll be interesting because what do they do? I know they also brought up Bo Brisky, but he's unavailable because of the 15-day IL until May 3rd, which is obviously tomorrow.
You said Tyler Owens has struggled a little in Toledo?
No, not in Toledo, in the spring, in spring training, and they've liked what he's done and the adjustments he's made in Toledo.
I say even if he struggled in Toledo, Chris Federer will turn him into Mariano Rivera. That's just how this thing goes.
Well, he didn't with Maeda.
Well, there's only so much you can do.
Right.
It's not a miracle.
Swing and a miss.
248-539-9797. Back into the Pistons. Guys, I've loved how much buzz there is around this team right now. People care about this basketball team again. And this team had a huge overachieving season. Having said that, this series was full of moments for them to get over the hump, and they didn't. So we've asked you guys, why did the season end so abruptly? And to satiate caller Andrew, if you'd like to say you're proud of him first, I think that goes without saying. Everybody should be very proud of the season the Pistons had.
There's disappointment on Twitch, and this one is can't decide who I'm more disappointed in. Cookies for jinxing us, or me for not Tanya Harding you in the parking lot and preventing you from going.
I do have 2 working kneecaps. Why, John? Why?
Yeah, trust me, kneecaps is not what I'm going after. But yeah, the recovery would be a bit longer if I was going to go that route.
After?
Well, I mean, it's number of targets.
All right, I'll keep both eyes open.
Yes. Well, I'd go full gorilla. 100
gyms against one John Jansen. How does it go? Let us know. 248-539-9797. Heather, who wins that? 100 me's or one John Jansen?
Probably John.
I shouldn't have asked. Let's get back to the phones. T in Detroit. T, please don't answer that question. Keep it to basketball.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good.
Hey, listen, I'm very excited. I'm very proud. What a lot of people need to realize is this. Listen, the Knicks was built to win a championship. We were built just to win more than 18, at least 20 games. If you listen to all the experts in the preseason, they capped us at 25 wins. So when we won 30 games, we was playing with house money. Yeah, it felt good, and Little Caesar Arena was rocking. And then another thing I want to touch on Cade for a second, too. Cade is going to be okay. This is his 4th season with his 3rd head coach. So he has yet to be in an established format into a system yet. Now, he needs to work on his hands. He has some of the clumsiest, softest hands ever for a big man. If he can get his hands together, and I think this organization falls in love with names. So I think that's why Hardaway was probably on the court for so long when we should have kept Beasley on the floor. He had the hot hand. So I'm extremely happy for this team, and we're going to be exciting for years to come. And I just don't want callers to call and think this is NBA 2K where we can trade Sasser and some draft picks to go get Giannis or things like that. We have to be realistic about our building for the future.
Is that the shift change, or is that the barge behind you?
Oh, you know what? That's the parade for our Pistons this year. So I'm throwing the parade for us right now.
Good answer.
On the spot, good answer, too. Yeah, he says we got to have realistic fans. A couple ticket texts on that. Ivy and 3 1s for Booker, make it happen. Ivy and 4 1s for Giannis, back-to-back texts. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get one of those stars, it's going to be multiple firsts. You're going to have to give up young players. And those are conversations I welcome.
I think we all do.
Yeah. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Want to get more of your thoughts on the Pistons. Ticket texter says, thank God they lost. Now we can focus on the Tigers in our household. Signed, Lisa and Teddy.
Yes. Thank you.
Is there any truth to the rumor you're secretly happy the season's over?
I'm not secretly happy, no, but it does free up the schedule a little bit. I don't have to have the conversation anymore that you like to throw at me.
Why doesn't John care enough about this basketball team? He's watching regular season baseball.
Well, last night was a great example. We had 1 win, 1 lose.
If they're on at the same time.
Javier. Torque bombs.
He's already moved on, people.
Yeah.
We have not yet. We'll take more of your phone calls. Pistons Talk, 248-539-9797. In the 9 o'clock hour, we have Cookie Jar. And the theme this week is hard or soft. See if John can keep it together. It's 97.1. We'll get the yodeler out and play Mountain Climber coming up at 9:18. We'll get to the Cookie Jar 9:35. Hard or soft? See if John can be an adult today. We got thoughts on the Pistons, 248-539-9797.
Why start now?
I know what I'm going to get.
Yeah.
We'll just see how juvenile you're willing to get. Let's start with Colin. You're on 97.1. Good morning.
Hey, boys. Honestly, I think, including some of these callers, first of all, I forget the guy's name, but I'm proud of this team. There are way too many people overreacting to this team losing this series against the Knicks. I mean, you're talking about a team that was this time last year. We were wearing paper bags to the arena and talking about selling the team to go from there to a 6 seed and giving the Knicks a run for their money. I don't know where you find negativity in this. Obviously, there's some things during Game 6 that didn't go our way, but that comes with that playoff experience. I mean, there was the rebounding, the lack of the three-point shooting. But we're going to be back next year, and it's going to be a very different team, and we're going to be a much more dangerous team. I see, realistically, a 2 or a 3 seed in the East for Detroit, honestly.
It's going to be hard to topple Cleveland and Boston, but 3 seed could be a target if they're, I guess, depending on the move they make. If they added a star, I think you could make the case to challenge for the top.
Yeah, and Colin, I think some of the conversation on Monday will be different than the conversation we're having today. It's still very raw. This is a series that they could have won, should have won. They didn't, and people are waking up this morning just disappointed that the season's over. I don't know that there's anybody looking at this season and going, boy, it was a disappointing season.
You got a couple knuckleheads on ticket text that want to make this a referendum on Cade, but I think most people recognize what this season was. You're right. A year ago, they lost 28 consecutive games, an NBA record. The owner had to come out and say, aside from winning, we're doing so much. Last year was bleak, right? 14 wins, franchise low. They didn't win the lottery. Like, this was a much different conversation. Last May, we were sitting there in the lottery. This year, we don't even have a first-round pick because we gave it up because we achieved so much that they finally pay off that trade. It's a completely different conversation now around this basketball team. They have transformed their franchise with this season. They have elevated themselves into the class of playoff teams, and they could become a contender as quickly as next season. 248-539-9797. Daryl in Belleville, you're on 97.1. All right, Jeff in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how you doing this morning?
What's up?
This is what I see. I'm glad they lost because they lost in a dogfight. Okay, that's how it happened. They didn't, if they won this one, they go to the next one, they could get swept, and they're going to end the season on a sweep.
Well, I would disagree. I would rather win a dogfight, or in a dogfight, than lose it and test yourself against Boston. Who knows if they get swept? They did beat Boston in the regular season.
They might win a game in that series.
But they beat New York too.
Yeah. No, I think they could win a game.
But I'm never going to sit there and say I don't know. I don't understand the concept of I'm glad they lost.
Well, I want the season to go as long as it can.
I look at it like this. It's the knowledge you're going to get. They're going to get from it. Like I go back to the Isaiah, against Bird, and then the Magic and all that stuff. And every time it's a learning experience.
Yeah, sure, but
they got a lot. They got a lot to dissect over the summer to what went wrong, and it's just the experience they got from this series is going to be priceless.
Agreed.
Next year.
I 100% agree with that. I just disagree with your first statement that I'm glad that they lost. That I don't understand that. I can't understand that concept.
I don't get it either. Win the dogfight.
Yeah, and if you get swept against Boston, then so be it.
Exactly. At least you'd have a series win under your belt.
There's more that they can learn. There's more that Trajan Langdon can learn about this team and how they match up, how they want to add, who they want to add.
248-539-9797. He said there's a lot to dissect from that game.
Mm-hmm.
Cade goes 0 for 8 from 3. Cade needed to be better at the end. People have pointed out an 11-1 run to close.
Mm-hmm.
You need someone to make a shot. You look to Cade. Now, I'm fine with that criticism. I think it's fair. He's their best player. He's their star. I'd point out he's their only player at the end of the game because they got nothing from their three-point shooters. Beasley finally woke up in the first half, but they got nothing as a whole from their three-point shooters. Defense, the calling card, the thing that got them back in the game, that gave them a chance in these games, they left their best defender on the floor for a critical stretch with the lead late. That's what's getting me is if they had played Asar Thompson in the fourth quarter in all 6 of these games the way they did in Game 5, that simply might have been enough to win with all the flaws. And it feels like they left a bullet in the chamber in that way.
It could have been, but you still got to be able to hit the shots at the end when it matters.
Yeah.
And I don't know who that would have been.
Yeah.
Or if they, even if they would have had the shots, because they did create themselves an opportunity with 4 seconds left, and it went through Malik Beasley's hands.
And that's the other big picture takeaway from all of this is, yes, you still need to add that other guy, that next piece. You want to do the thing where Cade's only a Robin, fine, go get him a Batman. My point is I think he's a Batman, go get him a Robin. They need to get another superhero to take this team to the next step because even if they beat the Knicks, they'd lose to Boston. So who are you adding that makes you a team that can beat Boston or Cleveland in a 7-game series? That now becomes the challenge for Trajan Langdon, which is a hell of a lot more fun than who am I signing to trade at the deadline because our team is mired in mediocrity.
And let's not forget, this team was constructed to sell at the deadline.
Yes.
And they ended up not selling. In fact, they bought on Schroeder, and that was a sneaky, nice move. But that's where I know a lot of people won't get there till Monday. And they'll sleep on this and they'll live on this and marinate on it for the weekend. It does burn right now that, Cade didn't come up big in most of the fourth quarters. They lost to a team that they beat 3-1 in the regular season series. But when you look at where this team was last year, at the end of last year, with Troy Weaver, with a coach that didn't want to be here, now they've got JB, now they've got Trajan Langdon. Now they've won 44 games. They earned a postseason spot. And now it's a matter of what are they going to do between this year and next year. When Trajan Langdon originally signed Tobias Harris, it was to, let's see what we can get out of him, and then trade him at the deadline. This team was constructed to sell at the deadline, yet they didn't have to, and they made a postseason playoff. They were in a dogfight. They didn't get blown out in the postseason.
Schroeder helped them solidify seeding. He helped win them a game in this series, a move they made at the deadline. I'm sure there's a certain Dylan out there in the audience wondering if that's allowed.
Well, I mean, again, everyone is going to get there at a different time. And I think when we talk about this on Monday or next week, when we have conversations of, okay, what do we need to add? Who do we need to go after? Who's available? Start that conversation. It's going to be a completely different field next week than it is right now. It's still very raw.
I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a battle this summer from the Ivy people. It's been a pretty constant drumbeat on the ticket text. I'm keeping an eye. Tom's been bringing in pages of ticket text. It's a pretty consistent drumbeat of, why don't we just see what it looks like with Jaden Ivey healthy?
Oh, don't block the young guys?
There's going to, because again, if we're going to have the conversations about a Booker or a Giannis or a Markkanen or insert available star player, we're going to have to fight the Ivy people. I think there's a real undercurrent of, hey, just keep this young group together. Who knows where they would be with Jaden Ivey? They win the series with Jaden Ivey. We already had some of those phone calls today. 248-539-9797. John, we have to be very selective here for time. Is there someone that jumps out to you?
No, I mean, you pick and choose.
Dealer's choice?
Yeah.
Okay, Michael in Northville, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, just want to kind of follow up on what you just talked about. Obviously, proud of the Pistons to go from a 14-win season to the playoffs. Love to see them, solidify another big pick for a three-point shooter, but I'd love to see more out of Ron Holland for being a top 5 pick. I felt like he kind of disappeared or was MIA this entire series.
I don't know. You shorten the benches in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He played, 8-9 minutes here, game here, game there. You're not playing 9-10 guys in a postseason, and for a rookie, I'm certainly not at all viewing it like he's not.
No, he's a rookie, and there were moments where you saw what he could be, but when you get into the playoffs, you need a little bit more out of everybody.
Megan in Royal Oak, good morning.
Morning, guys. Just want to say great Pistons season. Been super fun to watch my husband, who's a huge Pistons fan our whole lives, always go there every year with his dad, to be so excited about the Pistons this year. Seeing the LCA light up like it did, it was so loud in there. It's just been a really fun season and super excited to see what we can do.
Were you there?
Also, we went to all of the games that were home.
So then firsthand. Awesome. Yeah. That place never been that loud.
We have seats where you can stand, and we had to stand on our chairs. People were standing on the tables. It was insane. It was so much fun. We're excited to see how many people come back next year. We got fans that are back, I think. And also just want to state that we didn't have Stewart, and he's a presence out there as a defender, and we didn't have that, and that made JD tired. And so then he wasn't able to perform as well as he could have. If we had Stewart, this could have been a different series.
I think specifically games 3 and 4 when Towns went off, you really would have liked to see what Stewart does. Yeah, last night the defense chants were deafening, and the crowd was getting into it. And it became just this collective push from the crowd to will the team to a victory. I loved seeing LCA kind of literally standing on their feet and standing on chairs and tables for this basketball team.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I didn't get a chance to witness it firsthand, but contrary to popular belief, I did see it on TV.
There wasn't like a MLB TV.
No, Tigers didn't start till late last night.
But you could have been watching Ellie De La Cruz, knowing you. All right, we'll play the Torque Mountain Climber game coming up next. Cookie jar before the hour ends, 9:35. It's 97.1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
By the way, if Torque hits 40, only 4 guys did it in all of baseball last year. He would
I
be
know.
on that short list.
I know.
Heather, go ahead.
Well, a well-known Waterford restaurant was completely destroyed by a fire Thursday morning. Crews battled this massive blaze at Fork and Pint that happened just before 6 a.m. The cause of the fire is still under investigation, but Fork and Pint did post a statement on Facebook, and they said that they were grateful nobody was hurt, right? Because there was no one in there at the time, but they're shocked, they're devastated, they're heartbroken. They said now they're going to focus on the employees who are directly affected by this loss. And then they say, it sounds like we're strong. We're going to figure out what's next and pull through this. But a lot of people in the community sound like it's, they're sad to see it go, that it was something that's been there. And it's tough when you have something like that.
Their whole
just
business is
burns
gone.
down.
Yeah.
Yep. Former Las Vegas Raiders Pro Bowl wide receiver Hunter Renfrow, is that how you say his name?
Yes.
Renfrow, is one step closer to an NFL comeback after sitting the 2024 season out. Are you all right over there, John?
Yeah. I'm just adjusting my mic. It's been a rough day on the mic today.
It sounded a little like a fart, so just making sure. I was like, what the heck? I don't know if you could hear that over the air or not. But,
No, it was
like a thud more than a fart.
Yeah, it was.
It was a little fart-like.
Yeah, trust me, you won't miss it if it happens.
On Sunday, the Carolina Panthers announced that they signed the 29-year-old. He was actually forced to step away from football after he was diagnosed with this autoimmune condition that left him with a lot of weight loss, fatigue, fevers. He says he dropped from 185 to 150. He suffered through 7 straight days of really high temperatures, and now he is feeling better, and he is excited to play football again.
It's great that he's back because everybody was wondering. We had talked about him as a number 3 receiver here, and then it's kind of like he just disappeared.
Yeah.
Now we know why.
He was sick, battling some health conditions. Jordan Hudson has been making headlines a lot lately, and the latest states that since she met and started dating Bill Belichick, she has amassed about $8 million in real estate assets. So after this obviously awkward CBS interview, there's been like a deeper dive into the nature of their relationship. And one report, you might have seen this one, said that she claims to be the COO of his production company. And she's kind of the one that was very influential in saying, no, I don't like the idea of Hard Knocks coming to UNC.
That would have been
signing her
so
emails.
entertaining.
As this. So
as Belichick told us, it's a both personal and professional relationship.
Yes. And then, according to the New York Post, she had bought 3 multifamily homes in December of 2023 across the Boston area, totaling $7.5 million. The purchases came about 18 months after the two began dating. And now there's even speculation about how the two began dating. Like, we heard the story, they met on an airplane, right? He autographed her college book. But there is, I guess, some speculation that she may or was previously a high-end escort. Have you heard this?
I have not heard that.
And that could have been the way they met. But either way, no matter how it happened, a lot of his close friends are very concerned about the workings of this relationship.
Until there is verification, I will refrain from any comments on that.
Yeah. A road rage incident in Pennsylvania got real nasty when a woman pooped on the hood of a car.
No.
Yes. So this woman was upset at another driver. So she decided to stop her car. She jumped out of the car, ran over to the woman that she was mad at, dropped her pants, took a poop, and then ran off, fled the scene.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she obviously she was upset. She had somewhere she was trying to get to.
Apparently, I'm hoping it was to poop. Otherwise, pooping on command is pretty spectacular. Anyway, the whole thing, you can poop. If I said poop, you could poop right now? What?
That's wild.
Wow. Anyway, this whole thing was caught on camera,
leave
shared
my shirt
online. And the police were called. They've identified this pooper, 44-year-old woman. She's now facing charges of indecent exposure, disorderly conduct, criminal mischief, and depositing waste on a highway. I don't know if that's true or not, if that's just something funny the police threw in there, but
depositing waste on a highway. Hey, hit them with every charge possible. See what sticks.
Man.
Oh, boy.
Gross.
Oh, it sticks.
Yeah, it sticks. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it did. Yeah, never mind.
Imagine taking that to the car wash afterwards. All right, that's Heather with the news.
No, wait, hold on.
Nothing.
Was she hot?
I was going to say, John, you can watch the video for yourself, although the video doesn't show a whole lot, but you can see the aftermath.
If you're into that thing, I guess. All right, well, this is going to be weird because coming up next, we've got the cookie jar and the theme.
Yeah, you should have asked it. Well, never mind.
The theme,
I'm done. I'm out.
The theme for the cookie jar this week, hard or soft?
For those, I prefer soft.
We're not going to ask about your stool, but this could only go poorly. It's next 97.1.
Yeah. All right, Jansen, FanDuel, 90-22. FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the Major League Baseball season because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on the moonshot, you can take your winnings to an entirely new level. So whether it's a big blast or you're going opposite field, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to gear up and go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost and make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real Major League bet. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Sorry about that mishap there. It's okay. All right. Here, 90-23. FanDuel, take two. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy is hitting the over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things really get interesting, and you can combine live props bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. If you don't already have a FanDuel account, it's not too late to get in on all the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Thank you. At First Merchants Bank, they believe the real value comes from building strong communities and relationships. With their branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their attentive local bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years, and not just me, but my kids, my wife, my entire family, and that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
I told you to bounce back with Javi.
Oh, my goodness.
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Thank you, Greg Hargrave.
Crowd was much livelier than I sound there, and it was a great atmosphere at Little Caesars
You can try
Arena.
and talk over it all you want. It's not done. Oh, wow. Any Pistons talk the rest of today has to lead with that mix right there. That was, I'm so happy it's Friday, and I'm so happy to be leaving today on that note. That was perfect.
Jim asked me, can we bounce back with the Javi play robbing Soler of a home run? I said, I got a better idea.
And I thought
you did.
And I thought, boy, Greg's normally spot on. I'll just trust him.
I trust you. I trust you.
Greg, I feel like my trust was broken.
Yes. Greg, you complete us.
Can we hear the Javi home run robbery? Hit a home run, robbed a home run. Tigers win 10-4 last night.
Wow. Javi Baez making plays everywhere. Did you see Casey Mize' reaction? I don't know if you saw the replay of that.
I watched it, but I didn't see his reaction.
Oh, Casey Mize was, I mean, he was thinking, I just gave up a home run. And then it was the surprised look and joy on his face. And he waited for Javi to come in to give him the high five and say, thank you.
What people don't realize is Javi did that running from shortstop.
Oh, I thought he was third base.
He's everywhere.
He is everywhere. And he goes yard on back-to-back days. We talked about him endearing himself to this fan base. Again, contract is what it is. Those first few years are nothing short of forgettable. But this year, in this moment, he's a major contributor, and that was a Parker Meadows play. We saw that in the run last year. He saved runs, and I don't know if that won the game. It was probably more the Dylan Dingler 3-run homer in the 8th inning. But that was a key moment.
It's a key moment. Hey, Kentucky Derby's this weekend.
Yeah.
I would be lying to people if I had really even looked up anything about the horses. If you want the deep dive, I know Mike Valeni did a Cash the Ticket special for not only the Derby, but some of the other festivities around the Derby, so check that out. If you had to name a Kentucky Derby horse, John.
I had one written down earlier, and I can't remember it. Oh, here, I think I have it now. So we were talking about doing this as like representative of Detroit, right?
Yeah.
So I think I would have to name it with everything that's going on in the city right now. It would have to be Gritty. Gritty coming down the backstretch.
I like that. It's got to be Detroit sports thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I think a funny name would be Iser Plan.
Is it going to finish the race?
You said that.
Or, I mean, you could even modify the Gritty, and you could say Built Gritty.
Iser Plan will not run in races in March.
Right. So they got demoralized 2/3 of the way through.
Another one I would have is Crock-Pot Brad for the slow cooking.
Let him cook.
If it needs an explanation. What would you name a horse?
Me?
Yeah.
The guy hosting the show?
Excuse me. No, never mind. Heather.
Well,
what would you?
My mind was on the same track as yours.
Yeah.
Something with grit, but
Okay.
maybe not.
Yeah.
Well, Gritty made me think of the mascot, so something with grit.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What about
Motor City Grit? I don't know.
What about Javier Bays?
Javier Bays?
Javier.
Yeah.
I think the full name, Javier Bays.
All right, fine.
Spelled the way we've been talking about it. Javier, Veer, Bays with a Z. Javier Bays.
Mm-hmm.
You do Thanks Kenta Maeda.
He's gone.
coming down the
Down the
backstretch.
stretch he goes.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Kidamaeda.
Kidamaeda.
Nose. I don't know, Greg, any options?
I was thinking of just chaos. That'd be a great horse name for playoff or pitching chaos from last year.
Yeah. Racing chaos down the backstretch.
And here comes chaos.
Yeah, yes. That would be pretty awesome, actually.
Got a couple more Pistons phone calls we can wrap with, and then we'll hand it over to Doug's not in today.
Doug is not in. It is one to Jeff Rieger and
Gator.
Gator.
Should be a lively show.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it should be a good one.
Let's get to, how do you say your name? This is Abyss? You're on
Keep it down out there,
97.1.
man.
Yeah, Boston, Dearborn. Hey, guys, I'm as devastated as the next Pistons fan. All right, we should have won the series. It could have just, went our way. A few bounces here, a few bounces there. Couldn't sweep a wink last night. With all that being said, I wish this Pistons team would learn that they need to stay away from the reporters. Asur Thompson saying that he has no issue guarding Brunson. Beasley saying that this team is tougher than the Knicks. Cade saying that they're going to be back at Game 7. Winning teams don't do that. Do you hear the Knicks or the Celtics? Do you hear the Thunder saying these kind of things? We don't need to give the Knicks any more motivation, all right? So I hope next year this team will show up. I hope JB stops bickering at the refs, pun intended, and they act like they belong. Because up until this point, they lost the game within the game, all right? I'm happy, but I'm upset. This team saying that LCA is louder than the Garden. What are you saying? Why are you saying these things if you're the Pistons? That's what really makes me upset.
Really? Because I had no issue with anything they said. I thought they were confident. I didn't think anything they said crossed the line between Game 5 and 6. And John, did I miss something?
No, I mean, the only comment I cringed at a little bit, but you got to have that mindset, was when Malik Beasley said he was the best shooter in the world.
That's after the game.
Okay, yeah, after you lost the series and you didn't show up for 4 of the 6 games. But, I mean, he was good for the Pistons for the regular season.
Yeah, the problem is that middle 4 games in the series.
Yeah, or the second half of the first game or the second half of this one. I mean, you put two halves together does not make a series.
It does not.
It does not.
That's
Gator.
Well stated. It's interesting. Yesterday we did, there was a texter that brought up a point that Doug took exception to, and I'm like, I kind of agree with the texter. And that was, the texter basically said that the Pistons are struggling to finish games, that they have a problem finishing games. And I'm like, I totally agree with that. And then last night is, again, the same
Another
case.
example.
Even in the games they won, like, the Knicks come storming back. It's not like the Pistons did this thing or the resounding win. It was a great series. It was a really entertaining series, and it's unfortunate that they didn't get the W. And the way it ends is brutal. An 11-1 run or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Good God. Again?
Yeah.
And Brunson hits the shot. We said it today.
Why did Doug, what was his side of the argument about? Because it's clear that
I think he was looking at the other side of it and saying, well, that they were able to actually, but they won those games. I'm like, yeah, but again, they didn't. I mean, if you had a 10-point lead and you win by 2, you still win the game, and that's the bottom line. But you can say that you're struggling to close out games.
Yeah, even if you win, it could be a struggle.
Yeah.
If you close out the first one and don't let them go on a 21-0 run, then you may come home 2-0.
Well, right. And
if you hit a shot at the elbow, you're not talking about a missed call.
Right. Well, yeah, there's time left, but yeah. But you can also talk about the missed call because it's clearly caught.
The Pistons were really good in the last 2 home games of giving us 2 really big heartbreakers.
Yeah.
Game 4 and Game 6. Awful.
I heard you guys talking out there about the conflict it puts you in as a fan. Where you're
are you allowed to be angry considering nobody expected this?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
I was asking for permission.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes.
But John, you put it best on our show today. By Monday, that'll subside a little bit, but the morning after your team's in that position and they lose, and there's plenty of things that I'm sure you guys will get into that kept them from winning yesterday.
Well, the heartbreak for the Lions lasted so much more because there were expectations going into the season. There were expectations as the number 1 seed. There was just so much more expected, and then all of a sudden, they laid this turd right in your lap. And
it was a turd,
as opposed to the hood of your car.
Yeah, it's opposed to the hood of your car, as we had the news story. But the Pistons, they started off that way, and then all of a sudden the end of December hits, and then January, February, they earn. So you didn't expect them to be a playoff team
But
this
when
year.
they led by 7 in the fourth quarter yesterday, and I was at the game, and I know a lot of guys were at the game, and I was expecting Game 7. I'm like, we're going to get to see Saturday at the Mecca. Spike Lee's going to be right there, and the Pistons have a chance to knock off the Knicks, and Thibodeau can get fired and not shave his head.
Well, when they came back from 15 in the first half and to take a lead, I'm like, all right, this is going to be the night. And then they immediately drop back to double-digit deficit and then also bring it back. I'm like, how are they can't lose this, right? And, of course, they did. And, John, I guess to your point about the thing I think that's different with the NFL and the NBA, and the NBA shares it with the NHL and baseball. The season is so freaking long. There's so many games. It's like I put myself in a player's shoes. Like, how do you – I mean, yes, you want to get back immediately and start to work and get better, but it's another 82 games you've got to play before you even get to this point again. It's so brutal. In football, even though the duration of the season is the same, the games, I mean, you have 17 games. So each one means so much that you can have that value every Sunday. But it's so much more difficult, I think, in the NBA to think about, oh, crap, I got to go through all next year just to get to the playoffs again and try to redeem what happened against the Knicks.
I just give you guys a heads up. There are going to be people coming for Cade Cunningham in the next 4 hours. We got plenty of that today.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think he might be sitting
8 from 3. Not great.
And if you guys...
I'm not one of them. No, I would never do that.
Okay. Like, as if you're above that.
I would never do that.
And if
I'm
you guys,
very positive.
If you guys could figure out why Asar Thompson was pulled in the fourth quarter for 2 minutes, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, Brunson outscored the Pistons 4-0 in that span. But the Pistons were still up 2-0 or 2 points when Asar came back in.
A lot to get to today. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
So you're going to go with journalism and the Derby, or you're going to go with fake news? Which one's yours?
I have no idea. I forgot the Derby was tomorrow.
Did you?
I did.
Oh.
You having a little Derby party, some mint juleps?
I will definitely, I shouldn't say definitely. There's a high likelihood to me having a julep. I don't make it. I make it my own way. It's just a quick hack. A mint julep is typically, it's a simple syrup which is made with like powdered sugar and water. You put that at the bottom of a glass with some mint leaves, and you muddle it. Right? You push them together for a while.
Sounds like a lot of work.
It really isn't.
Okay.
And then you fill the glass up with a bunch of ice, and then you pour some bourbon over it, and it's delicious. Rather than do the simple syrup, because I don't want to grab powdered sugar and all that, I just grab some maple syrup. Put some maple syrup in there, and then mash the maple syrup in with the mint leaves. Add the bourbon and a bunch of ice, and it's great. I enjoy it. It's a fresh taste.
I got to be honest with you, Gator.
You're not a bourbon guy.
Not a bourbon guy, and not a derby guy. Not really a horse racing guy. I mean, I if I remember, I think I'm working tomorrow. Maybe I'll tune in. It lasts 2 minutes, and then you move on.
Yeah, I mean,
not big on it.
I mean, the race is only 2 minutes, so yeah, I don't. There are some years I get more excited about it than others. It doesn't, push my buttons too much with the Derby.
Like every other sporting event, whether it's the NCAA tournament or the Super Bowl or any other thing that your teams are not in it, it's usually worth watching. But then the Derby's like, 2 minutes. Oh, that was a great race. Oh, photo finish. Oh, sweet. Okay.
Well,
All
it's
right.
just they make
what else you got for me?
It's the pomp and circumstance about the whole event, the big hats, people dressing up, all the people in the infield,
Oh, the celebrities.
Everybody
I gotcha.
goes to it, and everybody has a great time. And then you're like, oh, I should be there. And then you maybe do a little research on it, and you find out that it's a ridiculous expensive trip to make. And people say, oh, no, I can make it cheaper for you. Okay, great. You're going to save me a few $100, but it's still going to cost like thousands to do this.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Well, don't get me wrong. Gambling's involved, so I think I would enjoy it because you can just gamble on who wins the races or who places. But the Derby in itself is, I don't know.
Yeah, but you have no knowledge of these horses.
I have no idea. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, you and I would. I mean, there are people like Valeni.
I know, like Valeni, yeah, of course.
They'll know everything about the horse and the whole history and everything. And
tell you how they're studded.
Yeah. But that's tomorrow. Whatever. We'll see. But obviously the big topic of discussion today is the Pistons' crushing loss to the Knicks last night, 116-113. They dropped the series 4-2. And it's a soul-crushing thing. It's a soul-crushing event. They had every opportunity to win this series and beat the number 3 seed, and they couldn't get it done. And your question, starting off, are you allowed to be upset about it? I mean, I think this is what we take the reaction from the people, 248-539-9797, same number to text. And when you ask the question, are you allowed to be angry about the outcome? I think right now, absolutely. You're allowed to show any emotion that you want. And I think if you're a fan, you watch the game, you go through a bunch of different emotions. Last night, anger was one of them.
Oh, God, yes.
I mean, I don't know if I've yelled that loud at a TV in praise of the Pistons and yelling at one particular player on the opposite team, like as if I'm there getting in his face.
What were you yelling? Like you're standing, your dog is by you. Are you like, get on, Brunson?
It was like they hit a shot, and I think it was may have been over. Something had happened like over Karl Anthony Towns, and there was something really that I can't repeat on the air. I mean, there were expletives that were flying with it.
Oh my!
But it was pointed directly at Cat, and it was like me being chesty and beating my chest about it, and the Pistons went up by 5 or whatever it was.
Oh, see, right? I pictured you at your house chanting "flopper, flopper" like they were for Brunson yesterday.
I think if you're chanting at your house, you've got problems. So there was no chanting going on, but I was definitely vocal and as loud as I can remember being watching a sporting event in a long while. But that's the emotions that run through this game because the team gets down by 15. You're like, are you kidding me? By 15. And then they battle back. Why? Because it's the NBA. That's what happens.
Well, it's also this series. Like, it's weird. The Pistons in the home, like whether it was game 3, game 4, or game 6, they always started so slow at home. And it sucks because, yes, they're gone. They're done. But it also sucks that we have yet to have the home playoff win. Like, if anything came out of this playoff run, I thought to myself, okay, get the first home playoff win since 2008. And you were so close but couldn't do it. And then yesterday, like 2 minutes to go, you're up by 7, or 3 minutes to go, you take a Sar out of the game, and the Knicks come just raging back.
Jeff Rieger is in for Doug Karsh today. I probably should have said that to start the show. My apologies. Doug will be back on Monday's show. But if you listened yesterday, we discussed that Doug was not going to be here today. Glad to have Jeff in with us today, and glad to have you folks that are ride-along program, too, as we talk about the Pistons' loss, the soul-crushing loss. Are you allowed to be angry at what happened in this game? And how long are you going to hang on to that anger, I think, is another question we have. We got lots of questions about the Pistons. It was really... kind of devastating. The way, to me, if they had just gotten blown out, it'd be just a disappointing effort, right? But because they battled back, not once, but twice in the same game from double-digit deficits to take a lead, and then have a 7-point lead late in the game, only to lose because the Knicks go on an 11-1 run. I think you're allowed to be angry. Jeff, I know you've got an opinion on this. We want the people to talk as well. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. It's JB Bickerstaff after the bitter loss last night. And, yeah, I think during the regular season, the Pistons were able to do that, and they did it remarkably well. And they won a lot of games. 44 games was 3 times as many games as they won last year. Greatest turnaround in NBA history. But when you get to the playoffs, everything amps up. I think it was Cade that was asked afterwards how different the playoffs are from the regular season. He just said just the physicality and every possession meaning more, and it is what it is. And the Pistons end up losing it. They were resilient. They came back from a couple of double-digit deficits, one in the first half early and one in the second half a little bit later on in the third quarter. They came back from both of those double-digit deficits to take the lead, and then they had a nice lead themselves, only to lose it on an 11-1 run at the end of the game by the Knicks. Now, Jeff, I think it's completely within the rights of the fan to be angry at this point in time, but I do think there's probably a time limit on that. I think the anger can turn to bitterness and then can turn to disappointment. But right now, it's a spiteful anger for me. Where are you at?
No, and I agree with you. Like this morning, I'm angry because the 11-1 run, the Pistons couldn't close it out yet again. They should have won this series. Now, one game the refs took from you. I will forever believe that Game 4. Game 6, you could have won, forced a Game 7. There's a reason teams trying to come back from 3-1 are 13-277. Right? So it doesn't happen all that often, but I truly believe that could have happened in this series. But I'm a little different than you. I'm pissed right now because it was so much fun. I wanted so desperately to see Game 7 in Gotham on Saturday night in front of all those celebs when I guarantee you the Knicks would have been very tight. And I think the Pistons could have won that game. They were 4-1. But I also think this doesn't go down as like one of the more heartbreaking losses simply because we didn't expect any of it. You know what I mean? Like in the moment, I'm pissed, but this isn't like Lions-Niners blowing a 17-point lead in the NFC title game, right? This isn't one of those devastating losses that you're forever going to hold on to because at the end of the day, you'll probably get popped by the Celtics in the next round.
Yeah, you're right. It's a first round exit for a team that hasn't seen the playoffs in forever.
But I'm pissed in the moment. Yes.
Yeah, in the moment, I'm really not happy about that. And look, there's players, there's coaching mistakes. There's a lot of things to unpack, and we're going to unpack it.
Very quickly, though, I'm curious. The one thing in this series that made you the most upset or grinded you the most, what would it be?
See, it's so fresh from last night. All I'm thinking about is what happened last night that bothered me the most. And I think it's just the inability of this team to shut things down. You know, I'm kind of piggybacking off what we talked about in the crosstalk, which is what we talked about yesterday for a segment when we had the texters say that he didn't think the Pistons could close out games, and I agreed with the texter. The inability to close out the game is really what frustrated me. You have giant leads, and then all that we would end up with is empty possession after empty possession after empty possession turning into a turnover, and it allows the Knicks to do what they do, which was maybe make some miracle shots. But they did.
Well, they're
maybe
capable.
Make some conventional shots because they can.
Like for me, it was the last possession. You're down by 3 after Brunson jukes out a Sarr, right, and hits that shot. And then the last possession, what? A turnover.
And it's I think Cade gets credit for the turnover, and he shouldn't, right?
No,
he's the one
no.
who throws the pass, but
Right.
he throws a perfect pass, and Malik Beasley inexplicably lets it go through his hands when he's right there in shooting rhythm to take a shot, and it's really awful. Next week I'll say it's really unfortunate. Today I'm going to say it's really awful.
Yes, it's going to dissipate, but like Malik Beasley is kind of infuriating. Because he goes off for 6 threes in the first half. It was like the Malik Beasley game, and then he scores 2 points in the second half.
Yeah.
And he was responsible for that turnover.
So this is the thing, is we're going to hash it out. It's going to evolve to a bunch of things that end up really pissing me off.
Yeah.
What happened in this series, as it should. Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. And Daryl is in Detroit. You're first up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Daryl.
Yes. How you going? How's everything going?
All right. You?
Hey, Daryl.
Pretty good. I got 4 points to make, and they're going to take quick. I'll be done in 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. The last one is about Spencer Torkelson, and the first 3 is about the Pistons.
Let's go. Let's get to the Pistons.
Malik Beasley saying that he's the best 3-point shooter in the league. He can't touch Steph. Steph is shooting through double teams And did you see that Olympic shot when he shot over 2 6'10" guys? Malik can't do that.
I just think he thinks that, which is fine.
Look,
He's
the guy
the
shot
player.
42% during the season. He was third in the league or whatever.
Yeah. I got no issue.
Yeah,
It's
great, but he wasn't there. He wasn't there in the postseason.
I got you though.
When you're shooting over double teams and you're shooting because Cade is double teamed and he's getting the ball to you wide open, it's a difference.
Fair enough. I don't think anybody's arguing with that Steph Curry's better. All right.
And then it's a caller earlier. He said something about Jalen Duren didn't have no hands. He's crazy. Jalen is catching these alley-oops from every different angles and catching them.
Right, but there's no question he handles the alley-oop. But what about what happens when he's got the ball in his hands and he's underneath the basket and he's got his feet planted? I think that might be a problem that people have.
You can't throw a pass at your big man's feet. Everybody knows that. You cannot do that. And then he's shooting free throws. Did you see him knock it? He wasn't even hitting the rim last night. Those are hands. He's blocking shots. Those are hands. So he has to understand what hands are. Sometimes he does fumble, but so what? Everybody does that.
All right,
I wish he could defend a little better, but.
Well, and that's something that can get better over time, but I understand there's some frustration with him getting the ball knocked out of his hands because it's not just, okay, if a ball goes in his feet and he's trying to get it, there's a scramble. That's one thing. But if the ball's in his hands and his feet are set on the ground and he's trying to decide if he's going to try to dunk it or make a move or whatever and the ball gets knocked out, I think that's where people take offense. I love Jalen Duren. I think he's got a ton of potential. And because what the caller said, he does knock down his free throws. That tells you he can have a little bit of range. And they haven't even touched on that.
Yeah, he was 9 of 10.
Right. How about, using him as a guy who can have the intermediate shot? They don't even try that. They're just everything is down low to him. And perhaps rightfully so. He's going to make a high percentage of his shots there. But there's more to his game, I guess, is what I'm saying. There's more to his game, I think, that can be developed.
So the thing that infuriates me the most is that I keep reminding myself that maybe I can't be infuriated because you're without Ivy the entire series, for the entire season, really. And then you're without Beef Stew, who was a pretty big rim protector. That I think maybe this series looks a little different. Now, I know Cat didn't go off yesterday, only 10 points, but he had his games in the series that were game changers. And if you had Stewart out there, maybe things would have been different. So every time I say to myself, God, I'm pissed, I remind myself they weren't supposed to be here and they were shorthanded to begin with.
Yeah, I'm pissed they lost to the Knicks. I'm not pissed about what would have happened had they beaten him or whatever. They would have lost. And it's right now I'm pissed. Next week it'll change. Like we said, it'll dissipate. It'll change to disappointment. It'll go to bitterness first, and then I think disappointment. Right now,
those are the phases.
Yeah, I think.
What
so.
is acceptance? A couple weeks.
It won't take too long.
Yeah,
won't take too long.
Probably the Tigers keep winning. You're good to go. You get caught up in that.
That helps a lot. Eric is in Allen Park. Eric, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Eric.
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Yeah, you guys have touched on it. I think both can be true. I wouldn't use the word angry, at least not for me. I would say frustrated is absolutely the word. And at the same time, very excited and encouraged and pleased with this team and this season, right? So, and think about this, right? No wins at home, 3 losses at home. Frustrating as hell, right?
Yes.
2 out of 3 at Madison Square Garden. That is amazing, right?
Yeah, the road team was in this series between not only the playoffs but the regular season. The road team was 8-2. 80% of the games were won on the road between these two teams in this season.
Right. It's so frustrating they didn't get a win at home. It's amazing that they got 2 out of 3 with this team, first time in the playoffs. And yes, everything about this game yesterday, for instance, and really the series, you could say both. It's frustrating that they kept getting down by double digits. It's amazing that they came back and took the lead. It's the emotion roller coaster was this entire season, this entire series. But yes, with perspective, this was the worst team in the NBA, and they played good enough to beat the number 3 seed.
They did.
That's very frustrating. But they also played good enough to beat the number 3 seed. That's very exciting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that, Eric. And you know what? You said it. It's a roller coaster. I want off the roller coaster. So I'm just going to leave it with one emotion right now. Can I appreciate that other stuff of what they did well during the season and during the playoffs and what could have been? I can appreciate that. Not today.
You know what kills me, though? The 3 home games in front of that amazing crowd. Every game, it was amazing.
I feel terrible for the fans.
Awful starts.
The fans
games
were
3, games 4, game
unbelievable.
6, the starts were pathetic.
The fans
were
unbelievable, and the fans deserve better, which is something I don't normally say. But the way the crowd showed up and how loud it was, they deserve better.
Well, that's why Detroit's great, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, you give Detroit something to cheer about, and we remind you every time how kick-ass we are. We show up. I mean, dude, yesterday I was at the game. It was deafening. It rivaled the Lions-Rams when Stafford came back in the postseason.
And fortunately, it didn't get stupid at the end when they did lose. And I was glad to see, as much as I can't stand Brunson, I was glad to see Brunson and Cade kind of embrace. And Brunson had a lot of things to say to Cade, which I thought was cool because I think that brought the temperature down
Brunson
immediately.
Is so good.
And then I thought it was funny that Tim Hardaway Sr., went out and I think gave Brunson a hug too, or whether they were talking to each other, but in a friendly way, as opposed to Halliburton's dad running out of the court in front of Giannis. But that's a whole other thing. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. JB Bickerstaff after the Pistons lose to the Knicks last night, 116-113, heartbreaking fashion, 4 seconds left, and wow, Jalen Brunson just absolutely shook Asar Thompson off. Asar went sliding to Brunson's left. Brunson took a step back to the right and had all day to launch that three, and you knew it was going in. I mean, he could have been 0 for 20 in the game, and that one was going to go in. It was just the way it was. I think he was 3 for 10 in the game anyway from 3-point range. That was the one that was going to go in.
Were you angry at how JB used Asar? Because down the stretch, it was a little weird. He took him out for a couple minutes, and he was doing a nice job on Brunson. And Brunson went 4-0 against the Pistons. He hit a bucket. He hit a couple free throws. And then in comes Asar again. Pistons had the 2-point lead and unfortunately couldn't close it out.
Look, it's more fuel to the fire, I guess, if you want to be angry with JB. In a must-win game with less than 5 minutes to go, you'd think that your young 21-year-old or whatever Asar Thompson is can handle the rigors of playing extra minutes when he only played 23 in the whole game. But Asar was -7 in the game.
No, I hear you.
So I think we all look at that one possession he had prior where he owned Jalen Brunson. And the shot clock ran out, and Brunson was going to his right over by the sideline, and ball gets knocked out of his hand, and there's a clock violation. And we're all like, that was awesome. And it was. It was awesome in a million ways. And we're expecting that again at the last possession, and it doesn't happen. Brunson just shakes him off like that's his job to do, gets the wide open shot. But as far as taking him out for a couple minutes, I'm not going to kill him over that, basically because the Pistons still had their lead, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And I can understand you wanting to keep him as fresh as possible for the final stretch when it really got to bear down. But at the same time, 23 minutes played is only 23 minutes played. I mean, he could have played more.
So I think he's like pretty much a microcosm of this series because in Game 5, he played 29 minutes. He scored 21 points and he shut Jalen down. 11 points against him, Asar, in Game 5 when they played on each other. And then you're thinking to yourself, can you do it again? And he couldn't because, of course, Brunson goes off for 40 yesterday. But it's just it's how the postseason is. And when you're a young team and you're a young player, it stinks right now, but they'll all be better for it.
Let's bring our producer, Kang. Kang's a giant Hoops fan and obviously been following this one closely. What were your thoughts after this game?
So just real quick on the whole subbing out Asar Thompson late in the game. So JB Bickerstaff, I don't believe, was asked about it after the game. He wasn't. But Asar Thompson was in the locker room. And Asar said the PC answered. He said it was schematic, and they believe in any 5 guys who were on the court at the time, so they trust in whoever they put on the court. With that being said, I don't understand why they took out Asar. I think he should have stayed in the game, but it is what it is. You guys asked earlier, are you allowed to be mad? I think you can be mad. That's fine. This is an instant reaction to a heartbreaking loss and a heartbreaking series. For me, I'm more frustrated than mad. You can always say coulda, shoulda won the series. I think the better team won the series. There's only one game where I feel definitively you took a win away and they should have won, was the non-phantom foul call in the corner. Of course, Hardaway still had to hit 2 shots to take the lead, 1 for overtime and 3 to be up by 2. But that's the only game where I really feel like they should have won. Every other game, this is what happens in playoff basketball, guys, right? Especially when you play a team like the Knicks who have the clutch player of the year on their team in Jalen Brunson. And I say all the time, I can't stand the style he plays. He's a flopper. He's a free throw merchant. He's a foul hunter.
Unethical scorer.
With all that being said, though.
So good.
He's so damn good. And he's really good. And that's why it's even more frustrating because he doesn't have to do it. Because look at the last play of the game for the Knicks was he didn't do anything unethical. He did something he could do anytime he wants.
I'll give you another one. It may have been his previous field goal that he had when he was under the basket. And he is clearly going to look for contact. And goes to look for contact. And I forget who was defending him, but they backed off. And they're not going to contact him. He starts to lose his balance. But he keeps his balance and does this reverse layup thing.
Yeah, he gets 2 points out of it.
I'm like, you're ridiculous.
Well,
and that's awesome. And that's why I hate you, because you don't have to do all this other crap. That's the stuff you do that makes you great.
And I was on Schroeder. Another reason why I didn't, if Thompson was on him, he has a much larger wingspan. Maybe he doesn't get that reverse layup off, and Brunson's got to kick it out or it's a turnover. Another reason why I didn't like Thompson being subbed out at that point. But either way, great series overall. That's why I never felt confident yesterday when we were asking about how you feel. Like I just felt like it was going to be close and they'd probably lose a close game because they're just not there yet. This is one of those series where you look back and go, that was a series that helped these guys grow, and that's what we're all hoping for, right? Like this is just a jumping point of a great
but it
future.
stinks right now.
Absolutely, I'm gutted. Right now. I was gutted.
I 100% agree with you. Like it's almost like the Tigers and the Guardians, right? When they're up in that series and then you give up the grand slam, the Lane Thomas, and you lose game 4, you lose game 5. In the moment, you're like, gosh, damn it, right? I wanted to say something else, but I didn't.
But you went halfway.
Well, exactly. Gosh is totally acceptable, especially if you're kids. Anyway, the bottom line is Now you look at the Tigers and they're better off for it, right? I mean, they're off to a great start. They're a deep pitching team. This is very similar. Next year, you got to believe there'll be some tweaks made. We can talk about it. They'll be better off for this. But currently, right this second, it sucks that it's over.
No, it sucks. But I think, the point about gaining the experience, this was important to gain the experience and get a taste of the playoffs. I'm so glad they actually won a couple playoff games. But even better, if you wanted to look at it, and I'm not ready to look at the positive yet. I still want to be angry for a while.
What's the positive?
But if I have to, it is that they should be better from this because there are clear things that they have to work on in the offseason to get better. It's definitive. You have to close out games. You have to learn how to do that. You clearly didn't learn how to do that during the series, but now you're going to have all offseason to sit there and stew about it. It's going to be etched into your brain. It's going to be burned into your whole soul that you weren't able to get this done on a number of occasions during this series that should have you getting ready for Boston.
And I agree with you, but when you look at the Knicks, the 3 seed, and the Pistons, the 6 seed, I mean, Beasley, Tobias, Hardaway, no offense, but these are closeout great players that I think you can count on, So next year, maybe you'll look a little different.
Well, one of the notes that I had on this was the Knicks' best player was better than our best player. There's no question that Brunson was better than Cade Cunningham.
Absolutely.
And not that Cade Cunningham was bad, because he wasn't. Cade Cunningham was solid. But Brunson was a superstar. The Knicks' second best player was better than our second best player.
Who you going, Bridges?
You can go with Karl Anthony Towns, say he was the second best player.
Oh, you're talking
not
about
in the game last
series.
night, but for the series. No, you want to say for the game last night, Bridges was better than who?
Right. That's the problem. The Pistons really don't have a consistent second best player.
And that's the point.
Exactly, which will change.
Their third best player
was
better than the Pistons' third best player. So where the Pistons were better than the Knicks was the bench. And the Knicks don't care about a bench. They don't. 6 points from the bench. Don't care.
Right.
We're going to play our
Payne
5
and
starters.
McBride. Who cares?
These are the guys we're going to play. These guys that come off the bench are only coming off the bench to give our guys a rest. They're not coming off the bench so they can come in and be, Vinnie Johnson, a microwave, and start heating up, or be Malik Beasley, knock down threes and specialists. That's not what they're there for. They're there only to provide rest for the starting players.
So when you put it like that, and it was well said, you can't be angry. Of course you can be, but it's hard to be angry because it's almost a miracle the Pistons forced this thing to Game 6.
But yeah, despite all that, Jeff,
you're angry.
I'm angry because they had the 7-point lead.
I agree.
I'm angry because they should have won the game that where there wasn't a foul called at the end of the game. The Cade didn't knock down the shot from the elbow, and then the consequent the next shot that Tim Hardaway Jr. got fouled on wasn't called a foul. That's why I'm angry about that, because this is a missed opportunity to get even more experience and how great it would be to have a Game 7 at Madison Square Garden, as Doug would say, for all the chutney, and it's not there. That's a disappointing part. I'm still angry. I'm getting towards anger to bitter. Maybe by the end of the show I'll be accepting of it. I doubt it. I doubt it.
The bitter phase lasts a while. By the way, the microwave was there yesterday.
Oh, Vinny was there?
Yeah, Vinny was there.
Nice.
Looking good.
Bill in Madison Heights, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. Well, yeah, I am angry. I reserve the right to be angry.
Sure.
Like you said, it's going to dissipate, and you're going to realize, that they just weren't there yet. But, they, 2.5 minutes, 7-point lead. They had 3 turnovers in the last 2.5 minutes of the game. And that's just, and it's not even that for me. It's like they come out and they're just not ready to play like the Knicks were in the beginning of the game.
You're right about that.
Second half, they're just not ready to play, and they fall behind. Now, maybe if they're more focused, I don't know if that's age or coaching or whatever. But
Bill, that's also desperation by the Knicks. Like, I'll give you a quick example. 6-game series. The first 5 games, the Pistons dominated New York in the third quarter. Outscored them by a combined 33 points. I looked it up yesterday. Yesterday, third quarter, they get rolled 37-24. I just think New York had to sit and listen to everybody in the media talk about how fake they were and that Thibodeau was going to get whacked. And they just came out as the hungrier team, I think, and the better team.
Yeah, no, I think that I think the overall, you make good points. Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns are right now. Cade is getting there, but I think they're the two best players on the court. And but if they just come out and especially the second half yesterday and don't get down by whatever it was, 12 points,
15.
Maybe when they come back, they're up by 12 instead of 7 with 2 minutes to go. And it just when they make that run it's just I don't understand how they can just come out and just look so unfocused.
Yeah, thanks for the call. It's like they weren't ready to play basketball to start the game, and then they warmed up, heated up, got the lead, and then went into a funk again to start the second half.
Well, considering to your point that the road teams were so successful in this series, it's almost like the Pistons were playing to their crowd. It's been forever since there's been playoff basketball in Detroit, and all 3 starts were brutal. Just could not hit a shot to save their life.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls and texts coming up at 11:05. Where do the Pistons go from here? Like, what will be the moves in the offseason that you want to see? Who do you want to stay? Who would you like to see go? What are your thoughts immediately after the loss of the series last night to the New York Knicks? We'll talk about it at 11. That's coming up at 11:05. We'll take more of your calls and texts next here at 97.1 The Ticket. Got some ticket texts that have come in. My brother called Malik Beasley the new Josh Reynolds. Oof.
Wait a second. Is that fair?
Well, Josh Reynolds dropped the fourth down pass.
Two of them.
Yeah, and he dropped the third down and 10 would have been a conversion to first down. So, and that's kind of what Malik Beasley did at the end of the game with dropping the pass from Cade. Would have left a wide open 3-point attempt to try to tie it.
I mean, to be fair, though, you still got to hit the shot, but I get it.
Yeah,
You're probably, you're not in the game without Malik Beasley yesterday for what he did in the first half, but then you can make the argument he was pretty much a vanishing act the rest of the series.
Didn't really see him in the second half, which was unfortunate.
No, 2 points.
Didn't see him for a lot of this series.
It's a kind of a decent comp. Like Josh Reynolds, you wouldn't have got where you were without him during the regular season.
That's fair.
All those first downs.
That's fair.
Right?
Same thing with Malik Beasley.
You're
wouldn't have
relying
gotten,
on him.
Yeah. And then you get there, and then
here's the play.
You got to let you down.
Go into the huddle. What are we going to do? We're going to throw it to Josh. He's
yeah,
going
but
to
here's
catch
the
it.
thing. At least get a shot off. Like, if you miss the shot, you miss the shot.
Right.
But for it to end in a turnover after Brunson hits that shot, that's tough.
That's the ultimate kick in the nuts.
Oh, it's awful.
That's a kick in the nuts, and you just, like, what now? You know? And I feel for him because, you know, this was a year that kind of came out of nowhere with the huge win total, the 3 times what they did last year. And if I were sitting in that front row and he had dropped that pass, I initially would make, oh, come on. And then I'd look at him and I go, oh, I feel bad for you.
Yeah, you've been
brother.
great.
Yeah, because you are one of the reasons they got in this place. But I'm still allowed to be angry today. Coming out flat at home, is that on the players or the coaches? That's from Sean at work. Fair question.
I think it's players. I really do. I think it was that crowd.
You think what? You think the crowd didn't
I think
help
it's
them
almost
out?
like trying to do too much. It's been 3 games. I mean, they couldn't hit any shots in the first quarter of all 3 home games.
Wait, I just want to make sure I understand this. So you think it's on the crowd?
No. I'm not blaming the crowd. I just don't think that the Pistons were ready to play with that massive crowd in front of them. It's on the players.
It's on the players.
That's what I said.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I don't want anybody to misconstrue that. Spent $535 on a ticket last night, and it was worth every penny. I'll remember the flopper chants for the rest of my life. That was loud, and that was awesome.
And that was during a review.
Yeah. And when that review came through, and let me ask a question this, all right, because I'm not a basketball guy, but King, I'll ask you, and Jeff, if you know the answer, great. I know the answer they gave, but I didn't like it. I didn't accept it on principle. When they finally ruled, without saying as much, that he had flopped, that Brunson flopped, why was it a jump ball and not the Pistons' possession? Because didn't the ball slide out of bounds?
Yes, it's bull crap. It should have been. I thought it should have been Pistons ball, but since their official ruling is play was dead and no one had possession, it's a jump ball. But that's bull crap because if he flopped on his own, we saw the result of the play went right out of bounds. Pistons basketball. But so I agree with you, Gator. But the official ruling obviously is no one had possession. You know, and that's why you do a jump ball. And another jump ball, Jalen Duren spiked into the first row. Like didn't even get possession after that.
Yeah,
there's so many of those.
I know there's so many.
So many that you look at and you're like, dude, if only that went our way.
Remember the rebound where 2 Pistons were there and they both just looked at each other?
I got one more for you. The inbound play that they ran where they had like 0.9 left on the shot clock, and Cade just lofts it up in the air to Duren, and Duren tips it. He's like 2 feet from the rim, and he just tips it because that's all you can do. I mean I feel like 9 times out of 10 that goes in. Like that's a gimme. He's got this, and it doesn't. It doesn't go in. They miss possession. Feels like I'm bagging on Duren here, but there's some Duren mistakes, right?
That's okay. I'm bagging on
mistakes
Beasley
for everybody.
Well, the funny thing is, though, getting back to the flopper chants, it's pretty amazing by the crowd. I mean, they chanted so loud, especially in the fourth quarter after Brunson, which I wasn't a big fan of. It's not clever. It's not creative.
It was funny initially, but then I got uncomfortable because it's on national TV like that. And the crowd doesn't, you don't need to.
But then to immediately call the audible and for the entire crowd to start chanting flopper, I have video of it. It's amazing. It was so great. They should have done the flopper the entire time.
That's why I feel so bad for the crowd that went there. All 3 games, the crowd was fantastic. They upped it to a different level last night. It should have lifted the Pistons. And maybe it did. Maybe it got the Pistons better than what they should have been to get them back into the game when they got down by 15 and when they got down by 11 that it was the crowd that got them back. I don't know, but to go home last night, leaving LCA, after another loss in the playoffs has to be just devastating to the fans that paid their hard-earned money to watch that. But the last guy said worth every penny.
Yeah, but see,
they were classic games.
Devil's advocate, though.
Yeah.
You remember these when the Pistons start building, right? Like basketball, the NBA, I feel more than any other sport, you got to get your ass kicked. You got to figure out how to get to the next step. And this is the first step. So I kind of feel like if this team ever does something truly special, we think back to these days.
Another texter says, this is literally the progression of every superstar guard in NBA history or primary usage person. With the exception of Magic and Bird, who had Hall of Famers with them, Cade will be exceptional for the Pistons.
Oh God, yes.
I think he's a star. I don't think he's a superstar. I think there's a difference there, and he's got another level to go to, and he's going to have to knock down those 3-point shots not only during the playoffs, particularly, but get a better percentage of regular season. He shot actually pretty well during the regular season, but the playoffs, he couldn't knock down a 3-point shot for his life.
I heard the morning show today. I was driving in, and there was a lot of Cade slander. I think a lot of it's unfair. I mean, who's Cade playing with? You already said it. You go look at Brunson, and he's got Bridges, and he's got Cat, and he's got Studs and Nobi. Who's Cade have?
Well, we were hoping that it was Jaden Ivey, and for the start of the season, after the first couple of weeks, it was okay. Are they going to be able to coexist or not? That was the big thing last year, and then they started to click together. And Jaden Ivey was knocking down 40% of his 3-point shots. I love Jaden Ivey. Slashes through the hoop. He's fearless. Love everything he does. And he was averaging over 17 points a game. And it felt like that total was only going to go up the more games they played together. And then he suffers the horrific injury, and we don't see. And now you got questions about what do you do next year? Can he be that guy? Maybe.
You got to be. You look foolish, I think, if you're writing off Cade. If not that you are.
Oh, I'm not.
I know you're not.
No,
but
like I said, I think he's a star, and I think he has potential to be a superstar.
I just think we're about to see the best of him.
You guys have a great young team and should be extremely proud. We got you guys this time, but I'm not sure we'll be so lucky next time. Nothing but respect, and I look forward to more to come as a transplanted Knicks fan.
Oh, good for him. Yeah, Thibodeau is potentially still going to get fired when they lose to the Celtics. They do. Mikal Bridges alone cost them 5 first-round picks. Like, if they don't beat the Celtics, which I don't think they're going to beat the Celtics, I still think Tibbs gets whacked unless he shaves his head. I mean, Gator, you have beautiful hair.
Thank you.
But if you look like Thibodeau, you got to shave your head.
Don't
you feel, real quick, don't you feel that if Thibodeau came out in halftime and he shaved his head, I don't think you can lead men with that haircut. Like, even I shaved my head. Eventually, you got to let it go. Thibodeau has to let it go. I wish I could go talk to him. Don't you think that is an embarrassing haircut?
I mean, it is because he's got the wispy hair. That's all that's left. It's like wisps.
He's like holding on to a couple strands.
Move over. I mean, but they do fall flatly, nicely over the top of the head, but they're few and far between. It's a wisp.
Like,
right?
I'm allowed to talk about it. You're not, because you have gorgeous hair. King has nice hair. Kenny has nice hair. I can talk about it because I'm follically challenged. He needs to shave it.
Yeah, you have a little mange factor too.
But you also understand, Rieger, it took you a while to accept it. I mean,
Jeff, you tried that. I mean,
I did.
The spray-on hair bit.
The Biden.
I mean, when you did the spray-on hair.
I was showering black coming out of my head for quite some time.
I mean, come on, man. That was.
Gator, I will say, are you surprised that we win a whole series? I don't think we got a call or a text mentioning his hair. Like, it's obvious.
Oh, come on.
I don't think we did.
We didn't.
Really?
I did say something about Thibodeau, but not about. I don't think it was about his appearance. It was just, making.
Okay, so Thibodeau, I like watching him on the sideline. Yesterday I was watching him. His body language is very tense. He's constantly like this, Gator, crossing his arms. Yeah. And it's one of those where he's almost squeezing his armpits. That's the kind of he's very tense. He's like squeezing his chest. But all that goes away with the freedom of shaving your head. I'm just saying he would turn into Pat Riley, I feel, like not hair-wise, but coach-wise, if he just shaves his head.
Interesting.
It's a bad look. It's
not a good look. It's not a good look, but other great coaches have had horrible hair too. I mean, Gene Cade, good God, that was the worst ever.
Yeah, he should have shaved his too. Although he was older, I feel. He was set in his ways.
So, yeah, it's solid. Look, I think if you're going to if he ends up shaving his head, I feel like he has to have some facial hair.
Fair.
I think
I
maybe,
got
maybe
you.
the beard.
I got you.
Like you right now, you got the good facial hair
No,
going.
thank you. Thank you.
Like you could go. I don't know why you don't just shave it all.
I can't shave it all. I look very weird.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I got like some bolts in the back of my head. You want to see that? It's like Frankenstein.
His monster, yes.
It's like where I charge at night.
Okay.
It's
well,
not great.
Well, you have an EV, so.
Yeah,
I
know.
think you do. I don't know.
I do.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Where do they go from now? That's the question we're going to ask the people. That's the question we'll try to answer as well. What did the Pistons do now that they have lost the series to the Knicks? Their season is over, and the offseason hunt begins. We'll talk about it with you next year. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, welcome back. It's kind of a therapy Friday after the Pistons lose last night to the Knicks. They lose the series 4-2. They lose all 3 games at home. It's heartbreaking. It's demoralizing. It's depressing. It's everything. And I'm not ready to focus on the positive just yet. I want to be angry. I think we're allowed to be angry. Jeff, you asked the question before the show, are we allowed to be angry about this? And I think yes. It's not anything that's going to be long-standing anger. It's going to dissipate for sure. But for right now, I'm still angry about what happened because there were missed opportunities. When I think of the missed opportunity that was there when we talked about the last segment about the flopper call, when the Pistons challenged it and they ruled that, yep, indeed Brunson had flopped and that there was no foul committed, and then they turn it into a jump ball instead of it being Pistons ball because the ball rolls out of bounds. That pissed me off because Jalen Duren was this for the second time in the series, right, where he wins a jump ball but doesn't tap it to a player, just tapped it to a spot, and nobody was there, and it rolls out of bounds. It's a missed opportunity there. Look, these are back-to-back with Jalen Duren. I'm not blaming it all on Jalen Duren, but there was another play that Cade Cunningham had the inbounds pass with like less than a second to go on the shot clock. The clock was stopped with like 0.9. Does the only thing you can, which is lob one in front of the rim. Duren's there just a couple feet away from the rim to tip it and knock it in, and he's kind of uncontested. Like, how do they leave him alone? But he doesn't get that done. That's a missed opportunity. You had the missed opportunities with every single three-point shot that Cade Cunningham took. Every single three-point shot that Cade Cunningham and Tim Hardaway Jr. took but one, because Hardaway made one of them. It's frustrating. Their lack of three-point shooting in the series was alarming, considering how good they were at three-point shooting during the regular season or how much improved they were. Didn't see that. And the other one that I think slides by a little bit, and I'm not going to let it slide.
Oh, boy. Don't let it slide. Call it out, Gator.
I'm going to call it JB Bickerstaff a little bit. I know that Kang had mentioned earlier, and you guys had mentioned earlier about the usage of Asar Thompson late in the game, and that's part of it. But what bothered me most is this wasn't the first time this happened in the series, but JB Bickerstaff's temper got the better of him, and he ends up getting a technical foul for it. Knicks knocked down their free throw, and then they get the possession. They missed the shot. They missed the shot on the possession following that, but they did get a free throw, and they made that. My man's got to get a hold of his temper.
So it's funny you mention that because yesterday, Mike Breen, who is a national announcer, but he also is the Knicks announcer.
Yes.
Yesterday, he made this comment on the broadcast. Quote, "I've been doing this over 30 years. I don't know if I've ever seen a coach argue this much, nonstop from the opening tip till now." And he's talking about JB, of course.
Oh, come on.
And I kind of agree with you. Like, JB needs to let it go a tad. You need to be a little more poised out there. There's been many times, and listen, he's been amazing, and the team has called him amazing after the game. They all came to his rescue, how great he's been. He's a great guy. His family's great. Yeah. But during the game, you're hurting your teams at times.
So everybody's got stuff to work on, and so does JB, which is another topic we'll get into later on the show. But the question we have now is where do they go from here? Like, what's the move that they need to do in this offseason? What specifically do you want to see them do? Because they've got lots of questions to answer. They've got a bunch of their own free agents that they have to consider, whether it's Schroeder, Tim Hardaway Jr., Malik Beasley, even Paul Reed. These are all free agents next year. Or I guess in the next couple of weeks here, they're going to be free agents that they have to consider. Do we need to bring these guys back? Any of these guys back? None of these guys back? The free agent class in the NBA, the unrestricted free agent list, it's okay, but you're not finding that star player.
You're not finding Robin.
That superstar player.
If you will.
Correct. So does that leave the Pistons with the only option if they want to find that guy, that they either find it in-house with Jaden Ivey and make sure that these two guys, Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham, would be a dynamic duo, or do they look outside and try to trade? And I know the big names that the people bring up are going to be Devin Booker.
Who I just don't think that's real. He's 29 years old. He's in 4 more years left on his deal. He's still a stud. Why wouldn't you build around him if you're Phoenix?
And people are talking about Giannis as well. because they failed in the playoffs. Giannis is beyond a superstar.
I'm not buying that one.
I'm not buying it. I mean, if you're Milwaukee, I can't see ever giving him up. So, I mean, I think the pickings might be slim to try to find the Robin other than develop the guy that's there, which is Jaden Ivey. Because if you're going to find somebody outside the organization, you're likely going to have to give up Jaden Ivey in draft capital.
And I agree, but let me ask you this, okay, Gator, because you brought this name up at the break. And first of all, I want to see Ivey and Cade play together a full season. So I almost want to keep it sort of the same, replace some of the role players, and I want to see what Ivey and Cade can do together. I want to see if they are the Batman and Robin that we so desperately seek. However, you brought up Kevin Durant in the break.
Yeah.
He's going to get traded. He wants out of Phoenix. The only problem is he doesn't have a no trade, but Phoenix is going to work with him to trade him to places that he wants to go to. He's 38. He's still averaging 26 a game.
Yeah.
He can definitely help you. And you pointed out he loves himself some Cade Cunningham. Now, the teams listed as to where he might be willing to go are like Dallas, Houston, Miami, New York, not Detroit. But if you could get him to Detroit and you're looking at him and Cade and a surrounding cast, you tell me that's not better? It's much better.
No, I think it would be. And I think that's why I brought it up to you during the break. I think it's a really intriguing name to bring up. And I do think I don't think it was last year, maybe the year before, where, Kane, do you remember when he was asked after a game that Kevin Durant just kind of out of nowhere would just start just throwing all this praise towards Cade
multiple
Cunningham.
times.
Yeah, Kevin Durant does love himself some Cade Cunningham. They go back when Cade was still in high school, and Kevin Durant used to, see him play in the AAU circuit and all that stuff when he was in Texas. I think that's where Cade played high school ball. He loves his game. He loves Cade Cunningham. Would I want to bring Kevin Durant to the Pistons? I'm not sure. At this point in his career, he's clearly just a scorer, And what you would have to give up to get Kevin Durant might defeat the purpose of what the Pistons are. Like, as you can tell in this series, okay, especially this series and throughout the NBA, if you've been paying attention, you need stars for sure, but it's the glue guys that get you over the top, like the Josh Harts, right? The Drew Holidays, the Derek Whites. Like, other teams have them, and those are the guys that can get you to the next step. So you don't just need two stars, but you need to fill the other guys. So my point is, if you go trade for Kevin Durant, who are we giving up?
Well, that's a question, right? Because at this stage in his career, you don't want to give up the farm to land Kevin. I'd give up the farm to land Devin Booker, but I'm not going to give up the farm to land Kevin Durant, despite he's a Hall of Famer. But this is a guy who, since the 2018-19 season has missed an awful lot of time, missed the entire 19-20 season.
Only missed 20 games last year.
This past season, right. And he played in 75 games the year prior to that, but then it was 47 and 55 and 32.
I don't hate the idea, not at all. Like, so let's say it's Jaden Ivey. Go ahead. I mean, if he's part of the package, is that an automatic non-starter? No way, not doing it.
No, I don't think so. I think it's the other guys. If they want like Stewart and Thompson, I think then you're looking at making your team maybe worse because you need guys like that on your team. Giannis is going to be talked about a lot this summer. Not necessarily connected to the Pistons, but he's going to be a big superstar name that's going to be floated out there. I'd imagine you have to give up like 4 or 5 first-round picks and then some, which includes like Ivy, Stewart, Thompson.
You're talking about for Giannis?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And for Kevin Durant, it's going to be a lot less than that, but you're still going to give up something.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be curious what the asking price would be for someone like Kevin Durant. Obviously, the price you're paying in salary is huge, but I think we'll see if they can fit that.
There's another guy out there that you could get, and of course, he has some familiarity with the Alaskan Assassin.
Well, you think, hang on to that. Let's get to the phones before we hit the break here. Sheldon is next up in Highland Park. Sheldon, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, thank you, guys. You guys said something earlier about the crowd, and are you blaming the crowd?
No. I wasn't Sheldon. I wasn't blaming the crowd. I think the Pistons struggled to kind of play for the crowd. I think they were trying to play for the crowd at times instead of playing their game. But go on.
And I think the Pistons don't know how to play with a crowd because if you've seen in the regular season, we were such a good road team and breaking all these road records, but we didn't have the Little Caesar Arena rocking the way it was rocking in the playoffs. And I understand it is the playoffs, but we didn't fill up Little Caesar Arena. They never really learned how to win and play for the crowd. And that's why I believe we lost 3 home games because all of a sudden in the playoffs, the crowd showed up, but they didn't show up in the regular season.
That's an interesting take.
So the Pistons, that's one of those things where they're going to learn next year. They're going to say, "Wow, we're good," and the crowd is going to show up probably early next year instead of just the playoffs. That's one thing that we're going to improve. Cade is going to improve his game, having two attackers with Ivy attacking and not just Cade attacking the rim. That's going to be an improvement. It's so many things that we are really mad because we lost yesterday, but so many improvements that can happen just with the team that we have, let alone if we make some upgrades. So I am not mad. Listen, this is going to sound so crazy. I love the Pistons. I almost wanted us to get put out our misery because I hated watching the growth and watching us make all of these mistakes. I'm like, just lose so we can just learn from these losses and learn from these wins and start all over next year. I couldn't bear another game.
All right, thanks,
Sheldon.
I'm not that way. I was all about a game 7. Put the pressure on the Knicks. Going on the road. There's no pressure at all on the Pistons. Everything is on the Knicks. I wanted to see that, and I don't care what would have happened in the next series. I cared about this series.
Yeah, but here's the other thing is, speaking of the next series, Boston, no chance you'd win that series, but damn, it'd be fun to see if you could take a couple games to see exactly where you were, if Cade could grow anymore.
They did beat them by 20.
In the regular season.
Yeah. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll get Jeff's take on the player he thinks that has a connection with the Pistons general manager. We'll take your calls as well as to what the Pistons need to do next, what's next up for them in this offseason, and just your general thoughts on what happened with this series and this Pistons season. We'll continue here at 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show. Jeff Rigger in for Doug. Doug will be back on Monday's program. We're kind of rehashing what happened last night with the Pistons. We'll get into the Tigers, too, later on in the show because they're worth talking about. Another win for them, 20th on the year, come from behind. We'll
Tigers win again.
Coming up this afternoon.
Tigers win again.
Is that a song? Is that just what you...
Are you serious? You don't remember last year?
No.
Seriously? Kenny? Tigers win again.
Yeah, it sounds just like that, Gator.
That dude.
Maybe that's why, because it's Rigger.
Oh, you don't think I'm doing it justice? You guys know what I'm talking about, though, right? That dude.
Keep doing it like that. So
Tigers win again.
Yes. You get it now, Gator?
He did it for the Lions, too, and the Red Wings, and I think the Pistons as well.
Okay.
Tigers win again.
Do you know the song at all, though, Gator? Like, I don't.
You have no idea what I'm talking about?
Based off what you're doing, no, he doesn't.
I can't remember.
Okay, do you know what I'm talking
Yes,
about?
I
Thank
do.
God. Okay. I got to believe people listening know what I'm talking about.
Do they think you're doing an awful job of...
Well, I am not an impersonator. I'm not like you. I'm not like Kenny Cott over there that can do a mean Donald Trump. I'm not that guy. It's not one of my strengths.
All right, well, tell him what this... Like, do you know the song, though, Gator?
I can't remember the song.
Do you know G-Mac Cash?
Yeah. See?
Tigers
King
won
knows the
again,
guy that
and-
sings it. I didn't even know the guy that sang it. I just know that when the Tigers got hot last year and they made the postseason.
I just yell at clouds, man. That's all I do.
Yeah, it was that dude. He had the big Tigers Old English D, and it was the Tigers win again.
It was the Tigers won again.
I think he said win,
No,
but
it's
whatever.
won. Yeah.
Whatever.
It's 3 words.
Ticket text.
Yeah,
How do
3
you
words.
how do you not know G-Mac Cash? Here's another one. How does Gator not know G-Mac Cash? LOL. Oh, for the love of God, please tell Rigger never to do that again. I think I just threw up a little in my mouth listening to that.
I don't remember what happened last week, let alone what happened.
I did kind of lose my voice yesterday at the game. I apologize.
Did you?
A little bit, not because I was yelling, but because it was so damn loud in there that you're having a conversation and you're yelling.
The media. You're not supposed to cheer.
I wasn't cheering. I was trying to have a conversation. There you go. That guy.
Now I remember that.
Oh, now you know. Did I do it justice?
No, not even close.
Let me try. Oh, by the way, he said one.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was trying to tell you. You kept saying win.
Oh, I thought I said one. I didn't throw the in there either. You know, the Tigers won again. How about that?
You know what you sound like?
Tell me.
You sound like Pig Vomit trying to teach Howard Stern how to say WNBC is what you sound like when you say the Tigers won again.
Oh, yeah, WNBC.
Yeah,
what a great movie.
Just like that. Paul is next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
I'm kind of going back a couple questions. I've been on hold for a while.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
As far as my anger as to mostly this last game was, I felt like you guys were talking about, them not being able to play to the crowd, and I can understand being tight offensively in front of your home crowd and feeling that and not hitting the shots that you think you should hit. But you go back and watch the first quarter of that game, or even like the first 18 minutes of that game, the intensity defensively was just not there. I mean, there were a couple times that Brunson turned the corner and went to the hole or pulled up and had wide open shots, and he was literally looking around like, where are you guys at? I mean, I feel like he had more open looks in the first quarter and a half of that game than he had the first 5 games. I mean, I really thought that he couldn't even believe it, how wide open he was. And it's like, I couldn't really understand it. Like, was there a change in defensive philosophy? Was somebody not doing their job? Or was the intensity not there?
Hey, Paul, you're dead on. I remember thinking, like, wow, Brunson just has the lane. It's all for him. The other thing, too, and you're talking about lack of intensity, that place, as good as it was in the first, second, and fourth quarter, that place was very morgue-like in the third quarter. And that's because the Knicks were rolling the Pistons.
It was a strange feeling because I just felt like there wasn't a time in the first 5 games that guy went to the hole and didn't get pinballed and bumped and slapped. And all of a sudden, in the first quarter, he's going to the hole, and there's not anyone within 5 feet of him. I mean, I understand him beating the guy off the dribble. The guy's awesome. The guy's a player and a half.
Yeah,
but
he's great.
Where was the double teams and where was the team defense that they were throwing at him I mean, I think they lost the game in the first quarter where they let him get the feeling like I'm the man.
Well,
and
a
guy like that,
he is the man.
You can't stop him.
I mean, they didn't lose the game in the fourth quarter. They got down big in the fourth quarter, and they came back and they took the lead at halftime.
Yeah, 15 points.
So whatever happens in the fourth quarter, you totally blow off. Now, if you're saying because they weren't physical within the fourth quarter or in the first quarter, maybe that would have paid off dividends in the fourth because he would have been tired because he was banged up all game, I could buy that.
Oh, by the way, Brunson did a little of that himself too, right? He's responsible
he
for a little bit as
floor.
well, considering. But I understand what he's saying because early on in the game, I remember I was sitting next to Jeremy Otto, does the updates.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, it's like the lane is just open for Brunson to take.
So you had mentioned that you think that there's a connection with the Pistons general manager, Trajan Langdon, and a potential future Piston.
Now, this is a guy, I've heard other people mention him, and I don't know if people would want him, and it would be huge reward and not a ton of risk. Zion. I have no idea if you could keep him in shape, if he would stay healthy, but when he is healthy and engaged, he's pretty effective.
Yeah, I'm a hard pass. Because
most people might be. I'm just saying. Like,
no. Look,
the odds of you getting Durant
it's a name that's
great.
It's a name that's been brought up a lot over the last few years. People think, hey, he's only 24 years old.
That's amazing. By the way,
when he plays, he's devastatingly good. He's averaged 25 points in his career. He's not a dominant rebounder, which you might think he would be. He's only averaged 6 rebounds in his career. But he's kind of complete. 4 assists. You like with the numbers you see. But with the numbers you don't like to see, he's only played 214 games in 6 years in the league.
Yeah,
1 year he didn't play at all. The most games he's played in a single season is 70, followed by 61, followed by 30.
Yeah, listen, Gator, I'm not saying it's perfect. I don't think anybody you're going to get is going to be perfect. Like, you hear a lot of marketing. Like, why would Utah get rid of that guy?
But if you're saying no, low risk, what are you going to have to give up to get him?
Oh, I don't think much. See, that's why I think it's low risk.
But there's a lot of money because he's got his contract, right?
Yeah, but do you really worry about money? You got money to spend.
I do worry about it if it's a guy who you're going to have to pick up a contract and you have him for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years at $40 million a season, and he's going to play, 40 games a season.
Guy that has crazy talent, right?
Yeah.
Guy that needs definitely a scenery change, right?
Sure.
Okay. Guy that would be coming into, I think this is a good culture, fair.
Yeah, no, those are all positives. I agree with on all 3.
So if you like him, and obviously Trajan Langdon has a relationship with him, if he's sold, I'm good with it.
I guess my problem with that is, to a degree, if I were to compare him to Marcus Davenport, when he plays, is good.
Yeah.
He's very good. He's a plus player when he's healthy. But he's not healthy.
Yeah, Marcus also didn't cost you anything.
Well, right, because he can't prove they can stay healthy. The problem with Zion is that you're already committed to the money. At least with Davenport, they were able to construct a contract where it only benefits the Lions. If he's healthy, you'll pay him. If he's not, then it doesn't cost you. With Zion, you already have to inherit a big contract, and if he's unable to play, that's money against your cap that you can't go out and fix that mistake. That's why I'm against it.
And I hear you. And there is no perfect solution, I don't think. There's not this perfect unicorn waiting for you.
You're right.
People say Devin Booker, and that would be amazing, and he loves Detroit, as we all know, and he's in year 1 of a 4-year deal, and nobody would have any issue paying that money. The problem is, why the hell would the Suns give him up?
Well, I'll answer our own question about this, what I'd like to see the Pistons do. 248-539-9797. We got lots of callers on hold. We got lots of texts coming in. Jeff Rieger, Gator with you today. Jeff's in for Doug Karsh. We'll be back on Monday's program. We'll continue to talk Pistons with you here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get some more phone calls. John is in Livonia. John, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, John.
What's up, John? Johnny.
John.
Don't give up, Gator. Don't give up. Don't give up. He's there. I hear singing.
Somebody's there, but
I want you back.
John?
What's going on there? Hello?
I see dead people.
All right, we're going to put that on hold and get back to him.
Is he okay? You got to check on him. There's something going on there.
You think so?
I do. Did you hear? It was a cry for help. I need some help. I think that's what he was saying.
You don't even know what you're hearing.
Yeah, you don't even know G-Mac Cash.
Yeah.
I know G-Mac Cash.
You said Pistons win again, and it's not what he said.
Pistons won again. They lost yesterday. It's on the one.
Yeah, but you said win. Jason's next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Jason. Oh, well,
wow.
Jason left us too.
This is not going well.
Fair enough. If that's the way you want to react, that's just fine. Ticket text coming in. This was a cute little season, but the way it ended was super disappointing. Not really sure where this team goes from here. It's constructed so weird. I'm almost willing to trade anybody and everybody on this team.
I agree.
I don't think it's constructed weird. I think that they've got I think this season they had a great mix of young players and a great mix of players that they brought in, veteran players, that improved the win total by 3 times what they did last year. More than 3 times. And I thought bringing in the guys they did was great. It allowed Cade Cunningham to get better. I think when you've got a nucleus of players like Stewart and Duran and Jaden Ivey and Asar Thompson and Ron Holland and Cade Cunningham, of course, that's 5 guys right there that are all pretty young players. You need to find other veterans to go with them. Are they going to have to find some new ones? Yeah, because Schroeder, Tim Hardaway Jr., Malik Beasley, Paul Reed, all guys that played a big role throughout the season, and with Paul Reed's case in the playoffs, you know, they've got decisions to make on those guys. Well, Tobias Harris, I think, is signed to a multi-year
2-year deal
contract.
He's got one more year left. I mean, Hardaway's got 1 year left too.
I think he's a free agent.
I thought he had a 2-year deal, and I don't think you're going to get rid of him. I would assume
he's unrestricted free agent.
Oh, he is,
according to Spot Track.
Okay, maybe I got that wrong, but I think he'd be gone. I think Beasley, they'll make an attempt to bring him back. He was great for this team, despite the fact he wasn't great in the postseason. I think, and yeah, you need to find some other contributor, big-time contributor.
The thing is, where the Pistons are at right now, I wonder if they're going to take a page out of the Lions book. And that is, if you're going to look at free agency, do you look at it in terms of just 1-year contracts? Like, if you're going to bring back Tim Hardaway Jr., you're not going to give him a multi-year contract, but do you give him a 1-year deal making somewhere around the same he made last year? He made almost $19 million last year. I don't know if they're really up against the cap. I think it got some cap space to work with, but free agency doesn't look like it's great with the free agents that are out there. Like to find, as we've talked about, that Robin to Cade's Batman. But if you think, and this is my plan, I'm going to ride with Jaden Ivey another year.
I want to see it.
I want to see it.
Now,
right?
they did have a losing record when he was there. You do wonder about his shooting.
But they started to win a few weeks before he got hurt. Like, things started to click, and they started playing really good basketball. And that's kind of where the jumping off comes with me. I'm like, well, wait a minute. They started really playing well together, and they can coexist. And the team was feeding off that to the point that when Jaden got hurt, the team just kept winning. So I think keeping him in this mix, I think, is big. And I think he's got some of those qualities that you're looking for. If you're looking at like what Jalen Brunson does, can Jaden Ivey do some of that? He's fearless going to the rack. He was able to knock down some outside shots this past season. Always a work in progress, but he was actually shooting 40% from three-point line.
I ask you this. If you had a healthy Beef Stew and a healthy Jaden Ivey, would you have won this series?
Yes.
And I agree with you. Okay, so if you bring them both back next year, and I mean, obviously
they're
Beef
both back, but yeah,
well,
but not trade them, yes.
Correct. And Beef Stew is an elite rim protector, and Jaden Ivey, we see what he's capable of. The only risk you run is the East eventually is going to open up here, right? It's going to be ripe for the taking. The Celtics are probably going to have to sell out parts, and the Bucks are already going to take a step back. So I kind of feel like the window is going to start to open now. But I agree with you. If you have one more year to just see what this team could do, you need more tweaks, obviously. That to me would maybe be the move to make. And then you realize, okay, Ivy works or he doesn't, and you make your play next offseason.
I'm kind of along the same, you and I. This is crazy. I don't like this.
I'm just throwing stuff out there.
Thinking similarly about this.
But here's what I can't get off of. And the Pistons don't have a first-round pick this year. So anything you trade for, you're going to have to trade them a first-round pick for the next year and whatever. But you're going to call me crazy. I would do it the way you just said to do it, but I still can't stop thinking about Kevin Durant. And I get it. He's 37 years old. I get it. Sometimes he's injured. I get it. Sometimes his attitude isn't great. I get it. Brooklyn happened. I get it. He can't win on his own, people say. But, dude, those two dudes, Cade and KD, playing together. I mean, you tell me, just to think about it, that's not intoxicating.
No, it is. It is. But I don't know where his head's at, what he wants to do. I don't know what the asking price would be.
And I agree
How to
with
even
you.
approach that. I mean, is it – because I don't want to be like – years ago we would talk about Red Wings trade deadline stuff, and people would call in and say, yeah, let's give up absolutely nothing to get Evgeny Malkin. Like Darren Helm for Evgeny Malkin. We're like, come on. That's
And
not
I
what
get
it
it.
takes.
I'm not saying put all your eggs in one basket.
But in the NBA, it's different because draft picks, teams just throw 4 or 5 first rounders and they don't even care because the draft is what it is.
AKA Mikal Bridges.
Yeah, exactly. And, is it insulting to think, is it possible that you could trade Ron Holland and 3 first or 2 first to get Kevin Durant?
I know he's going to get traded, and I know they're going to work with him on where he's going to go. And I'm just telling you, man, that's a star still. I know he doesn't play great defense. I get it.
But he's a guy that you could count on to knock down shots. He's averaging 26.6 a game this past year. He still gets it done. He's still a threat from three-point land. He's a mismatch because how tall he is and what he can do. I like him. I just don't know if
I'm not saying
feasible.
to do it at all costs because I understand it's probably never going to happen. I'm just saying, yes, you probably just go back to war with what you got and see what you have with Ivy. But my goodness, dude, the thought of KD being here with Cade and two guys that apparently have great respect for each other and love each other, it's just fun to think about. Sorry.
248-539-9797. John is in Livonia. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. Sorry about that missed call earlier.
That's right.
John, that was unacceptable. I'm kidding.
It was. I apologize. But what I want to say is I think we need to throw the house to get Giannis. Like, throw the house at Milwaukee, get Giannis in our court, and I think we're one piece away from a championship team. I think Giannis, a top 5 player at minimum, can take us there. Like he's done before.
So let's talk about the house. There's a house. If the house looks like Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren and 3 first-round picks, do you do that?
I do that without Jalen Duren. I'd give him Jaden Ivey.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's the house. You can't just say it's Jaden Ivey and 3 first-round picks. You're talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo, and that's one of the best players in the league. That's not going to get it done. You're going to have some pain with this.
They might want
maybe
Cade.
I would. Yeah, maybe I would do Jaden Ivey and Ron Holland.
I'm not sure if that gets it done. I'm just being honest. So? I don't know if it gets it done, John. I mean, look, if I were the Pistons, would I talk to Milwaukee about Giannis? 100%. To see what, because I'd want to know. And as a GM, I'd talk to every team because I'm always curious. Well, what's your asking price? And negotiate down from that because obviously that's how negotiation works. But I would imagine that the asking price from the Bucks would be through the roof. I mean, you saw that Luka got traded for nothing, almost nothing. And everybody around the league goes, what the hell just happened? If Milwaukee is going to trade him, Milwaukee's not going to trade him like Dallas traded Luka. It's not going to be in the middle of the night. No one's going to know about it because they're going to be smart and
they'll shop him around.
Advertise him, right? So you get the best offer.
Well, it's not like Luka was great in the postseason, so maybe Dallas doesn't look that awful. But they
look that awful.
They look still pretty bad.
They look that awful.
So the Greek Freak has 3 years, $175 million left on the contract, and he does not have a no trade, meaning they could trade him anywhere they wanted to. The problem is not many teams have what it would take to get a guy like that. But I agree. I mean, if he's going to get traded, you do whatever it takes, but don't you think they'd want Cade?
I'd think that they would want a lot. That it would probably start with Ivy and Asar Thompson and Jalen Duren.
And 17 first-round picks.
And a couple first-round picks. It'd be just my
If
guess.
Mikal Bridges got 5 first-round picks, the Greek Freak gets 27.
That's a lot.
Maybe 28.
I'm just saying that, who knows? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're asking what you'd like to see the Pistons do in the offseason.
Can I just read a quick text? All right. And see, this is why I hesitated to even bring it up despite being intoxicated by the thought of it. Going after KD would be the biggest mistake. You'd mortgage your future for 2 good years, then what? I'm not giving up cheap young assets for a 37-year-old. And I hear you, and I agree with you. I just simply said the thought of it, the end product of it for those 2 years you speak of would be unbelievably fun.
Well, here's what I guess I'd be banking on in 2 years is that Cade Cunningham would be superstar status by that point, and it's a whole different ballgame what you're looking at. And the other players have developed a little bit more than, developed like you expect them to develop, to be much better players than they are right now. And that the team is in a better place after 2 years. If after 2 years, now you've got money to go get somebody else because Durant's done, okay, then you can take the next step, right?
So you're saying it doesn't sound asinine?
No, I don't think it sounds asinine.
No.
I'm the one who brought it up.
Oh, that's right. You did. I forgot about that.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Coming up at 12:05, we want to talk about where the Pistons need to get better. It's not just the moves you want to see in the offseason, but what they need to work on in the offseason on the court, not just player acquisition-wise. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Services, where you get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com, and for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, and you get free grub control. But you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Look, the warmer weather is on the way. It's great. It is actually getting warmer. Also getting wetter, which means it's perfect conditions to see weeds. Weeds are no good when you see the dandelions. You may think they look pretty and all, nice little yellow flowers. They're not flowers. They're weeds. They choke out your lawn. They rob them of water and nutrients. You can't have them. You got to take care of them before they go to seed. And it's not too late to treat for crabgrass. But in the middle of summer, it is too late to treat for crabgrass. That's just going to be a big downer. Take care of it right now. Call now for that beautiful weed-free lawn this summer. There's no runaround with Natural Way. They treat exactly what they're going to tell you about. In fact, they've got experts out there to tailor specifically for your lawn. Using high-quality products and high-quality expertise, they'll tell you exactly what has to happen, and you'll be guided expertly. It's a locally owned company, been around for 35 years, and it's a company that I've trusted for nearly a dozen years with my lawn. It's green. It's lush. I love it. Give them a call today, Natural Way at 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. That's Cade Cunningham talking about his coach, J.B. Bickerstaff. And
he wasn't talking about Monty Williams, right?
Well, no, actually, he was asked flat out the question, hey, you played for 3 coaches in 4 years. Can you talk about what it's like to play for J.B. Bickerstaff? And he took a couple seconds, and his eyes kind of lit up, and he smiled, and he loves playing for J.B. Bickerstaff, as you heard him say there. Not everybody is thrilled with J.B. Bickerstaff. We had some texts coming in. To only play Asar 23 minutes when he wasn't in foul trouble and he was productive is just gross mismanagement. Cade needed to be better, but JB, man, come on. This is the kind of coach this is who JB is as a coach. It's who he was in Cleveland. Okay in the regular season, but terrible when the postseason starts. We need better.
He's not a great postseason coach. He just isn't. And maybe, who knows, maybe you reach the point where you just move on from a guy like JB and you hope to upgrade like the Pistons have done with Carlisle in the past and got Larry Brown. But for the time being, I mean, JB did a tremendous job. He was actually asked yesterday, you ever sit back and reflect on the job you did? Because Tom Gora spoke pregame, right, and he was super happy with the job JB did. He's like, no, I'm supposed to do this. This is why I'm here, to win.
But here's the thing. They did increase the win total from 14 to 44 in one season.
He's great.
Yeah, I'm not throwing. I have some issues with JB Bickerstaff, but I like him as a coach, and I think, you know, when everybody talks about what needs to happen in the offseason and this guy's got to work on this and this guy's got to work on that, it doesn't exclude the coach. The coach has to work on things too. I already mentioned I didn't like that he's lost his temper during games, and it cost the team. It cost the team when you get a technical foul and the other team gets a free throw and the ball. Happened last night. They made the free throw in his technical, and his technical was ridiculous. You know, when you're stalking the referee on a call that you didn't like, and then you start throwing F-bombs at him, and there's no choice but for the referee to go ahead and call it.
But I do think, though, that the team eats that up. I think his players eat it up, and especially what happened to them after Game 4, a total screw job. I don't mind JB going after the officials because I kind of think he deserves to after Game 4.
But it's after Game 4.
And I understand that, but it's the first game back in Detroit.
But while the game's going on, like, you can bark at the officials all you want, but just do it to the point where you're not going to get called for a technical, right? You can be loud and obnoxious from the sideline. Don't go out across the court and stalk the guy. And so that you get your point across there, because it will cost you. I think the team still gets fired up about it. The crowd was already fired up. I don't think it was one of these things like, you know, where Jim Leland will go out there and really have at it with the umpire as part of the team. You know, sometimes stuff like that happens. But it was unnecessary last night, and it cost them.
Yeah, but to be fair, after that first technical,
one of many things that cost. That wasn't the only thing that cost them.
After the technical, the Pistons went on a little bit of a run.
Yeah, but do you think they did it because the coach got the technical?
Why does an umpire or why does a manager go out and argue with an umpire?
I think when you do it sporadically, it's fine. But when you do it throughout a series, I have a problem with it. That's just one of the things I think he needs to work on. I think he can keep the genie in the bottle to a point.
I understand what both you guys are saying, but I'll bring this up. What do you guys think about this? Because, Jeff, you're bringing up like the team. This is what the team loves about JB Bickerstaff.
Well, I think it's part of what they like.
It's part of it, yeah, and it's part of the personality of the team. When Dan Campbell would always go for it on a fourth down, the defense was, this is part of their DNA. This is part of the team. This is why they love him. Yeah. Couldn't the same thing be said about Bickerstaff getting these technicals, Gator?
Well, I think there's a difference. I mean, the difference, if you're getting technicals, you're already putting your team down. Dan Campbell taking a risk, the vast majority of the time, the Lions end up on top of it because the risk works out. They convert the play. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is already putting this up behind the 8 ball, because if you go out there and bark, you get the technical, the team gets a free throw on the ball.
Gator, I think the one thing I truly agree with you on is he needs to know the line, right? He needs to know when he's going to get called for it and back off before he does. With that being said, I'm with Cade. Like, this is exactly, I think, what a guy like Cade and everybody else on that team loves about JB, other than he's a good coach. But he fights for them. I mean, immediately challenging in the first half like he did in Game 4 when he probably should not, but he believes in his guys.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Brian is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Brian.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Gator, I'm with you, man. During off-season, Pistons need to work on ball handling and better shot selection, and Bickerstaff needs to take an anger management course or something, because you can't be doing that, costing your team points. And I was watching the game, all the turnovers. I kept screaming at the TV, like, yo, man, what are you doing? The players need better ball handling.
They actually got better
so many
yesterday.
Unnecessary turnovers.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Brian. Technically, last night they did. They committed fewer turnovers and actually converted a ton of points off of turnovers where the Knicks did not.
Yeah, the Knicks had 17. The Pistons still had too many, 15, but it was good to see they had less than New York.
But the points off turnovers was like 24-11 or something like that. It was big in favor of the Pistons last night.
It was 24-11. Good call. Nicely done. Woo! Somebody read the box score.
Somebody can remember the box score.
Oh, that is impressive.
Thank you. Theo's in Detroit. Theo, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Hey, Theo. How are you?
I'm good. I only had one suggestion. I mean, we need two. We need a real floor leader. That's one thing the Pistons got to get in the offseason is a real floor leader. And I think Danny Wolf would be a great compliment to Duran, the same way he was with Golden at Michigan.
Theo, they don't have a first-round pick, so I don't think they can take Danny Wolf unless they somehow trade up somehow.
But trade 16 second-round picks to get a first-round pick.
We got a lot of second-round picks. We can probably try to get somebody to move up to get them.
You think Danny Wolf is the missing key?
I think
Theo,
four.
we just had the last guy that called up and talked about turnovers. Danny Wolf is a walking turnover. Don't get me wrong. I loved what he did at Michigan. I loved it. And he was Jekyll and Hyde. There were some games where he's like, oh, my God, I love this guy. Like, look at him. He's magic out there. Then there were other games that I'm like, get this guy off the court.
But to be fair, that's Jeff during any game.
I mean, that's probably true. Yeah.
I mean, that's just how it works. Yeah, I don't know if Danny Wolf is the answer.
Probably not. Probably not. Smart kid, went to Yale Gator, as you know.
Yeah, well.
By the way, we're getting this ticket text. And did you go to AC/DC? You did?
No, we talked about this yesterday.
You went?
No, I didn't go. I was going to go. I had tickets, but I couldn't go.
Why don't you call me? Oh, no. Really?
I had some food poisoning.
So what'd you do with the tickets?
That's a
don't tell me. Don't tell me you ate them.
I don't want to discuss it. I didn't go.
Who went in your place?
Nobody went in my place. I didn't go, and I couldn't. There was an issue with my phone and trying to put them into the wallet, so I couldn't even transfer them back.
This is a heartbreaking. This is worse than the Pistons losing yesterday. So
I'm not happy about it.
Were they good tickets?
Yeah.
Don't say yes.
Well, yeah, they
like
were.
Where?
They were in the
Floor?
suite.
Sweet.
I had suite tickets.
Like SUITE or SWEET?
Both, kind of, because I saw where they were. Apparently, it was in a suite that was next to Dan Campbell's suite.
Oh my God!
So, like looking at the stage.
Don't you just try to go anyway?
Well, here's the thing, Jeff. I missed work on Wednesday because I was home with the issue.
Well, eventually you get it all out, then you can go to the concert at night.
I did, and it was by the time it was 4:00 rolled around, I felt actually great, and I was actually able to trust any sort of bodily functions without having.
But you thought it'd
leakage.
be a bad look if you miss work but go to the concert?
Bingo.
I think people would understand.
No,
you don't think so?
I wouldn't understand because I would think that's crap.
Oh,
so that's my own personal dilemma. So
you would think that's crap.
Yeah, I think. Interesting choice of words. Yes. I think
this is a heartbreaking tale.
It was because I'd never seen AC/DC.
Oh, you've never seen them? They're amazing.
No.
And I don't want to say anything bad here, but Angus is 70.
Yeah, I know.
Odds are that
these
was your
guys
last
are all
chance.
like in their
That was
70s.
it. That was probably
Well, they may tour again. I mean, they weren't supposed to a couple years ago. They came back. I don't know. Yeah, I missed it, and I'm disappointed with
Somebody
myself.
says they probably had a toilet in the suite. So
Yeah, they probably did, but I missed work that day. That's the thing. I couldn't, in my own mind, reconcile that with that. If I missed work, I'm not allowed to have fun.
Yeah, but it wasn't your fault.
No, it wasn't my fault, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
Like I called in Monday night, or Tuesday night, I sent a text to Jimmy, our boss, and Kang and Doug and Tom, the assistant program director, and I said, "Hey, I can't make it in. Got an issue here."
What was it? Like a station suite?
Yes.
Oh, I still think they would have understood.
I wouldn't have.
I got you.
I had the problem. It was
You're a
my
better man
own
than me.
dilemma.
Yeah.
I'm a man of integrity, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm not. I would have
And
cleaned
if I
myself
found,
out. I would have
for
been at that
instance,
concert.
Like if I had gone, and let's say I had a ticket there, right? And John Jansen, missed the morning show, because he was sick. Didn't miss it because he took the day off, but missed it because he was sick.
Yeah.
And then Jansen shows up in the suite. I'm like, well, what are you doing here? I
And
thought you
people
missed
feel
it. She goes,
better.
I was sick, but I feel better now. I'd be pissed.
Yeah. I don't worry about that stuff.
But John wouldn't do that. John's a man of integrity.
Right. I would do that. I mean, dude, it's not your fault. I'm just saying, you got it all out, and then you felt fantastic.
It's okay.
You should have went.
It's okay. I've seen video. People took it. Looked great. I missed it.
You missed it.
I'm all right.
Dan Campbell was right next to you?
Yeah, he was in the suite next to us.
Oh, with his wife, Holly?
Yeah, she was there. I saw a video that they posted. Or that she
Man, they were
posted.
having a good time.
Yeah. Singing, having
I
a
heard
drink
it was
on
the best
me.
AC/DC concert in the history of the rock band.
Well, that can't be because
No,
Bon
that's
Scott
true.
wasn't there. But
No,
I understand.
Brian Johnson's better.
I'm sorry. What's that?
I just said it.
You can't say that.
I did.
But you're wrong.
Hey, this is a conversation that anybody listening probably doesn't care about because the majority of people that were alive when Bon Scott was alive probably are.
Yeah, but all the songs people know and care about were when Bon Scott sang, when they sang Highway to Hell and TNT and Whole Lotta Rosie and all that stuff.
Ooh, I love Whole Lotta Rosie, but
I'm a big fan.
Brian sings it so well.
Brian Johnson's great, but it was better. It's like watching Van Halen with Sammy Hagar versus with David Lee Roth.
Ticket text. Oh my God, you didn't go. It was great.
I know.
Should have went.
I couldn't.
You could have.
I could have, but I decided not to.
The only problem is you would have to describe the story to everybody you talked to that night. Everybody you met from our station, be like, listen, at about 3:30, I was totally cleaned out. At 4:30, I trusted everything I ate. I feel fantastic now, and I want to go see Angus and Company.
This is 97.
You screwed up.
Welcome back to the Karsh and Anderson program. Jeff Rieger is in for Doug Karsh, who will be back on Monday's show. Obviously, we're kind of recapping what happened last night, letting people vent. It's our little therapy show we do following devastating things like this when one of our teams loses in the playoffs. And the Pistons have been eliminated after losing last night to the Knicks 116-113. They dropped the series 4-2. And now it's on to the offseason. And what does this team need to do to get better? Specifically with each player or coach, as we've mentioned. I think JB Bickerstaff needs to do a better job of controlling his temper. We've talked about the offseason and what moves would you like to see? The Pistons have some questions they have to answer. They've got, the way I look at it, 4 pretty important free agents they have to think about, whether it's Dennis Schroeder or Tim Hardaway Jr., Malik Beasley, and Paul Reed. Never would have thought I was going to put Paul Reed's name down on a list, but Paul Reed actually was decent for the Pistons in the playoffs, and if he comes at a low price, it's a nice big man to have coming off the bench. The other players have to give you a little bit more thought or more pause. Malik Beasley is going to be due a big-time pay raise because he's continued to show he's a good shooter during the season, 42% from three-point land during the season, not so much in the playoffs, which is the really disappointing part, and I wonder if that did he just cost himself millions of dollars and perhaps tens of millions because it could be for a multi-year contract. Did he really hurt himself there? He clearly wants to be here with the Pistons. He made that abundantly known.
Oh, he did. He said it's the best time in 9 years in the NBA. He never had more fun going to the gym.
His mom is from here.
Yep. He loved playing for the city.
Came back. He came back in the summer times and would play and stuff. So he really enjoys it. And you know what? I like a player like that's invested. I think if we look back at this playoffs, it's really disappointing that he, for lack of better terms, didn't show up what we thought he would throughout the entire playoff series. First half, he was great, knocking down, 6 threes in the first half?
He had 18 points in the first half, including that great shot at the end of the first half that sent the place into a frenzy, but then he had 2 points in the second half.
Yeah, didn't knock down any of his three-point shot attempts in the second half, and that's disappointing. But I like a guy who wants to be here, but it's going to have to be at the right price.
With a guy like Beasley, there's no doubt in my mind he's going to be here. I just don't want it a multi-year deal, and you can't overpay. You're right, but if you upgrade in other places, Malik Beasley deserves to be on this team. He was a big part of why they were so good. He's a counted 3-ball guy during the season. Yeah, he stunk in the postseason, with the exception of the first half yesterday. I kept waiting for the Malik Beasley game, Gator. You know how like the Knicks had the Cameron Payne game in game 1, where Payne came off the bench and he was really effective?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that's King's favorite player.
Yeah.
Cameron Payne. He was a pain in the ass in game 1. I kept waiting for that from Malik Beasley. And I thought yesterday was the game.
It was there.
And he was bad in the second half.
We got it for one half. It was amazing. 6 3-pointers in an entire game you'll take. But when it all happens in the first half and then you're hoping that we need that spark in the second half, let's find number 5. Is he open? Now, I want to give the Knicks credit, too, because the Knicks did adjust and address that. And he didn't have great looks. The best look he was going to have in the second half, unfortunately, was the last play of the game when Cade Cunningham draws the attention, dishes the ball over to Malik Beasley in a perfect pass for him, set up perfectly in the shooting cradle, as Tim McCormick would say after the game last night. And he was unable to hang on to the ball and launch that shot that may or may not have gone in. We'll never know because it went through his hands out of bounds, and that ended the Pistons' hopes of getting to overtime, which is really, really unfortunate. Really unfortunate.
So of the guys you mentioned, right, like Tobias, probably gone.
Well,
Hardaway.
Tobias has another year.
Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting that.
Schroeder,
Tobias
Tim
back.
Hardaway Jr., Beasley, and Paul Reed.
Schroeder you like, don't you?
I really
Coming
like
off the
Schroeder.
bench, can hit a shot. Problem is he's not great defensively. Hardaway, probably gone. I think that's safe to say.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say. I think there are players that you could probably find similar to Tim Hardaway Jr. But when you spend time here, who knows? Some people like what they see and they want to bring him back. You start looking at the other free agents that might be similar to him. Bruce Brown Jr., is that similar to him? Karis LeVert, Luke Kennard. I mean, we've seen these guys before, right? Duncan Robinson. He's a forward, not a guard, but a guy who knocks down 3-point shots. Is that a route that they could go if you're going to replace Tim Hardaway Jr.? Or do you just, hey, there you go. We'll lose you and we'll give more minutes to the guys that need it.
Right.
Like Asar Thompson or Ron Holland, depending on what they decide to do in the offseason with free agency and trades and stuff.
That's the thing, too, by the way. Asar Thompson, he proved to you in Game 5 what he's capable of. If you get that Asar Thompson more nights than not in year 3 of him being in the NBA, damn, you got yourself a player. I mean, he can defend, one of the best defenders, if not the best defender on the team, and he has an offensive game. It just doesn't always show up.
Well, yeah, and Greg Kelser was talking about it after the game last night as well, that with Asar Thompson, and I think everybody was talking about this after the game, we all know this. If he starts to develop a mid-range shot, you don't have to worry about the 3-point shot just yet, but how about, knocking down that mid-range, that 15-foot jump shot? If he starts doing that, it really opens up what he can be offensively. I mean, he had, 38 points or 37 points in the last 2 games, which was pretty impressive for him when he's just basically a guy who's hanging around the rim. They've already got that with Jalen Durham. If either of these guys can develop that shot, because they're both capable of it. I mean, Duran's got a better-looking shot than Asar Thompson does, at least from the free throw line. But these are areas where both guys can improve. And if you develop that, it opens up something else that you can do offensively and not just waiting for these guys on backdoor screens and lobs.
Let me ask you this. It's 12:10. It's lunchtime. I always hear you guys talking about Doug eating on the air. Like you can watch Doug eat on the air via Twitch and YouTube.
They bet on what he's going to eat.
Yeah. But what do you think he's eating right now?
We thank the people on Twitch and YouTube for following us. If you want to watch the show, we do stream it live with video. On twitch.tv or YouTube, and you just search for 97.1 The Ticket. You can download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, the Odyssey app, and you can listen to us anywhere. Doesn't matter where you're at in this country. You can listen to us on that app. And in fact, there's a 24-hour rewind feature that you can go back to 24 hours and hear exactly what we said. So if you wanted to hear me explain why I missed the show on Wednesday, you could have heard that listening to the show yesterday.
People, by the way, on the ticket text are flummoxed by you not going to that show. Great tickets, and you had a little bout with...
There was nothing little about that bout, man.
Oh. Well, I got over. I'm just saying, I would have gone to the show.
You know what, King? I wish that's what it sounded like. I wish that's what it sounded like.
Do you have a
Good
different
Lord,
one?
man. Was it that much worse?
Well, that's just flatulence. This was not flatulence.
Oh, this was
something. Yeah,
it was a Dumb and Dumber scene or something.
This was this
open the windows.
This is colonoscopy prep sound.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And anyway, I did have a point before you went into that story yet again. It's 12:12 now.
I mean, you don't lose 6 pounds in one day because you're flatulent in 3 languages.
You lost 6 pounds?
Yes.
Think how light on your feet you would have felt at the AC/DC concert.
I heard that sound a lot.
Did your dog leave you alone?
No, she was a sweetheart.
Okay.
Yeah, when my stomach was really hurting on Tuesday after I got home from work, I went to my bed, which normally I just lie on the couch. That wasn't working. I had to go to the bed, and she was right there with me.
How many pounds did you lose?
6. Stat of the day.
What'd you eat?
I didn't.
No, what'd you eat to put you in this position to begin
I'm not
with?
sure.
Yeah.
I don't want to impugn.
I'm not asking you to name places.
Well, I mean, that's a thing.
Just the food group.
May have been a breakfast sandwich that could be a culprit.
Oh.
Could have been a chicken pot pie.
Well, they say it takes about 24 hours to take effect. So you got to go 24 hours before the symptoms.
I understand how this works.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, my point was...
I will tell you this.
Geez, I can't get
Well, you keep asking. I'll tell. I
can't believe you skipped the concert. That's all I'm saying.
I could not get the taste of the chicken pot pie out of my mouth. I kept
That's disgusting.
15, 17, 18 hours later, I'm burping up, and all I can taste is the damn crust from the chicken pot pie.
If you had gone to the concert, would you be a little nervous to eat anything? You probably would not have eaten anything.
No, I don't know if I would have eaten a whole lot, because I think that day I had a piece of toast, a protein bar, and 3 pretzel rods. That was my meal on Wednesday throughout the day. I made 2 pieces of toast. I could only eat one of them.
Anyway, what I was initially going to ask
you want to learn about this?
No,
Okay.
I'm good. I still would have gone to the concert personally.
We know.
However, it's now 12:13. You think people are over the heartbreak? of last night. I kind of feel, considering nobody expected them to beat Boston, nobody expected them to be here to begin with. I kind of, at least for me, maybe it helps to talk it out for the last couple hours. The anger has subsided. It's now just like, all right, that was really fun, and let's look to the offseason. But are people still angry about losing this series, I wonder?
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. You can answer that question. Are you still angry about it, or are you already starting to get over it? I'm still angry.
And would you have gone to AC/DC if you called into work with food poisoning, but yet felt fine by the time the concert started? I'm disgusted with you. Not because you were doing disgusting things.
If there was nobody from work there, I probably would
nobody
have.
would have cared. You got a good story. You'd be like...
Actually, I still wouldn't have done that. I would have felt guilty.
Well, you would have had to tell that story all night. That's the only downside.
To
everybody...
Why weren't you? Well, was
a bunch of
you.
people at work, they would have been like, hey, Gator, how are you? You weren't on the air today. Well, let me tell you why.
Thanks, Jeff. 97.1 The Ticket. It's JB Bickerstaff. We're asking Piston fans now, are you mad? Are you sad? Or are you glad at what we had?
Just a tad.
That's bad. Just cut it out.
Hopefully it just wasn't a fad.
I really shouldn't have brought that to the air, should I have, King? No, that was a mistake.
Yeah, you can't put that toothpaste back.
No,
that's out now. Rieger heard it.
Yeah.
It's just bad.
I already used bad. See, this is.
I'm going through the alphabet in my head.
Yeah.
What letter have I not
By the way,
used
we won again, just so you know.
Oh, yeah. Just so you know,
yeah.
I'm a dad.
You're a nad right now. So we got to take a text coming in. I disagree with your assessment on JB needing it to be toned down. He's doing it now because the team needs it. The team sees that JB is fighting for them all the time. When the team becomes a little seasoned, he'll tone it down. That's from Alan McComb. I hope that's the case. But, I mean, it cost him a free throw last night and a possession. And I don't like it. I think he needs to be better with that. And it wasn't the first time in a series that happened.
No, that is true. But again, I mean, they were getting smoked early on in that game, and JB did lose his cool, and it did cost them a point in a possession. But then the Pistons come roaring back and took the lead at the half. So I do think these guys do appreciate it, and they pretty much said so after the game. But you're right. You can't just keep getting technicals. And I gave you the Mike Breen quote, who is like a basketball lifer. And he said during the Knicks broadcast, he's never seen anybody like JB just nonstop go after the officials. So to your point, he probably does have to tone it down a smidge.
I got some more text coming in. In a perfect world, I'd love for the Pistons to explore a trade for Sabonis in Sacramento. If Ivy and multiple first-rounders worked, I'd do it in a heartbeat. So Domantas Sabonis is 28 years old and obviously a big fella center. 19 points a game, 14 rebounds a game. That would be interesting to get Sabonis on this team, but not sure if.
Yeah, I mean, the question I think, guys, is what do they do this offseason, right? Do they stick it out with the same group and kind of add Jaden Ivey, right, which they didn't have for most of the year, a healthy beef stew, and a more developed Cade Cunningham? Because I think we all think Cade, if you don't think he's a star, I think you think that at least he could be developing into a star.
Well, it's not, and it's watching Asar Thompson elevate his game.
Yep.
Is something else, and we saw, Ron Holland, though, didn't play much at all in the playoffs, which I think was a little disappointing, but he clearly has talent. Ron Holland has a lot of talent. I'd like to see that get developed way more. I mean, that's the route that I'm going right now.
Other than making a big splash move.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a big move to be made, I'm exploring it to see what the cost is. But if my fallback is, I got Jaden Ivey in my back pocket, who's dying to get back on the floor, who's now playing for a coach that seems like everybody wants to play for this coach. They love this coach. That he and Cade Cunningham were actually gelling together nicely right before he got hurt. I like to see how that works, because Ivy does more of what you want to see Cade do because he does it faster, because he's got more athleticism with that.
He's always downhill.
Yeah, exactly. He's always running with his hair on fire and gets to the rack and doesn't care about getting drilled. And not that Cade does, but Cade does it at a slower pace, more methodical with it. And he's improved to the point where he's averaging 25, 26 points a game. But Ivy, to me, can be the running partner with him that they need.
Everybody is so young that you have the ability, you got the time, you don't have to shake it up greatly, and I think you can see if those two can work together. Now, granted, they were losing when he was healthy, but then, as you mentioned, they started to win, obviously, a little bit towards before he broke his leg. With that being said, if there's a move, then make that move, because they're currently nowhere near good enough to win a championship or even get to the Eastern Conference Finals. But eventually, and it could start as soon as this offseason, the East will fall off a little bit. The Celtics are going to have to trade off pieces. They're looking at a ridiculous luxury tax bill. So things will get shaken up across the league. So if the move's out there, then make the move. But I agree with you. I actually would love to see what this team could do when totally healthy and see how much damage they could do.
Yeah, the last 7 games they played together, they were 5-2. and then he got hurt on January 1st.
Not awful. But again, I said this earlier.
5-2 is actually pretty good winning percentage. It's a small sample size, but when you see that they were growing together as a team, and then he comes there. One of those wins they had was over the Knicks. It's okay. You like to see what you're seeing there, and Jaden Ivey looked like he was starting to figure things out, and specifically with his 3-point shooting. I mean, he was a really good 3-point shooter this year up until the point he got hurt, 40%.
I hear you. I want to see it. But again, I said this earlier, and you said it earlier too. The thought of KD potentially being traded, and he's going to get traded. And I know people immediately hear it and say, oh, he's going to ruin the culture. Oh, he's a bad guy in the locker room. Oh, he's going to cost too much money. Oh, he's 37. I can't get past the thought of seeing him and Cade play together. And he loves Cade, by the way.
That's the reason I brought it up a couple hours ago. I think, or an hour ago, or whatever it was. I just can't get past what he had to say about him a couple years ago. Just kind of unprovoked. He was just talking,
it was unprompted for sure.
Great about it. Another ticket text. Cade needs a pick and roll partner. Acquiring that may require trading Duren.
That's fine.
Also, not sure Ivy coming back helps us. The spacing improved as soon as he went down. If Zion Williamson becomes available, I think you need to pursue that move. We discussed earlier about Zion. I'm not a fan because he's just never healthy. There's no reliability there. He's going to cost you a ton of money, and there's nothing that says, oh, it's okay, I'll get good use out of him. Can't do it.
The thing about it, though, is if you trust this team and culture and leadership, and Langdon already knows them and has already worked with them, man, what a story that would be. I mean, the talent's there. And I'm always a sucker for these kind of stories. If you can just get a guy to come here and he totally conforms and is totally different than where he's been elsewhere, that would be the greatest upside ever. He's still 25 or 24 years old. Still young as hell.
I'm looking for a better playoff coach. JB is fine enough, but he can't get it done in the postseason. Same story with him in Cleveland.
That's true, but can you maybe give it
the first year with the Pistons in the playoffs? Yeah, I mean, this is the first. I mean, the fact that they went from 14
Fire
to
JB,
44
get
wins.
rid of him. I mean, maybe give it one more postseason, maybe two.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm extremely proud of the Pistons this year, and Bickerstaff should get Coach of the Year. Jalen Duren is good from the free throw line and needs to develop a 15 to 18-foot jump shot. Something like Antonio McDyess in the early 2000s. They also need a stretch for, like one of the previous callers said, Tim Hardaway is disposable, play hard. We can get a better player than that. Aaron in Rochester. I can't help but think every time I hear Antonio McDyess, I just look at you and I think of something you said one time.
Why do you tell the story, Gator? Tell the story. I was very frustrated. We were doing Pistons postgame shows.
Yes, and Jeff was loading sound into our system after a game with some postgame sound.
I was sending it down the line, as they say. McDyess was the nicest guy ever, by the way.
And Jeff was having issues with sending the stuff down the line. It was just not playing for him properly, was not being recorded back on our end properly, whatever it was. And Jeff
I was getting a little frustrated.
He absolutely lost it. And he went into an expletive-laden tirade that I will never forget.
And I said, here's effing Antonio McDyess.
Yes. That's exactly what you said. Yes. So every time I hear Antonio McDyess' name, all I think about is Jeff Rieger saying, here's effing
But to be
Antonio
fair,
McDyess.
Gator was hosting the show. We did get the audio through, and Antonio McDyess was heard that day.
Yeah, you did your job. It was
I got
great.
it done.
You did well.
I felt a little weird about that.
248-539-9797, the telephone number. So where do Pistons need to get better? What do you think the players specifically have to do? We'll offer our takes on that and get yours as well as we continue here at 97.1 The Ticket. Cade Cunningham on what he learned from this playoff experience. Hopefully the Pistons learned an awful lot because there is definitely room for improvement, and that's kind of where we're going at here. I think we'd all like to see Cade Cunningham handle the ball a little bit better and a little bit more carefully, work on the turnovers for sure. I heard people complaining earlier today about Jalen Duren and the strength of his hands, and he loses the ball all the time. I think that's something that you learn over time. You get better of it, better protecting yourself with the basketball. But I think really it comes down to just seeing the younger players simply develop and be better all-around players. Asar Thompson's growth was really dramatic when he was healthy, got the chance to play. His minutes increased immediately, and he looks like he could be a really nice piece on this team in the future. It feels like the sky is the limit. He's a willing defender, which is something you don't see too often in the NBA. He's an athletic scorer, but needs to develop an outside shot. We'd like to see that for sure. And as I said earlier, I think the other thing is I'd like to see is JB Bickerstaff control his temper better. I think that needs to happen because the technical fouls, I appreciate you've got your team's back and you want to let them know what's up, but you gotta keep the genie in the bottle at some point because free throws, technical fouls, possessions are lost because of those actions, and that's not good. And I think that Cade Cunningham is just going to get better and better as he continues with his career.
Yeah,
just scratching it, and he's already a star.
Wojo and I had the conversation yesterday. We're at the LCA at 6:00, and Wojo asked the question: is Cade a star or is he already a superstar? And well, he's not a superstar because he has only played 6 playoff games, at the time 5. The whole nation hasn't seen him enough. He's done something only 3 other players have done, averaged, 25 points and 8 rebounds and 8 assists in his first 5 playoff games. With all that being said, he's not a star yet. He needs to finish. He was 0 from 8 from 3 yesterday. I mean, you go back to game 4, and I know they got jobbed. I know they got boned. I know they got effed. And I will forever remember it as the refs should have called that. No question about it. With all that being said, Cade had the chance to make the shot as well. So I think he needs to get better. It's funny because Jalen Brunson is Mr. Clutch. He got the Clutch Award, and then he hit that shot against Thompson yesterday to win the game. He had 40 points. He was unbelievable. He created a shot when he needed to. Cade is nowhere near that yet. So as good as he is, I don't think it's all his fault. He needs a running mate. He needs better talent around him. But I think he needs to get better too, and I think you'll see that. But I heard some calls this morning in the morning show going after Cade, and that is ridiculous, considering he's only going to get better.
Yeah, look, he is a star in the league, and I think he will be a superstar in the league as he continues to mature as a player and has better players around him, or the players get better around him. He's going to be better. But things you have to do that you expect to be a superstar, what separates that from being what he is right now is being that guy that you can count on in the fourth quarter. Okay, let's rely on this guy, put the team on your back and do it. And we saw flashes of that during the season, but this is the postseason, and you need it in the postseason. That's where superstars are made.
Yeah, but of all the worries, of everything you're worried about, of hey, are they going to get this right? That's the least of my worries. I've seen enough. I really have. The kid is a stud, and I only think he'll get better. But the team around him has to get better. I keep going back to it. Jalen Brunson has Cat. He has Mikal Bridges. He has Anobi. He has a good supporting cast. He's a stud himself. Cade's got Hardaway. He's got Beasley.
He's got
it's just not the same.
He's got some role players and players that can be better, but right now they're either at the embryonic stages of their career or they're already established.
That means
as just
early,
being
right?
Yes,
that's good.
Or just being established as a veteran player.
Yeah, the Knicks have the more established, better players right now, and I think we're all in agreement. Cade's part of the future of this team.
Oh God, yeah.
He can get better, and we expect that he will get better. So all the enticing names are going to be thrown out there this offseason to make a big move, whether it's Giannis, Zion, or Kevin Durant, whoever. Do you do it or not? Because the rest of the team is still developing. How much better can they get? How much better can Thompson and Duren get?
Because think about it, like Thompson, sure, right? Like I have faith that he's going to turn into more than a role player, a star. Let's just say a star. Let's just say not a running mate, but a very good player, okay? And then you look at Holland, and he's got a ton to go. He's so young. He's 19, 18 years old. The rest of the team is almost, and this is going to sound disrespectful, some throwaway pieces. Like, you don't need Tobias on this team. You don't need Beasley on this team. You need to get a team, I feel, that everybody says they're young. Well, they're not young. They're also old with a bunch of role players that help them immensely, but I kind of feel you need to move on from that.
Yeah, and they have Tobias for another year at like $26 million or something like that. The number that stands out, I'm just looking at the box score. Here's a number that stands out. -23. Did you know that Tobias was -23 last night?
He won great.
In a 3-point game, he was -23. Now, obviously, it's not all on him, but it's just interesting. It's one of these statistical anomalations, as we like to say.
I mean, look at Tim Hardaway. Yesterday, Tim Hardaway starts. He was a -7. He came up with 7 points, right? And you look at the box score, he said he didn't do anything. But down the stretch, at the very end, hit a 3 and then another 2. He went on a 5-0 run by himself. And that was that got him up 7 points. And then, unfortunately, they couldn't close. I just look at this team,
11-1. Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh, they're one piece away. I think they're more than one piece away.
Well, the part about developing is what are the ceilings for these guys and will they hit that ceiling, okay? The ceiling for me, like, for example, like Jalen Duren, is like Bam Adebayo. Can he get to that level? That would help a lot if he can, in a heartbeat, right?
Yeah.
Asor Thompson, I'm not sure what is defensively. It's through the roof where he can be. Offensively, can he develop a jump shot or at least a mid range? The true X factor is how good is Jaden Ivey going to be? Because if he's your next guy, if he's your Robin or Batman, then you don't need to make that big trade. But if he can't get there, then you're going to have to add somebody.
You're going to make a trade regardless. This is going to be a different team. You don't have a first-round pick, but I mean, Trajan Langdon did a hell of a job in year 1.
I was just going to say,
I can only imagine what he's going to do in year 2.
I am looking forward to that. Like, we've got some interesting GMs in town, and we trust Brad Holmes, what he does, because he's built the Lions through the draft. I think there's some mixed feelings on what Scott Harris has done.
No mixed. He's been great
for the most part. Yeah,
with the exception of
Scott
Kenta Maeda.
Well, and they just DFA'd him. I like Scott Harris a lot. I think there's a lot to like with him, and looking forward to seeing how this team develops in the years to come with all the young prospects they have. But it's still unproven. Steve Yzerman, there's a mixed bag on Yzerman.
I was about to say, we're living in a weird world, Gator.
It is a weird world.
Where Stevie Y is the least respected, and what's the word? Most hated GM of the 4.
Those are interesting words you choose. I would not say least respected or most hated.
Of the 4. Of the 4.
See, but that's why I wouldn't use that word, because that just gives you license to use that word.
Well,
I would say
absolutely.
He might be, at this point, the one you had the most concern about or the least trusted. But those words are not words
Well,
I
how's
would
it go?
use.
How's it go? It goes Holmes is 1?
Most trusted?
Yeah. Okay, without a doubt. Or is it Trajan because it's only been 1 year? Or is it Scott?
It's without question the most trusted is Brad Holmes.
So you go Holmes, then Scott, or Trajan. Which one?
I probably go Scott Harris before Trajan Langdon, because Trajan Langdon has one off season.
Right, he's got more of a track record
for a year.
I mean, Scott has 2 off seasons. But yes,
exactly.
no, I mean, he's been. It's funny because Scott Harris gets a lot of crap, or at least got a lot of crap last year from even a guy like myself. I know that's hard to believe. Like, I wanted Matt Chapman, I wanted Cody Bellinger, I hated his offseason moves, but he's been tremendous.
Simple. Pistons don't make the big shots in the fourth quarter when everything's on the line. So it's hard to disagree with that.
That could come.
And then there's this. Gator, did you wear your cleats to AC/DC?
Well, that is the text I saw that made me ask about AC/DC to begin with. I had no idea about your diarrhea story.
I like to refer to it as GOFD. Good old-fashioned diarrhea.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it was.
By the way, at the break, Gator was describing.
Yeah, that was for us. That was for us.
I'm just saying, it was quite the conversation.
Well, it's a safe space in here. 248-539.
Thank God the mic wasn't on.
9797 is a telephone number. We got some Tiger stuff we want to get into because you know what? As one season ends, another continues, and it's the Tigers. They're the last show in town right now for a while. The Tigers going to be front and center. And what happened last night, if you didn't pay attention because you're watching the Pistons, I understand. We'll talk about it because there's some interesting developments in the Tigers season. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. That's the best place to go if you want to watch any game. Have a great atmosphere, great food. The drink specials are awesome. They have flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. So you're not going to miss a minute of the action. In fact, for all the big games, they pipe in the sound for all the big games too, which is awesome. And they got specials, like I mentioned, for all Detroit baseball games. You get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. Trivia is every Thursday at 8 p.m., and they're also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And next Saturday, they've got UFC 315. That's right. They carry all the UFC events. Muhammad taking on Madalena, and then you got Shevchenko against Fiorot. And there's no cover. That's the great thing. There's no cover, but you got to get there early because the place really packs in for UFC events. And if you need any event catered or something to host, let 24 Seconds do it. They've got you covered for parties, celebrations, graduation parties of any kind. So check it out. And spring is here. The rooftop deck is getting ready to open up this weekend, weather permitting. Let's hope that it doesn't rain because being out there on the rooftop is awesome. And if you're looking for a great place to work, 24 is hiring cooks, and they're going to train you. Every seat's a great seat. Check out the specials and the happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go. Right there in the heart of downtown Berkeley, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. It's Cade Cunningham. His feelings immediately after the game and trying to, process and digest everything there. And look, it's going to take a while. My personal feeling is I think this is going to sit with him for a while. This is a series that they could have won, even though they were the underdog in a series and nobody predicted them to win from the national media. You saw this thing play out. Detroit's on the map as far as a basketball team is concerned. This is a team that could have won this series.
Oh,
Very
God,
much so.
yes. Well,
Very
they also
much so.
got screwed, too. It's not all their fault. I will never forget Game 4. That, to me, goes right up there with Pettigrew and picking up the flag and, the Armando Galarraga, Jim Joyce game. That was a total screw job. But very quickly, Gator, we said we were going to bring up the Tigers, and they had another nice win yesterday, and we got to talk about one individual player. But I get this ticket text. Let me read this to you. I want your thoughts. We were just ranking the GMs in Detroit. And it says, remind the listeners, what exactly has Scott Harris done that you'd consider great? I see Avila's fingerprints all over the team's current success. Go ahead. You answer, then I want to answer.
Okay. I think that getting I can't remember if Feder was him or not. Did he hire Feder?
That was Hinch.
Hinch bringing in Feder?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that was before Harris got here?
That was before Harris, yes.
All right. I mean, if I look at his drafts, what I like what Scott Harris has done is he's got his own mind made up of what he wants to do. It's his vision. So I appreciate that he's true to that. He's not doing what's living in the moment. Oh, I got to do this and get a guy who's going to play immediately. It's like, I'm taking the best player I can find. So when he takes a player like Max Clark
over Wyatt Langford,
who's
pretty damn good.
Got a great talent. Max Clark does too, but Max Clark is just a couple years behind because he was 18 when they drafted him. Max Clark had 4 hits last night.
Did.
He's hitting well over 300. He's due for a promotion real soon. He's moving up very quickly, rapidly through the minor league system. It's not just it's lots of draft picks that they've made under Scott Harris that I like. It's going after international signings now with players that they've gotten that they've developed. Despite some mistakes with what had happened at the trade deadline,
with Erod,
perceived mistakes. Yeah, that was a horrible one.
That was bad.
But Erod kind of screwed him in that whole situation. But you should have known about it. You can make that argument. The Flaherty trade last year,
fantastic,
was amazing. Amazing, obviously, for a couple ways. One, you got a shortstop that was able to fill in and did a nice enough job to keep things afloat. Also, while getting Tyron Lorenzo, who ends up being one of your better prospects now, who's now moved up to AA ball, who's a catching prospect, who was one of the stars of the Florida, or not the Florida State League, but the Arizona Fall League. Then you go out and you get Flaherty back.
Yeah.
In free agency.
And he's off to a great start.
And you're not overpaying him.
But what I would say more than anything that you just said, and you're right about all that, how about this? Stop it. Why are people why don't they want to give Scott Harris any credit? I did a show, I think maybe it was last week, and people find the little nitpickiest things about a guy like Harris. Avila deserved to be whacked. He was given $400 million in free agency money. He failed at all of them. He traded away generational players, awful trades. So, yes, he drafted Jackson Jobe. He drafted Spencer Torkelson. Like he drafted Casey Mize. All very true.
Yeah, but
he
drafted
Casey
Mize and Torkelson were 1-1 picks.
Well, Skubal wasn't, and that was a fantastic pick.
Skubal was a great pick, right? And that was taking a chance.
But you got to stop. You got to give the guy the credit he deserves. Scott Harris came in here. He said, we're going to dominate the strike zone. You see great at-bats. You see a team that walks on offense a lot. You see a team that's been pitching fantastic. Organizationally, they develop players. Like, just stop. Stop. Give the guy his due. I did it last year. I fought it for some reason or another. I don't know why people are so reluctant to say, job great done, but they made the playoffs last year, and they're building on it this year.
Here's the reason. The reason is because they didn't build the team the way that the Tigers didn't build the way that those fans wanted them to build it. That's what it is. You've got everybody
because they didn't get Bregman.
We're all guilty of it. Sure. Well, we're all guilty. We all have our own narratives. I think it starts with you go back to last season, and they didn't get.
They did nothing.
Chapman,
no Chapman,
or right?
No
or
Bellinger.
Hey, let's go out and get the former Tiger that was Martinez.
Yeah.
JD. Yeah, they didn't get JD Martinez. And people were down on that. Like, let's add these things. and all they did was make the playoffs. From other moves, like cobbling together guys in the bullpen. That's how they did things last year. Now, I give more credit to A.J. Hinch.
And that's fine, but A.J. Hinch
Fetter,
is enabled by Scott Harris.
100%. Here's the other thing that Scott Harris has done that I don't know if it goes under the radar anymore, or maybe it still is, but his dedication to getting this team back into the 21st century when it comes to analytics. Right? I'm not a big analytics guy when it comes to like the war and all these other, RC plus and all that, whatever you want to go in. I'm not a big fan of that stuff. But what I am a fan of is when you examine, based on data that you can intake, where your hot zones are, or what the spin rates and all this stuff, when you can actually calculate all that and spit it out into something that makes sense for you and say, this is why I like this player.
Yeah, they're all about the shapes of the pitches. The whole organization is so much healthier than it's ever been. I mean, let's be honest, for crying out loud. They understood the fans, for the most part, didn't like the TV broadcast. They tried to upgrade that as well. So overall, they've done a nice job. I think you should give them credit. I don't know why people are so reluctant to giving them credit. More than anything, he sticks with his own guys. Like Javier Baez should have been bought out, and now look at him. He's making unbelievable catches in center field where he's jumping over walls. And in the same game, hitting a home run when he hit a grand slam the day before.
And Daniel hit a second home run last night, too.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I didn't see the game, or at least very much of it.
Yeah. Well, I watched what I could during the Pistons game, and then I certainly tuned in afterwards in time to see the Tigers rally in the 8th inning to push across a couple of runs, doing things the way that they do, which is this is what Scott Harris preached from day one. He wanted guys that understood that the guys going to come to the plate, that knew what the strike zone was, and that if you're going to swing and miss at a pitch, at least swing and miss at something that's in the zone. Guys could work a count. Guys that, so when you're in a game, and this goes hand in hand with A.J. Hinch preaches as well. So what the Tigers are doing this year is, I think they lead the league in number of pitches seen per inning. Like pitchers are averaging 20 pitches per inning. You're knocking out a starter before the end of the 5th inning.
In an era where starters don't go long anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
So having, and it worked again last night. You work a couple of walks and they preach to these guys that you got to take the extra base. You got to be aggressive on the base pass. They don't have burners on guys that can really run. They've got guys that can run a little bit, but they're not like, oh, this is a stolen base threat. But they do it strategically, and they're very aggressive when they're on the base pass of stretching a ball that's hitting to left field. If you can stretch into a double, go for it. Or if I'm going to go from first to second on a fly ball to right, they do it. Guys take the extra base.
They put pressure on the opposing pitchers.
Yes, and they end up getting the first couple runs in that 5th inning that way. And then next thing you know, you got 2 guys on, and Dylan Dingler's at the plate, and it's a matchup that he's going to own because you've got this left-handed pitcher that's pitching to a right-handed hitter, and Dylan Dingler can flat out hit, and he smokes the ball over the wall in left field. And next thing you know, the Tigers have added 5 runs in the 8th inning and take a 7-4 lead. Then they throw 3 more up in the 9th inning. Torkelson had a home run in the 9th inning, and they end up winning the game 10-4. And it's like, okay, here we go. And you have reclamation projects. Torkelson and Mize, who were, yes, they were Al Avila picks, but they were first overall picks. I mean, these were guys that most teams would have taken first overall anyway. I'm not going to give Avila credit for that. What I will give credit to is those players for being able to come back and reclaim their abilities to play baseball. Because both guys were
going to be off the roster.
People said we're done with them, right? And they even said we're going to make some changes here. Colt Keith is going to go from second to first base.
They gave away Torque's job.
Good luck. With Torque, we got a place for on this roster, but you got to earn it. And to Torque's credit, he went in the offseason with the right attitude, worked on some things, made some tweaks to his stance and his swing, and it's paid off handsomely for it. Now, he's not hitting great. He's at 239, but his on-base percentage and slugging percentage is over 900. Because he's hitting the ball consistently over the fence, or he's hitting it for extra bases. He's also drawing a bunch of walks. His on-base percentage is 353. So it's 114 points better than his batting average. I'll take it.
Like another ticket text very quickly. Scott Harris didn't come here and wave a magic wand and make things better. Avila's organization was ready to explode. He just needed time after starting from ground zero. Avila's people that's developing these players. It's almost 100% Avila's organization built by him. Scott Harris is coasting on Avila's success. We should never have fired him. If Scott Harris is so great, why is San Francisco still sorry after his moves? Actually, they're pretty good. You guys support the Yzerman, but wanted Avila fired. We fired the wrong GM. I don't get it.
I am amazed at that text.
I don't understand
we fired the wrong GM. Look, I give Avila credit for some of the draft picks he's made, but the free agency and the trades
atrocious,
were absolutely horrendous. And Scott Harris has been very sly with some of the trades he's made. He hasn't made the big moves yet. He almost made a massive move because the Tigers did.
Well, they offer
up a ton of money, and they thought that they had it up until a half an hour later. When Alex Bregman signed.
By the way, he's killing
baseball.
He
is. He's probably due to get hurt again soon too. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number.
Coping right there.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with the fact that they made him a legitimate offer, and I wouldn't have gone more than what they did. What ended up is Boston chopped it down. They went short of term and gave him ridiculous money in the short term, which I would not have done.
The ticket text is littered with people not looking to give Harris any credit.
Well, I want to hear more of those. I want to hear more of those coming up.
Weirdest thing in Detroit sports.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsh and Anderson program. Jeff Rieger's in for Doug Karsh. Doug will be back on Monday's program. And we started getting into some Tiger talk about 15 minutes ago, and it took a turn. It took a turn when we started talking about the GMs in town. And both you and I are, I think, pretty big fans of Scott Harris and what he's done with the Tigers. And all of a sudden, we're getting a rash of people texting in that are, I never thought I would use this phrase, Al Avila bots.
Al bots. No, explain it to me. I don't understand. And I noticed this trend like a couple weeks ago. People are very reluctant. They're hesitant to give Harris any credit at all. Like, I'm just picking out some ticket text. Let me read these to you, Gator, and you tell me what you think. The first one I'm looking at. Harris is just a talking head for Illich. He sounds like a salesman. Al from Macomb.
Was that Al Avila from Macomb?
Oh, maybe. I think Al's in Miami these days. Here's another one. You guys are so high on Harris. What has he won?
Playoff series against the Houston Astros. 2 playoff games against Cleveland in the divisional series. They got within 1 game of making it to the ALCS.
Here's another one. You guys, I think Matt Millen deserves a little credit too. I mean, the coach after him wasn't good, so they hired a guy that wore a muumuu, which obviously led into Campbell, Eric, and Trevor City.
Nice.
So there you go.
Nice. Like, why not give Matt Millen some credit?
I don't know. I just find it weird. I also find it weird that Javier Baez, who we all were done with, we all hated, we all now, I don't think anybody loves him. How do people feel about Baez? Like, what do you do with Baez? He made an unreal catch yesterday, and he's been a savior in center field. When they needed help at center, like, who they turn to? Baez.
I'm not surprised that he has taken to center field and been good. I'm surprised he's better than what I thought he was going to be at center field. Being a shortstop, you're athletic. You're able to play anywhere in the diamond, pretty much. And when guys lose their range at short, they talk about them moving to the outfield and going to center field. It's a natural fit for him. He has found value. The Tigers have found value in Javi again because they can play him at short, at third, at center. If they want to put him in the corner outfield spots, they can do that too. Hell, I'm sure he can play second base if they need him to. So he has found value in his versatility. But while Parker Meadows is out, and while they don't want to use Riley Green in center field because they want to keep him as fresh as possible, because Riley Green goes all out and gets himself hurt, having Javi playing out there and as well as he has been invaluable for the team. So, and oh, by the way, he's hitting over 290 with a 760 OPS right now.
Which this time last year, through 26 games, he had a 500 OPS. I'm not even kidding. So
his WAR last year was minus 1.1.
Yeah, it's almost 1, right?
It's 1.2 right now through 26 games.
Freaking amazing. So let me ask you this, Gator, and we can hit the calls. Let me ask you this. This is a tough question to ask. I want to ask King, too. It's a tough question. 26 games. Went yard yesterday, great catch. Grand slam the day before.
Home run last night.
Is all forgiven? Is all forgiven with Javier Baez, the guy that people hated, public enemy number 1. We yelled and screamed for him to be DFA'd. We didn't believe it when the organization said, well, it's just a hips. He's having a hip surgery, and it's going to really help him rotate. Is all forgiven? Is all forgiven through 26 games? Can you bring it within yourself to say, sorry, Javi? Not that you have to apologize. He doesn't give a damn. But is all forgiven? Like, do you actually trust this man now? Because I'm borderline feeling like I kind of trust him, which is the most crazy feeling ever.
I will say that I trust him as a fielder. I'm way more confident now watching him come to the plate as a hitter because he's not dive bombing nearly as much on that slider or that sweeper that goes outside that he's been chasing for years.
Yeah, his chase rate is at an all-time low.
Yeah, he struck out 23 times in 26 games this year. That's not god-awful. His strikeout rate has been horrendous before. So I'm encouraged by that, that he's not going to throw up these ridiculous strikeout totals. Is it going to continue like this? I don't know. Baseball is a game of adjustments. Feels like every couple weeks you get a new stats that come out, new data that comes out, and teams try to approach things differently. And we'll see how this goes. But for 26 games into the season for Javi Baez anyway, it's a heck of a start for him. I was never as punitive as most people have been towards him. Although I would say this.
I was.
If he didn't have the contract he had or he has, I would have DFA'd him as well. But it's the contract they have. They're stuck with it, and it's clear they're not going to pull a Tom Gores and just eat all the money like he did with the Monty Williams contract.
Now you should not.
He's got because he's brought value back. So, and my approach has always been with players that are not the fan favorite, players that fans love to hurl the vitriol at. They're really unhappy with a player like Javi Baez or a player like somebody coming out of the bullpen that people don't like. My approach has always been I'm not going to be down on that player for this particular game until they give me a reason to be.
And he gave you a lot of reasons.
He gave you plenty of reasons.
Yes, he did. Every game almost.
Every year was a new start. And I was really curious last year when we heard he's going to have hip surgery. I'm like, well, what is that? Hip surgery? Really? Is that the issue? And I'm like, in the back of my mind, I gave it a small chance, a small percentage chance. Maybe, just maybe, the issues he's having are balance issues because the hip's all messed up. And if the hip's messed up, then the swing is messed up and the plane is all off and he's falling forward. The balance isn't there. All this, right? Maybe, just maybe that's it, and we'll see a better version of it. Well, maybe that's it. We are seeing a better version. Now, we're not seeing the all-star version of Javi Baez. He's not pumping home run after home run over the wall. He's not on pace for a 34 home run season with 111 RBIs like he did with the Cubs. But he's off to a nice start here with the Tigers, where he's better than respectable, which I think is well beyond the expectations what any Tiger fan had for him this year.
You know what I think it is? And I am not in Javi's head, although I kind of wish I was because he has a lot of money. It'd be fun to see how he spends his money. We know he likes Porsches and Mercedes and Ferraris. Anyway, I think, there's a massive purpose for Javi Baez. I think he's one of those guys that plays well when the team plays well, and the team's playing well right now. And I think he loves the fact that he gets to play center field, which he said was a dream of his. So I think you add it all together, it's like this redefined purpose for Baez. And it's insane how well it's working.
There was also something weird about him last year that despite how bad he was on the season with a 516 OPS and a 184 batting average.
He was good in the clutch.
He actually was. Runners in scoring position.
Well, that's what I mean. It's almost like
a high 800 OPS.
He's got his money. He's got his ring for the Cubs. He's already done everything he possibly could have done. But there's something about when the team's good or when he's truly needed, I guess, he seems to come to play, and he's done that.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Have you done a 180 on Javi Baez, or do you give him any credit just yet, or are you still like arms crossed? Nope, don't like this guy. Not at all. 248-539-9797. Nolan is in Canton. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Nolan.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, Nolan.
So, I mean, in Detroit, we have an interesting relationship with general managers. I think this whole Brad Holmes thing the other day, talking about the interview, and, with Yzerman over the past year, Scott Harris has been such an interesting character in Detroit sports because I initially thought he was, beloved and popular. I, for one, support him. But I just don't understand why, at least the public right now, can't give him any credit.
I think it's because they have their own narrative set of what players that they wanted the Tigers to acquire, whether it was through the draft or through free agency or in trades. And when it didn't follow what they wanted, that they don't like it. They can't accept it. And like the draft of Max Clark instead of taking Wyatt Langford.
Yeah.
Wyatt Langford is contributing right now for the Texas Rangers. And
he's contributing a lot.
Yeah. Would he help the Tigers? Sure he would. But Scott Harris said that, I can recognize Wyatt Langford's got talent, but we think Max Clark could be superstar potential. We're going to take Max Clark.
So Nolan, you asked why people can't buy in. I think it's twofold. I think it's just this weird human thing that we do when you look at the players doing well and you're like, wait a second, those weren't Scott's players, because who Scott drafted really isn't here yet. So eventually they will, and then we can make our own determination there. So I think it's this almost like, oh, see, Avila wasn't that bad. See. And then the other thing is, and I'm partially to blame for this, we filled a lot of people's heads with bad things about Scott Harris last year. Moneyball, and he won't spend, and he's just the right-hand man to Illich. And I think some of that stuff takes time to get over. He's been great. I mean, flat out great. Way better than anybody could expect.
And I totally agree with you. And Avila getting some credit for this roster. I think from the drafting standpoint, of course, Kerry Carpenter was a 19th round guy.
That's another one. Good one.
So was, Terry Scoble being a 9th round.
Yeah.
I was going through some of the draft audits in the last couple. I think Dylan Dingler was a 2 or 3. And the thing is, though, like the 1-1s and Riley Green, those are picks that I think any of the three of us could probably make at the time. It's just where the problem is, like I always bring up when we blew up the team in the summer of 2017. I think we got a total return.
Yeah, they got nothing.
You got Jake Rogers. Jake Rogers, that's it. For all of those superstars.
It was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, the ticket. Hey, if you're looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Builder's First Source has you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builder's First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com. He looked great. Looked like Mike Trout out there.
Who did not play
robbing
yesterday.
a home run.
So Gator, I knew this was going to happen.
Looked like Gary Pettis.
Ooh.
Played for both teams.
What about Chester Earl Lemon?
Right, I was looking for.
Oh, like both Angels and Tigers?
Yeah.
Who else you got?
Well, those are two I was just going to bring up. I mean, not the Trout.
I feel like we're doing like the immaculate grid.
Angels.
Yeah. Yeah, who was the really good center fielder for the Angels? Why am I drawing a blank? He was amazing. Won a Super Bowl in that Rally Monkey years.
You won a Super Bowl?
Super Bowl World Series. I'm sorry. It's late in the show.
I don't know. Good take.
The hell was his name? Come on.
I can't.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, I knew this was going to happen. We brought up Javi Baez, the catch yesterday, 2 games, 2 home runs, won a grand slam.
Devin White? My mind starts going. Devin White didn't he play for the Angels as well?
I don't remember.
Played for the Tigers too.
Take a text. If anyone is owed a Rieger apology, it's the reasonable fans who thought it was okay to start the season with him on the roster. Rieger thought they weren't serious about winning. That's accurate. I'll take the heat. I mean, I wasn't the only one, but that's okay. Here's another one coming after me saying, and I just lost it, but it's funny to hear Rieger talk about Baez when he was leading the charge to run him out of town before the season. Won't even give him a chance. You know, that's not fair.
But it's true.
That's not fair. We all were running the charge.
Right, but some of
Let's
us
not act like we all were like, just give Baez a chance.
But
He's
going
to work out.
But hang on a second. You have never uttered those words.
Jim Edmonds, by the way.
Great call. You, more than most, would lead that charge. Would you say that's probably accurate?
Not more than
more
most.
aggressively.
I think maybe even as most. Yeah.
In the top 2
of this station?
Yeah.
Okay, who do you think the top 2 is? Now, mind you, Gator, sometimes I have to do stuff you don't have to do. Sometimes I got to do 5-hour shows on a Saturday.
This is true.
So, by myself. So, when you talk about
been
Baez.
there and done that, but yes.
Wait, I know you have. But when you talk about Baez, it was something to talk about. So, yes. But, okay, did I want him gone? Absolutely. But don't lie to yourself, people. You're in your own car. Admit to yourself you wanted him gone, too.
Right.
He's surprising all of us.
Fair enough. But have you changed? You're asking the people if they've changed. What about you? How have you?
Well, I don't want him gone anymore, so that's changed. I don't necessarily 100% trust him.
Well, this is where we're getting at.
I mean, do you?
Do I 100% trust him?
Nobody does.
No, but I think I'm more trusting than I would say I'm more trusting than you on him, only because I think that center field works.
Okay, so I thought him in center field was going to be a train wreck. I also thought Ryan Kreidler in center field was going to be a train wreck. So apparently I was wrong. As far as hitting, he's hit a hell of a lot more than I thought he would. And he chases less. He looks better in the box. So, yeah, we're good.
248-539-9797, a telephone number. Lindsay is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Lindsay.
Lindsay, hello.
Hello. You.
Is it this show, Gator? I feel we get a lot of this.
Put Lindsay back on hold
Oh,
and see if we
man.
can figure out what the hell's going on there.
By the way, a lot of people are bringing up Angels outfielders. Tim Salmon.
Oh, yeah, Tim Salmon. No, Jim Edmonds was the right one.
That was the one I was talking about.
Yeah, he was a fantastic.
He was unbelievable. Just unreal.
Yeah, he may have had the greatest catch of all time.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. When Parker Meadows comes back, who's your center fielder?
Parker Meadows.
You sure?
100%.
Javi might be hitting better than him.
We don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. Look, I've got big concerns about Parker Meadows. I love Parker Meadows, but can Parker Meadows stay healthy? What he did last year, Parker Meadows, was fantastic.
He was great.
Started the season, he was Gold Glove outfielder, but he couldn't hit. He hit like 090 is what he hit. They sent him to the minors after a month and said, or a month or two, whatever it was, and said, "Look, you got to hit. You go back, figure it out." And he did. He didn't mope. He worked and was hitting very well at Toledo. Got the call up, started hitting, and immediately got hurt again, and then got healthy, and then hit reasonably well. Not reasonably. He hit well the rest of the season while playing a spectacular center field. I have very high hopes for Parker Meadows. Now I have concerns about Parker Meadows because of the injury that he suffered. Was kind of one of these weird, freaky type injuries.
Yeah, the dead nerve or the sleeping nerve.
And are we always going to see something like that with him? Because he was oft injured last year. I hope not, because he's got so much talent, and I want to see the other guys 6'5", left-handed, fastest guy on the team.
They were amazing when he played.
Yes.
They had an insane record. And listen, it's two different things, but there's something with the weird plight of the Meadow brothers. Because the unfortunate thing with Austin Meadows, who dealt with depression and led to the end of his baseball career, and now Parker, you're right, he gets injured a lot, and it's weird injuries.
Let's try Lindsay again here at 97 The Ticket. Hey, Lindsay.
Hey, guys. What's happening?
Hey.
What's up, Lindsay?
Hey, I have several things to say, but I'll try to keep it short. First, I love the fact that Javier
Javier Baez.
Yeah, Javier Baez. Yeah, I love the fact that he's making a real try at making a comeback. I love it. I don't trust him yet because I don't know, I have trust issues. But I do love seeing him, try and come back, The other thing I was going to say is that, you haven't talked anything about Kenta Maeda as far as I've heard today. Maybe you have, but
I mentioned like in half a sentence. I just said, the Tigers released him, DFA'd him.
Get rid of that guy. Yeah, get him out of here.
And they brought up Tyler Oates. Well, he is out of here. Yeah, he gone.
Yeah, I'm so glad. Other thing I was wondering is, Dingler's been doing pretty well. I don't think that he calls the game as well as Raj does, but he's been hitting really well.
I would say this, and thanks for the call, Lindsay. Dylan Dingler can flat out hit. They knew that about him as a college player, but was it going to translate in baseball in the majors? He hit pretty well in the minors. Wasn't like lights out great, but you could see that he's got the talent to hit. He looks imposing there. Big kid, right-handed hitter, and looks like he's ready to do damage, particularly against left-handed pitching. He's hitting .291 on the year. He had 3 hits last night and 3 RBIs. It's his 4th home run of the season. He's slugging .500. He's off to a really good start. I like Dylan Dingler, and people that question whether or not he can call a game, ask Tarek Skubal if he can call a game. Because Tarek Skubal worked exclusively last year with Jake Rogers.
Yeah.
Jake got hurt. In comes Dylan Dingler. How's Skubal been his last few outings?
He's been great.
Lights out. He's back to being Cy Young Award winner Tarek Skubal, and he credits Dylan Dingler. He says Dingler's doing a great job.
So caller Lindsay is not ready to quite trust Javier Baez just yet. She said she had trust issues.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I hope she gets over those. Second of all, she's like all of us. I don't think there's any Tiger fan right now that 100% trusts Baez, but he is so much better than I ever thought he was going to be, and he's much better than he was. Like, I don't think he's going to go back to having a baseline of being crappy. You know what I mean? Like, I think he's not a great player, but he's so much better than he was, so I think his baseline raises.
Yeah, and one more comment I want to make about the whole Scott Harris versus Al Avila thing, because it's strange to have the Al Avila people come out of the woodwork and say that it's Al's team,
The Al bots are out in
I
full
get it.
force.
Yeah, he made a lot of really nice draft picks, but Al Avila as a GM was not a complete GM because he couldn't swing the trades with blue chip players to trade. He got nothing in return.
Couldn't sign free agents
for a lot
either.
of these players. Yeah, and free agency was a mess with him. Scott Harris, would you say that Gleyber Torres is a nice pickup for the Tigers?
Oh, yeah.
Has he been a plus player for the Tigers?
He's been very good.
With another home run last night, his
even
4th of
with
the year.
the weird thing of I'm only going to play second base.
Well, it's okay.
Yeah, it's worked out.
I mean, he's hitting 300, and his OPS is well over 800. I like that. I mean, Gleyber Torres has worked out. We talked about the analytics approach that he brought. It's completely rejuvenated the Tigers. He reinvents what the Tigers' thinking is when it comes to analytics and how much that has worked for them. I love that approach with what he has done as well. But the other thing Scott Harris did was he kind of revamped the whole scouting system, brought in his own guy. Ryan Garko comes in, and they've also restructured the minor leagues with different managers, different coaches, and that's starting to pay off too. So the guys that Al Avila drafted are getting coached up by guys that Scott Harris brought in, and that's making a difference. And now there's a reason that the Tigers have as many as 6 players in the top 100 on the prospect list.
Yeah, when it used to be the Tigers minor league system was a joke.
They had nothing forever.
You were begging and praying and hoping that individuals would work out when you knew they wouldn't. Now you got blue chip prospects. Now you mentioned, like, of the top 20, you got what?
3 in the top 20?
Pretty damn
when
good.
you look at it, yeah, it's pretty impressive. Now, what they decide to do with those prospects still remains to be seen, but those are nice pieces to have if you all of a sudden you find a trade partner at the deadline and there's a great player that you can get. It might cost you a prospect and you don't have to blink because, yeah, we've got this opportunity. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I want to ask you a question about something back in the day. And it's something that everyone can relate to, and I'm curious what the answers are going to be. It got us involved in a little heated discussion before the show, but I do want to ask the question. This is 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we've had a nice Pistons discussion today, a little bit of Tigers talk as well. If you want to get involved, 248-539-9797. 97, kind of a post-mortem on the Pistons where fans feel after the loss last night to the Knicks that ended their season. What's the emotion you're feeling right now? Maybe the emotion is different at 1:30 than it was at 10 o'clock.
I think a lot of people they're starting to recover, Gator. I mean, I was fired up. You were fired up this morning. And now it's 1:30. And maybe it's just because we've talked over it for the last 3.5 hours. I'm over it. Hell of a season. I've changed my views. I'm not angry anymore. The crowd was amazing. Let's move on.
Yeah, I still want to be a little angry. I'm going to hang on to that for a little bit longer. It won't be too much longer because I know, I'm not angry with the team, but I'm angry about it ending last night because I thought that throughout the series, the Pistons could easily have won that series in 6 games, and we could be talking about getting ready for a matchup against Boston and the unlikelihood that the Pistons can compete against the Boston Celtics, but that would have been a fun discussion to have. Also with the Tigers, we talked about the win last night. Look, they have 20 wins right now in the season. That's impressive. Are they 20-13 or 20-12? This is a very good Tigers baseball team. It's pitching heavy right now. They have an excellent pitching staff through the rotation and into the bullpen. And last night the bats were heard. They had four home runs last night, including a 3-run homer from Dylan Dingler in the 8th inning that sparked that capped off, I should say, the 5-run 8th. It's Torkelson hit a home run in the 9th inning. Baez hit another home run after hitting a grand slam the night before, and Gleyber Torres hit the other home run. Casey Mize, he put 4 runs in the first 4 innings.
On his birthday.
Was shaky. And then the last 3 innings, I said the last 3 because he pitched 7 full innings. He just gave up a walk. He shut things down, got things under control, earned his 5th win of the season. He's already 5-1 this year.
The thing that's so impressive about this team to me is how many things could have gone wrong, and they haven't. They didn't have a third baseman, at all. Bregman didn't work out. Jace Young's playing really good defensively. Can't really hit all that much, but maybe that comes around later. We already talked about center field. Baez is manning center field, which is unbelievable. Gleyber Torres has worked out at second base. I thought this was going to be a horrible infield defense and a bad outfield defense. And it's been the furthest thing from the truth. Riley Green making great catches in the outfield, and Torque is scooping everything that comes to him. So I thought this team was going to be a train wreck. And it's the furthest thing from. It's impressive. I give them all the credit in the world.
248-539-9797, the telephone number, same number to text as well. And Glenn is next up in St. Clair Shores. Glenn, welcome to 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys, how you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Glenny.
Hey, I'll admit, I wanted Baez gone as well.
Thank you. See, exactly.
Exactly. I'm just being honest. But he's improved so much. And I was wondering if anybody knows if he went to a different bat or a lighter bat, because his bat speed is so much better now, which is equating to much better hitting. I'd just be curious to know if anybody knew that.
Yeah, I don't know what the bat speed is, what difference is there. The one thing we know is he had surgery on
maybe
the hip.
It's the hips. They claimed the hip surgery would allow him to be more free with the hips and open up. So maybe it's the hips. I got one quick ticket text for you, Gator. You guys were living in denial.
Oh.
Avila built this organization top to bottom.
Oh, my God.
Hopefully we can win a World Series before Scott and Chris mess it up. What Avila built.
I'm not sure. What steps has Scott Harris done to make you think that he's messing it up?
Do you not remember how bad things were when Avila was whacked?
I mean,
come on, man. Come on. Just stop. And it's only May, right? So we're almost to the halfway point of the year. This is, without a doubt, the most perplexing, weird thought in Detroit sports. Is it not? The hesitation to give any credit to Scott Harris and instead prop up Al Avila. It's a weird time we're living in.
It's weird. I agree with you 100%. It's weird. I didn't think we'd see the day that we'd be flooded with ticket texts of people defending Al Avila. I think we've always on this show given Al Avila credit for drafting the way that he drafted because of finding guys that weren't just at the top of the draft, but finding guys elsewhere in the draft, like a Kerry Carpenter or a Tarek Skubal, right? Those are good players that he found and took a chance on. And taking a chance on Skubal because he had the arm issues in college. and he wasn't really on many people's radar because of that. Tigers took a chance on him. I give him credit for that. But when you look at the free agency pickups, the trades that were made, I don't know how you can continue to defend Al Avila once it gets to that.
You don't want to relive Jordan Zimmerman or Mark Lowe
I don't.
or Mike Pelfrey
I don't.
or Justin Upton.
No.
I can keep going. Matthew Boyd was brought back.
I mean, yeah, how many times we need to see Matt Boyd or Norris and look, we had a trade we thought we liked with Norris or what was it? Norris and Boyd and Fulmer's in there and
Javi Baez. Oh wait, now Javi's worked out.
Well, it hasn't worked out. I mean, Javi's having a nice season this year, and I'm happy for it. But the last couple of years were brutal.
I was kidding, but yes. No, it blows me away. You know what, though? I'm happy I'm not delusional because when this happens, when I'm doing shows by myself or with Wojo, I feel like nobody else is ever around to, like, experience it. Now, you, my friend, we're down the same path. This weird Al Avila's a god, and Scott Harris sucks.
All right, so today is National School Lunch Hero Day.
Oh.
Every day is kind of a weird day. This is National School Lunch Hero Day. And I was starting to think about school lunches when I was a kid, going to elementary school in particular, because you would get like the schedule, the one sheet of paper that told you every day of the week it was going to be meatloaf on this day, a hamburger on this day, a hot dog on this day, pizza was Friday pizza or fish or chicken or whatever it was, right? You had it ahead of time. You knew what it was going to be. And I was thinking back, and those that listen to the show know that I'm a big fan of when I was a kid.
I mean, who isn't, Cater? I'm a big fan of when you were a kid, too.
Thank you. School lunch. What was your favorite school lunch to see come up on the calendar?
Gator, I didn't have enough money for school lunch, so we always packed.
Packed is great, too.
No, I'm kidding. I love pizza. I ate it every day. I went to Orchard Lake Middle School, ate pizza every day. Then in high school, I continued to eat pizza every day. I really didn't branch out, but the pizza was really delicious for school lunch. It really was. It was like brought in. It was brought in from a company. So it wasn't like just like this repackaged, disgusting pizza. It was really good. It was crispy.
I was going to say, because
fresh.
The pizza we had in elementary school was terrible.
Yeah. But then once you get higher in the grades,
because you learn when you're a kid, you eat anything, but then when you grow up, you're like, that was not good at all. And the pizza we had wasn't very solid. But so you were a pizza guy. For me,
always the pizza.
I went from, I was a fan of hot dogs, but what the hot dog lunch taught me, was that because they didn't have ketchup packets in with the hot dog, they only put mustard packets in there. But yet you would also it would be a hot dog.
It's very presumptuous of them.
Right. It was a hot dog with tater tots, but all you had was mustard. Well, I needed something to put on my tater tots. So I used the mustard, and I'm like, all of a sudden.
You couldn't like walk up and get a ketchup packet?
They didn't have it. It was all in the same packet.
So you went to a ketchup-free school. That's weird.
Well, it wasn't. It was just only with the hot dogs. With the hamburgers, you got both. But with the hot dog, you only got the mustard. Because you had a hot, in the hot foil was the hot part, and then they had this clear plastic one that had your other stuff with it, whatever your fruit cocktail or crap was that one. But you would have your condiments. So I learned that I loved mustard on potatoes, like for tater tots or for fries. I loved it, and that was great. But then there was a game changer that happened in 6th grade.
Okay, here we go.
The gyro.
Oh.
It was the simple gyro. It was just a pita with the gyro meat, some tomatoes and onions, and a little bit of that sauce. And I'm like, this is...
So the gyro was a game changer.
The gyro was a game changer.
Kind of like the Trapper Keeper was back in the day.
Yes.
Yes.
Trapper Keeper had that in 4th grade.
Love the Trapper
Keeper. But in 6th grade, when the gyro came out, it opened my whole world up.
Now, do you still eat gyros?
Not nearly as often.
Do you still put mustard on potatoes?
Yes.
Oh, so
always.
It changed you.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, hot dogs are gross, by the way. Disgusting.
You never liked hot dogs?
Hate hot dogs. You know what my mom did? It's my mom's fault, I think. My mother used to, for dinner sometimes, she would used to boil hot dogs. Disgusting.
Yeah.
And then she never gave us the buns either. It was just the dog. It was it was awful. And to this day,
I can understand if all you're getting is the hot dog.
To this day, I don't eat the dogs. There are about 1 billion things I would eat before a hot dog.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to pay a little tribute to National School Lunch Hero Day. Okay,
All right.
what was your favorite meal from school lunch?
All right, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this, but does the word fiestada mean anything?
We just got a ticket text for about that. What is that?
It's Mexican pizza.
From Taco Bell?
No,
Oh.
it's school lunch Mexican pizza, which is completely different. It was my absolute favorite.
Well, you know me. I'm already intrigued because we never had anything like this.
All right,
Tell me
during the
about
break here, look up, Google search fiestada or Mexican pizza school lunch. It was shaped like an octagon. The cheese was like an orange hint cheese.
Oh.
It had sausage on it. It was fantastic, tremendous. People, if anyone out there is listening that knows what I'm talking about, fiestada was my favorite school lunch. You guys didn't have it in the mean streets?
No, definitely not.
Did not.
No.
Maybe it was the east side thing.
West Bloomfield apparently was fiestada free.
Yeah. Bloomfield Hills wasn't down with it. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Gator, you would like it.
We got some issues.
I know I would like it. Hell yeah, I would like it. I want it right now. What are we kidding here?
Where's the best place to get some fiestadas?
School lunch. That's the only place you could get
Where's
it.
in there a school?
In Macomb County.
It's
Easy,
140.
easy.
Wait, it's 144. Lunch is over. I'm sure they got some leftovers. Yeah, hi. We're from the ticket. We're calling. We want some leftover fiestados.
If you got them.
Gator, very quickly, also coming up next. You would not believe there's more Scott Harris ripping going on.
Wow.
And from inside this office, too. I got a text from somebody that works here that is ripping on Scott Harris. And the same text are coming over the ticket text.
Great. Looking forward to it.
You sound like you are.
Uh-huh. Well, folks, it finally happened. The weather went from cold and dark to hot and sunny just in the blink of an eye, like it always does here in Michigan. Now, I love the heat as much as the rest of you guys do, but that doesn't mean that I want it taking over my house. So do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to make sure that your AC is running cold. And if you've got a pool in the backyard, you want to make sure that pool is running warm this summer. The red, white, and blue trucks are on the way to help you. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Maybe next week, Kang. Maybe we'll do that next week on one of the shows next week. Or it's just a summer topic. It's a great topic.
I love it, man.
Yeah. I just looked up the Fiestada pizza, the school lunch, and it looks hysterical and delicious at the same time. It's like those old pizzas that you would get, like the frozen, the single serving round pizzas that they were like 3 inches in diameter, right? They're really tiny. That just had the sauce and the cheese on it, and that was it. There was like no meat on it. It's kind of like what it looks like, even though it's more than that. But that's what I relate it to. But if I had this to choose from in middle school, I think I would have overloaded on this.
I have no idea why it was shaped the way it was either. I don't think I even questioned it. It's not square. It's not round. It's not a slice.
Well, you were a kid.
Yeah.
Now, what I find really interesting is when I Google search it and it comes up, there's a company that does still make this, and you can buy 12 of them for $46.
Yeah, I'm looking at that too. That's expensive.
It is, but
Okay.
I might have to do it one time.
Fair enough. The funnier part to me is the list of ingredients. That might be a couple hundred deep.
Oh, is that all? Is that all they were feeding us?
Is it red dye number 5?
I mean, it's everything that goes into the crust is unbelievable.
So you're saying it's not healthy?
Different flour blends. You got white whole wheat flour, enriched flour, wheat flour, malted barley flour, niacin, reduced iron, thiamine, mononitrate, riboflavin, folic acid, water, yellow cornmeal, defatted soy flour, yeast, sugar. Contains 2% or less of shortening, palm oil, natural flavors, soy lectin, whole grain corn grit, leavening. Yeah, that's exactly it. It looks
look at
delicious.
this thing. I could see why all those chemicals would be in this.
Pyrophosphate, sodium bicarbonate, monocalcium. I mean, it's.
Is that real sausage, you think?
Sure. Ish. You know, there's something called a dough conditioner with wheat starch, L-cysteine, hydrochloride, ammonium sulfate, wheat gluten, calcium lactate. I mean, I can't stop.
Well, I feel these ingredients by themselves might kill you, but altogether, it's delicious.
Cooked beef patty crumbles, ground beef. There's no more than 30% fat. Water, textile vegetable protein, soy flour.
Okay, I can't stop.
It's hysterical.
Please.
It's a lot there.
Crying out loud.
School pizza was awesome. It was the weirdest pizza ever, but it was great. I wish there was a place that sold it everywhere.
Yes.
Bosco sticks. That's from Bobby and Monroe.
My daughter gets those all the time at her school.
What is a Bosco stick?
I don't know. It just says Bosco sticks. I have no idea.
You really don't get involved with her life, do you?
I mean, I'm involved with her life, just not her school lunch. I just like it when she says, I want school lunch, because that means I don't have to make her.
She likes a Bosco stick. Wouldn't you think that's something to get for the family? Then get some Bosco
She
sticks?
likes the mozzarella rippins, too.
Well, you know what that is.
I mean, I assume something with mozzarella. I'm just saying, every morning I look at the menu and I'm like, Olive, it's a Bosco stick. And she's like, I like the Bosco sticks. So I'm like, sweet, I don't have to make lunch.
But you don't ask what the hell a Bosco stick is.
No.
All right.
I'm just happy she likes it.
Why don't you report back next week?
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Very quickly, Gator, before the show comes to an end, before you start your weekend, we had this knockdown, drag-out argument about Scott Harris and why people are hesitant to give him credit. There was a member of our 97 Won the Ticket Happy Family that texted me. I'm going to read you his text. You can feel free to guess who texted me. He says, now we have Cobb and Maeda. Those are awful signings.
Well, Cobb hasn't played yet, although what I've
1 year,
saw the
$15 million bucks. Probably not a great signing.
Yeah, but he's supposed to pitch by the end of the month, is what I saw. Getting ready to he's been pitching to live batters.
Yeah, and
So
listen,
he's
Kenta
coming
Maeda was a
back.
failure. It
Maeda
happens.
was abject failure.
But
There's
with that being
there's no
said,
question.
how many failures did Avila have? You can't even compare them, is what I'm saying. Avila, I added it up one time. He spent almost $500 million in free agents, and they stunk. So 2 signings. One was 1 year, $15 million. The other was 2 years.
If they were like a 5-year, $100 million contract, I would say, yep. Awful.
If it was like Andrew Kopp or JT Confer, then we'd be upset.
But it's not.
I agree.
So was that Stoney?
No. You want to take one more guess? Who do you think it'd be? Heard on these airwaves all the time. Various shows. will take place, and who said it today at 4:00?
Yeah, I don't know.
Evan.
Okay, fair enough.
There you go.
Another ticket text coming in. Fiestada was the best. You can order through Gordon Foods. I had 8,000 while at Lake Orion. That's been in Lake Orion.
Well, he's still alive, so apparently it's not killing him.
Clarkson Schools had Fiestadas. Totally agree with Kang. It was one of my favorites. Fiestada, a Mexican pizza, everybody's favorite back in the 80s. That's from John in Clarkston. See, it's another person from Clarkston. Kang, the rich guys will never know and do not deserve to taste the Octagon pizza. That's Monroe Jefferson.
Wait, who's
2005.
the rich guys?
You guys.
No,
that's
we're
what,
not
I think that's what the
rich.
text was saying, inferring.
Because we grew up in the mean streets
Yeah.
of West Bloomfield.
Dude, we could barely afford West Bloomfield. Okay? That's
Are
what
you saying the poorest of the rich people?
I think so. Yeah, how dare you?
Well, Gator grew up without air conditioning and cable.
That's what I heard.
You can't
Gator
beat that.
Gator was
These are
trying to
facts.
make me feel bad about having air conditioning as a young child.
I was just trying to combat what you were saying.
Gator also said to me pre-show, he's like, when'd you get cable? I'm like, 87. He's like, oh, so you had cable in the 80s.
I
Oh.
will never complain about the way that where I grew up and where I was brought up. It was awesome. Although, yes, not having air conditioning was a first world problem.
Rico, what year did you get air conditioning?
What year?
Yeah.
Sometime like late
Okay.
70s.
See, he had air conditioning in the
I know.
70s.
More recent than yours truly. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. You guys devastated about what happened last night? You're all right?
Well,
Okay, I'm asking the wrong person. I know better than to ask Rico.
Rico just gave you this
I know,
inquisitive look.
like,
He's like,
is it-
Rico's
like,
more,
what
what are you talking about?
Rico
Right.
only gets pissed if the 49ers or Michigan State lose. He's more of a
I don't
journalist than I'm more of a freaking fan. I am pissed.
I don't.
Still, look, you'll talk
Still
about it, then you
pissed.
won't be as pissed. I was pissed today when I walked in. Now I'm not pissed anymore.
It'll be a couple days.
What are you pissed for? You're just an update guy.
That's true.
It was exciting. I thought it was going to a game 7. Gator, I said if they won last night, they were going to win the series because at that point, New York goes from trying to they were basically trying not to lose because they didn't want to get the coach fired. They didn't want the embarrassment. And playing sport is a difference between trying to win and playing not to lose. Pistons would have had all the momentum. I didn't foresee a meltdown of 11-1 run there.
But again, I mean, this has happened over the course of the series.
To end the game, like they were up, and it's just like,
Look
all
at game
right.
one. It was
But it
21
happened,
nothing.
yeah, it happened just about every game. New York would come storming back.
But damn, with
most
a minute
of the time
and
they
a
came back
half
to win.
go,
It's brutal.
Yeah,
It's brutal.
every game
and
was
a
like
7-point lead with about 3 minutes to go. I mean, you thought it was over.
Brunson. He even did the little Jordan push off and nails the 3, and it's just like, wow.
By the way, Gator, Evan texted me back. He's got more. He mentioned Shelby Miller was awful. Colt Keefe got the best
Hey, real
sighting.
quick, another thing we're going to do today, because a buddy of mine got into an argument. If you had to buy a stock in one team to win the title next, is it the Pistons or is it the Lions?
Oh, what about the Red Wings or Tigers?
I didn't add them.
I would buy stock in the Lions, but that's only because they won 15 freaking games last year, and they're bringing the same team back this year, so I like their chances. Yeah. Rico and Stoney in for Valenti next year. Jeffrey, thank you very much. Everybody have a
Gator,
great weekend.
bye.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich is retiring from coaching. He'll become San Antonio's president of basketball operations. After Popovich's stroke in November, Mitch Robinson took over as the interim. He's now named as the new full-time boss today. According to sources of ESPN, Popovich's health has been improving, but he felt like he could not keep up with the demand of being an NBA coach anymore. He had served in the role since 1996. According to the Sports Business Journal, local NBA TV viewership was down across the board, but Pistons coverage increased by 31%. They were just one of 8 teams to see an increase this year.
Gee, I wonder why.
They're a little bit better, right? A few more wins. The Tigers are back in the field tonight against the Angels. The ace Tarek Skubal heads to the mound to face Jose Soriano. Soriano has been decent so far this year with a 4.50 ERA. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9:38. Gleyber Torres was lifted early from yesterday's game after he was having some hamstring tightness. He was not due to play today anyway. There's also a viral tweet that went out by Joey Paywan. He's a former Madonna baseball player. Quote, breaking Matt Vierling's bag spotted at the airport headed to Boston. Mud Hens are at Oyster, which is the Red Sox AAA affiliate. Looks like a rehab assignment is going to be starting very soon. I actually talked to him. His buddy does work at the airport. Tweeted out a picture here, so it sounds like Matt Vierling is on his way back. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I did have a brain fart on that one.
Yeah. Good afternoon. It is the Valenti and Rico show. I'm Stoney in for Mr. Valenti. We got Kenny Cott, the Hatchet Man, David Hull. Rico, I know you're a lot more professional than I am, but I got to tell you something. Because I'm more of a fan of this team than you are. I am pissed. And I'm not pissed that they lost in 6 games per se. I'm pissed that they lost in 6 games the way it went down. And in particular, what happened last night was, I hate to use the C word, they choked. They choked out of the get-go, and they showed no energy early. They had a nice, amazing comeback to make it reasonable at the end of the half. And then they came out in the third quarter. I don't know what J.B. Bickerstaff said to them at halftime. That didn't work because the Knicks built up a big lead. But they went on that 20-2 run and were up 7 points with 2 minutes and 35 seconds left to play. In Game 6, it appeared that they were going to force a Game 7 in Madison Square Garden. They choked. Not only did many of the players choke, the coaches choked too. And that doesn't take anything away from the amazing job that Jalen Brunson did down the stretch like he always does. And he didn't have to get hurt in the fourth quarter to come back to do it either.
No. Stoney, here's the thing. It's upsetting, but I guess I'm not as upset because I didn't expect them to win this series.
Well, either did I, you know that.
But this is there's only a handful of times in sports where, and it sounds bad, I'm okay with the moral victory. When you win 14 games the previous year and you make this dramatic of an improvement, what I'm hoping that they did was learn from this. This will be the only time this will be acceptable. This will be the only time that I'm not going to be like you and blow a gasket, okay? Because you had, of all the games that you played, you had all 6 of them at one point.
Yes.
You could have won this thing in 4. You could have swept them. You played well enough. But throughout each game, game 1, they go on a 21-0 run. You have to learn how to play a full 48. You have to learn how to play together and not turn the ball over. I thought it was fitting that their final play this season was a turnover.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just like, you know what? That right there was a microcosm of this entire series where the game was on the line. Game was on the line in game 4, Cade misses the shot. You know who didn't miss the shot last night? Brunson.
Yeah.
Nails the 3.
It was a great play.
So I'm not as upset as you because I look at whether this is the only year that I'll be this way. From here on out, Trajan Langdon has to make improvements. That team that we saw last night can't be the same team that you run it back with.
No.
You've got to make some changes.
No, it's so obvious. They need what they need. They need a stretch 4, if you want to call him, a big guy who can actually shoot from further away than Jalen Duren can. And that's Jalen Duren played very well in this series for the most part, but he's limited. If you're going to take that next step, you need that other player. And who that's going to be, who the hell knows? But they have to address it. But when you look back, the reason I'm really upset with Bickerstaff, and first let me say he deserves Coach of the Year. He's done a fabulous job in turning this thing around. He really has. He's been a great coach. But in these playoffs, and, Evan and I do the Restore the Floor podcast, and during the season, we talked about even that, people have told me that he bitches more than any other coach in the league, and I was worried. We had assistant vice president of basketball ops, Michael Blackstone, on the pod, and we said, we were talking about JB, and I was kidding around. I said, you got to say something to him because I don't want technical foul to cost you a playoff game. Now it's only 1 point, but he got another stupid technical in the first half of the game yesterday. That point, they lost by 3, but the game could have, I don't know. But the strategy.
Well, I mean, but Sonny, if you think about it, that point you don't have to shoot a 3. Kay could have drove to the basket and got an and-1.
You're right. What bothers me the most about the coaching last night was 2 things. Number one and foremost, you're up by 5, 110-105. And he takes Ausar Thompson out of the game. Ausar Thompson was playing terrific defense on Brunson in the fourth quarter. In fact, in that fourth quarter, when he was the prime defender of Brunson went 1 for 5 or 1 for 6. The one being the game-winning shot. But he pulled him out, and I don't know. Look, we know he's had health things. Maybe he was fatigued. I don't know. From what I've understand, I did some investigating last night at the game. It had nothing to do with any health deal. But it just makes no sense to me that you sub him with 3:52 left in the game. He's a young guy. He didn't play a huge amount of minutes either. You're up 5. You sub him out. And then you actually go up another 2 points when Hardaway made the shot. And then when you're up 7 with 2:35 left, Brunson driving floater with the and 1 after the challenge failed, which I have no problem with them challenging that one because it was late enough in the game to take a chance. So now they're up 4. Then Brunson, after a miss alley-oop by Duren, Brunson scores again, makes it 112-110. Then he puts him back in. So he sat for 2.5 minutes. And in those 2.5 minutes, Brunson scored 5 points. Whether he would have or wouldn't have, I don't know. But you can't. That made no sense to me. And then on the final play, I know Brunson's really smart. He knows that they're going to shade him left. So he kind of knew that's what he was going to do was, and go back to his right. And he made a great move. Great move. I don't know. To me, wouldn't you do what the Knicks did to Cade Cunningham in that situation? You don't let Brunson get the ball. You double him, make it so much difficult. And if he's gonna pass the ball to a wide open Deuce McBride, I'll take my chances. If Deuce McBride's gonna hit a 3 to win the game, I'll live with that.
Brunson's shot had shades of Byron Russell.
Oh,
Jordan,
yes.
Where he just kind of shoved him to the side.
Yeah, not as physical, but yes.
So I was like,
it was great.
All right, he just went sliding wow. Yeah. Okay, open 3, and he just nailed it.
Double him. You don't want him to be. You don't want their best player to beat you. That bothered me, but because Ausar Thompson, he's going to live with this. He's a young player, but he played terrific defense on him most of the game.
But see, I think that they probably took him out of the game, Stoney, to get a little more offense, to score more points, because
I know that's why they
because I don't have if I'm Tibbs, I'm not guarding him. I'm gonna leave him wide open, and if he hits a three or if he hits a basket, you live with that. But I think if you're the Pistons, you're like, okay, it backfired on you. We have to continue scoring because they're not dead yet, and they weren't. No. They found a way. The 11-1 run, it shocked me. I was like, they really went on an 11-1 run to end the game.
Yeah,
because it looked as if the crowd was into it. The game was over. And, we're going to Game 7 Saturday night in New York. And, okay, well, Brunson gets the and one. You'll still find it. Okay, you missed that. And then he hits the three. I mean.
And then when he missed the shot, Bridges came out of nowhere with a great tip in to tie the game.
And if you took it, even if you took it to overtime, Cat was already out of the game.
Which actually, in a weird way, helped them. Because if Cat was on the floor when Cade was driving, he wouldn't have defended him as good as Mitchell Robinson did. Yeah. They actually benefited in a weird way by having Karl Anthony Towns out of the game at that time. It's just upsetting. I think if they would have got blown out last night, I wouldn't have been as upset. But when you're up 7 with under 3 minutes to play, you expect to win the game at home.
You lost all the games
at home. And by the way, speaking of home, the last 5, if I'm doing my math correctly, be the last 6, yes. No, the last 5. The last 5 home playoff games in this town were 0 for 5. The 3 against Pistons, the Lions, and the last Tiger game that they lost to Cleveland. At home, they lost. That set it to Game 5 in Cleveland.
So it's your fault, Detroit. 248-539-979.
The crowd was great. I'm not blaming the crowd, but it's kind of weird.
Sounds like you blaming the crowd. You blaming Detroit or Stoney?
No, I'm just blaming the whole home field advantage. Didn't work. The last
crowd did everything.
Year.
Crowd did everything in all
did.
of those games. You know what? The players came up short, and it's why I will only. I'm not going to get angry. I'm not going to get upset because you won 14 games. You took a major step forward. You were very competitive in this. And Stoney, maybe it's like with the other Pistons teams, you had to go through the fire.
Hopefully that's right. Hopefully you're correct.
You had to go through the fire to realize, this is what playoff basketball is about. Because you could talk about it all you want. Because I remember before the series, they beat the Knicks 3 out of 4 times. Like, it's regular season. It's not the same.
Yes, we did the show. We tried to educate people.
And now I think the Pistons and the fans realize it is a difference. You got a good team. You're a player away from being a great team.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls, your texts. Don't forget who said it coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. 97 won the ticket.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn. It is getting gorgeous outside, and you start thinking about your lawn because if you take care of it now, you can enjoy it the entire summer. The warm weather, it's on its way. So are the weeds. And dandelions will rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You stop dandelions before they go to seed with Natural Way. Plus, it is not too late to get treated for crabgrass because once you get crabgrass, it's yours for the summer. You've owned it because you were just too cheap to get it done by Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. As a matter of fact, call 888-GET-GREEN right now. Mention my name, Rico from 97.1. They're going to hook you up. When you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control as well, but you have to mention my name. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We want to know how you are feeling today. Are you okay with everything because of the turnaround? Yes, but I'm pissed. Are you pissed? Or you say, Stoney, come on. It's only a series. We didn't expect them to get this far. They had 14 wins last year. Yeah, that's all good and whatever. I understand that. I appreciate that. They made the playoffs. It was fun going to LCA again. It was a great deal. They had a great season. No doubt about it, okay, from where they were. But when you are that close to winning a series for the first time in God knows how long, since 2009, right? It just hurts because you were so close. I'm telling you, if they would have gotten swept and blown out in 4 games, I wouldn't have been as pissed. But every game, as Rico mentioned, they could have, and you could argue should have won. Now, you could say the same thing with the other team. The Knicks could have won all 4. They could have won in 4 straight as well. They didn't. There are a lot of positives, but right now my anger is it's really bad. It's sad. I'm with you. I'm a 66-year-old man and I still care.
I'm with you, Stoney. Because it's not your fault, Rico, but I've heard it all day. Oh, they had 14 wins last year and got the 44, so it's a great year. You know what? I right now don't want to hear it. That's how I feel right now. My life sucks. Because last night, they're up 11 points. And I get it. It's 8 minutes left in the game. I know it's not going to stay 11 points. It's the NBA. The Knicks were going to go on somewhat of a run. But what pisses me off the most is that we did not get a shot up at the end. Like, if you get a shot up and you miss it, okay, it is what it is. You turn the ball over and don't even get an attempt up, that pisses me off. Taking Thompson off made no sense to me. I cannot listen to the 14-win turnaround. I can't.
David, you're right. The not getting a shot off was so fitting because of the turnovers. I figured you would be in a better mood. You got on your Magnum PI shirt over here.
I'm trying to be in a better mood. That's why I'm wearing the floral shirt today.
Floral Fridays started already? When did they start? Oh, okay.
Because I'm trying to feel better, but I just can't.
The mayor of Floral Friday said not until it's warm, at least 80 degrees or more 3 straight days.
Oh, okay.
So, but now, David, I understand. And you know what? You have every right, because if you're angry, if you are pissed the way you and Stoney are, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you shouldn't be, because in all 6 games, you could have taken. You took 2 of them.
Yeah.
But it's the thing that will burn inside of you. You're going to play the what if game. And it's not just, but here's the one thing I'm not taking today. The ref screwed us over.
No,
okay?
Not in this game.
If you please call another show with that.
No.
That's the one. You can be angry, but if we would have got the call at the end of game 4, don't care. Play better. Don't turn the ball over.
Right.
How about you make some threes? How about you don't have all the time?
Because you did what you're supposed to do the next game. Where you're thinking you're going to give up. They came back.
Right. Hey, Cade, make the basket.
Right.
Okay. You want to be the superstar. You know what superstars do? In the end of the game, you saw what a superstar does. He made the basket, David, and you could sit here and talk about Jalen Brunson all you want. But when it was money time, you knew one guy you had confidence in, the other guy you crossed your fingers.
And that's another thing that pisses me off. I love Cade. I do. I think he's going to be a superstar in this league, but he missed another shot. And Stoney, we were talking before the show. Mitchell Robinson was out there. Why was Mitchell Robinson out there? Because Cat fouls out, and everyone thinks, oh, that's a good thing. It may not have been a good thing.
No.
Maybe Cat would have been down there. He could have finished better at the rim.
Yeah, Cat didn't have a good game. He only had 10 points, and he's a better defender player, and you have Robinson in there. Yeah, that ended up being advantage Knicks. And the other thing, we'll get to him a little later, but just, if you're the best player, and by the way, it's obvious who the best player in the series was. And everybody said, well, the Pistons have Cade. They have the
Remember that
4.
conversation before the series?
Yeah. Okay, and I might have been part of that too, but I love Brunson. So I know it was close, but your best player can't be 0 for 8 from 3. And after a while, when I know they say shooters keep shooting. After you miss your first 5 or 6, don't shoot the 3 again.
But here's the problem, and this is why I say the next move is all on Trajan.
Oh yeah,
you want to know what? Because when you're having the bad game, or you're having a bad quarter, you can turn the ball. when Brunson wasn't in, or here, Cat, help me out. Boom. Hey, Hart, help me out. Boom. You didn't have that person. Now, Beasley started the game off on fire. He was NBA Jams personified. And then the second half, well, he was still looking at highlights of the first half.
Well, he had 18 in the first half, and he finished with 20.
And that's fair. But guess what we didn't start the game with in the second half?
Energy.
We didn't start with Beasley on the court.
Yeah,
so while he didn't look well the rest of the second half, we don't know that yet to start the second half. And he started hot. You got to keep him in that game when you come out of the locker room. JB, what are you doing, JB?
Well, that one didn't bother me as much as the other stuff.
Because he ended up not having a rest. Good, you're right. But at the time, I'm like, why are you not starting the second half with Beasley?
All right. Do you have any ticket text there before we go to the phones?
Let's go to the phones.
Yeah, go to the phones.
Go to the phones. All right.
People call. Let's get to it.
All right. That's fine. Let's go to this is Justin. What's up, Justin?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Figured I'd call in today because Mike's gone. Because every time Mike's there, he never picks. He never takes the callers too quick because he gets to rambling on and stuff. But I just wanted to kind of add to David's point just a minute ago about the last play of the game. I think it basically culminated the entire series. Like all the turnovers we had, we couldn't even get a shot up. I mean, Cade inbounded, then got the ball back, and then ended up passing to Beasley or whatever and going out of bounds. And that's why I can't be that pissed today because every single game we were barely in it towards the end. And yes, we'd get, 6, 10, 11-point lead, but it was with 4 minutes to go, 2 minutes to go, the Knicks would just flip a different switch and just lock in like pro teams do, like teams with stars do, and just start dropping buckets and finishing off the game.
Yeah, it's part of it, but they were in every game. They could have won every game. They could have. That's why it's so hurtful to me.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth getting too upset about. I mean, because we went in as a 6 seed. It's not like we had to go in the playoff game or whatever, playing game. And you will not hear me speak anything about the refs because, like you guys have always mentioned, they called it the same way every single game.
Well, Justin, here's why you should be a little upset because the other 3 versus 6 went in favor of the 6. When the Lakers went out there and they were teetering, kind of like the Knicks, to be beaten, Minnesota went out there and handled their business and got it done.
Yes, indeed. Well,
definitely. Trajan's definitely going to make some moves in the offseason. But, when I hear people tell me that, Asori Thompson's going to be keep him, we can't let him go or in a trade or anybody, Ivy or Duran. They're great young talents, but these dudes, Duran can't hit a bucket outside of 5 feet, and sometimes he can't even catch the ball in the paint, and it's just a quick turnover. These guys will stack turnovers, 5 turnovers in 2 minutes. It's unbelievable. So I just hope that gets reeled in, and I hope Trajan, brings in.
They're not in a situation where you can sit there and say anyone's untouchable, but due to contracts and other things like that, obviously Cade. And if there's one other player who you probably wouldn't trade, it would be probably Thompson. But you never. It depends what you can get. It's like anything else. The greatest players of all time in a lot of sports have been traded. Okay, so I don't feel sorry for if they trading any of their other guys besides Cade. And if somebody wants Cade, you're going to give us enough back. I'd enter the conversation. I ain't hanging up on anybody if I'm trading Langdon. Reggie, you're on 97 won the ticket. Excuse me, this is Nick. I'm sorry, right?
No, this is Reggie.
Reggie, where are you?
Reggie. All right, Reggie. Sorry about that. Reggie's gone.
All right. We'll take more of your phone calls. 248-539-9797. Yeah, his best game of the series, no doubt about it. He had 25 points, 11 for 16 from the field in 44 minutes. He played more than any other player in that game. A guy that people were questioning him big time. But they'll be lucky if that series doesn't go 4 games. Celtics should kill them.
I mean, they should, Stoney, but
I know it's sports.
I was about to say. And a lot of people said the Pistons had no chance in this series.
Yeah.
And they had a chance in 6 games.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, you didn't represent at home. And that can't be overlooked as well. Crowd was there. Crowd showed up. Thundersticks, Mason, everything. Just didn't get it done.
Yep. Because Nick was there. What's up, Nick?
What's up, man?
How are you?
How's it going? Good. Well, I'm all right, but man, last night I had a headache coming home. I mean, I've been to the championship when they won their original Bad Boys and the second, and that place last night was one of the loudest I've been at. I've been at a couple Miami Heat championship run games when I lived in Florida, but last night was crazy. It was, I mean, the fans brought it, great atmosphere. And then there's a couple things, like I didn't understand why Asor only played 25 minutes when he was the only guy actually going to the basket and attacking aggressively. To me, when Cunningham attacked it last night, it was like, okay, I'm looking maybe to pass or dish. I mean, he missed 2 bunnies in the last 4 minutes of that game.
Yep.
You got to make those.
Superstars make superstar plays. They're supposed to come out in their biggest games. He didn't last night.
No, and, look, I'm looking at it. New York's got guys that can create off the dribble, shoot, and I think we maybe got one guy that does that. Like, Hardaway was playing awful until he made those 5 shots. Like, he just can't create off the dribble. Next year, I know, basically, to me, it's you're paying him 4 years for $75 million. You got to get an upgrade there.
They're not paying Hardaway. Hardaway's not on a 4-year contract. He's a free agent.
Expiring deal.
It's expiring. Yes.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying is we got to definitely get an upgrade there.
Yes, and you need You need a big guy who can shoot from the outside. It's the way the league is. If he wasn't so old, somebody like Brook Lopez would be really good, but he's 37, I think 37, 38 years old. And
we might as well bring back Abdul-Jabbar. Lopez? Wow.
Well, I said if he wasn't that age.
I mean,
somebody like that.
LeBron getting it done.
Yeah, I just found out that he actually tore an MCL, PCL, or something. So
and
if they won the game, he wouldn't have played this week.
You know what? He's tough. He would have still played.
If not, he would have put in Bronny. And I emphasize the word he. Howard, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Yeah, hey, guys. This is a young team, and there's no question that it's a fourth quarter choking team. So, Stoney, I disagree with you when you said that, it didn't bother you that he challenged that foul. I think the Knicks at that point were deflated. I think they were tired. I think they were wallowing a little bit.
That's a great point.
It took, it gave them a chance to, take a breather and come back and, get it together. And at that point, you do that, you rest everybody, and then they gained more energy and they went at it.
That is a great point. I was looking at it more, the fact some of his other challenges were on plays that I didn't think were close, and they were really early in the game. Like the game before when he challenged it was a 10-8 score. But I thought last night, at least because it was 2.5 minutes left in the game, 2 minutes left in the game, at least the timing of it was not horrible. But that's a great point. It gave the Knicks some time to rest.
Yeah, the challenge.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is a young team, and they've fourth quarter choked on most of these games.
Mm-hmm.
They were ahead. You're right. They could have won. They maybe should have won. But I don't know. I just thought it was deflating, and it took the
Howard. I was thinking the same thing.
From the young guys.
Howard, I was thinking the same thing because I was just like, okay, you're not going to win this challenge, so why are you doing? I would have held on to it just in case I needed something controversial in the last 30 seconds.
But they need to change that rule. That's a whole different argument for another day.
Exactly. The last 30 seconds, because on the last challenge, I think he should have learned from his mistake. If we would have had that other challenge in that game, it might have been a tie series.
Which play are you talking about?
The one where he challenged it when in the other game.
No, I know the one. Which game did you? Which play that you wish he had a challenge left that he didn't?
The last play of the game when
you can't challenge.
You can't challenge a non-call. That wouldn't have made a difference one way or the other. What they should do is have an NFL system where they get called from up above and say, "Hey, there was a foul on that. Let's look at it."
Yeah, at the caucus where they looking at everything.
Right.
Yes.
Look, I've been tough on Bickerstaff. You can't. That was irrelevant. He couldn't have challenged it whether he had a challenge or not.
I do wish the NBA would change the challenge rule, though. They only get one a game.
Yeah.
And if you win it, you get a second. But I wish they would get one each half.
He did win. He did win one last night, though.
He did.
Okay, what we will have to do is then to put it on the clock because I got to agree with how it helped the Knicks.
Yeah.
Because it was like it was an extended TV
took a
time
long
out
time, yeah.
for them to see this. It was like, okay, so what are we doing here? We're arguing like he got fouled, but it was like he just wanted to use it. It's like you could have held on to this in case you really needed it. I got to agree with the call. I thought I was the only one that saw it. I was like, that was kind of pointless. Like the Knicks really was sitting over there like, okay, we get a little bit of a break here.
Yeah, but the Knicks also had a challenge that didn't make any sense to me. They were trying to get the foul.
And that's the thing. Like, guys, if you're not going to use these challenges correctly, then don't waste our time. Well, yeah, Josh, it was a heart. He didn't throw him to the floor. Yes, he did. He grabbed him first. Doesn't matter.
But
he threw him to the ground.
It took so long because they had already reviewed the hostile act,
right?
And said, no, now we got to go back because the Knicks are challenging if Hart got fouled.
Yeah, I mean the challenge that worked. The
challenge that worked. I didn't think actually worked because I'm like, well, he's kind of touching Brunson as he's falling. That's technically a foul. Now they got it negated. I was like, okay. I thought he got lucky on that one because it was like that was actually a foul, but sure.
Yeah,
at this point, everything looks bad in slow mo.
Yeah, it's true because there's like now they have to figure out how much influence it had on the play.
You know what? At this point, 60-second clock. I mean, just go. I mean, you got 60 seconds to figure out. You know what? Are we overturning this or not? NFL, baseball, you name it. 60 seconds because if you can't decide by then, play on.
Let's go to John. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hello. Hey,
Hi.
guys. I just wanted to make a comment about the turnover situation. I mean, we've been talking about it a lot, but you remember the very first offensive play of the game for the Pistons?
I got it right in front of me. Yes, they do, actually.
It was a turnover.
Yeah.
And how did the game end?
On a
turnover.
Yeah.
And that's who we are. We're young. We're sloppy. But I do think we will get better. But we got to hang on to that ball. We just gave it away so many times.
They don't cherish possessions. You have
They do not.
And that's the biggest.
They do not.
And they actually talked about it after the game. Cade talked about the one thing they think they learned, how every possession in the playoffs matters. It really does.
Absolutely.
And, you know, hopefully.
We played like that the whole series.
Yes.
And I think that's why it was close. If we hadn't have turned the ball over, we could have won in 4 or 5 games.
Well, what's interesting is last night the Knicks actually had one more turnover than the Pistons did. But what's depressing is the total rebounds. The Knicks out-rebounded the Pistons by 7. That shouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen at all. Let's say hello to Josh here at 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good afternoon, gents. How we doing?
Good.
Hey. So just wanted to chime in on the Pistons conversation here and hopefully make a little cross-sport Detroit frustration reference that makes sense to other folks as well.
Okay.
You know, this whole season, Cade's been on this superstar star, just kind of teeter-totter whether or not people think he's broken out. And, you know, I've kind of rolled my eyes at it. I don't like the turnovers, and I think especially in the playoffs, he seemed a little gun-shy and hesitant. And I was just more frustrated. And it's some of the same frustration I share with some other Detroit sports stars like Larkin, for instance. We always look at Larkin and, in big moments we expect more from him or more of that killer instinct. And unfortunately, the taste I have in my mouth after this series is that, that Cade, as good as he may have been during the regular season, if you want to be that star, you want to be the superstar of the team, you can't be bouncing one off the heel of the basket game 4. You can't be turning the ball over. You got to make damn sure that your team's in the right spot to win. So
you're correct. It's an interesting analogy, but I think that Cade, hopefully he'll learn from, a lot of times this happens. Guys in their first playoffs, they don't do as well and they come back later and succeed in the playoffs. Hopefully that'll be happening with Cade.
Yeah.
Larkin was in the playoffs so early in his career, one season. It's like it's tough to judge. I don't think he doesn't even know what a playoff is.
It may be a little bit of a stretch, for an analogy here. But when I'm a big hockey fan, big basketball fan, and it's just that feeling of frustration I have in my gut is very similar, I'd say, at this point. And, I'm glad they played a hard series. I hope they learned something from it. But overall, I think Detroit expected a little bit more, from the guys this series. And hopefully next year they live up to it a little bit more. But you guys have a great day, great Friday, and hope you all have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. I love when they do cross sports things. I wish you could, in a weird way, you know what? We will trade you Cade Cunningham to the Raptors, and the Maple Leafs give us Austin Matthews. Oh. Wouldn't that be cool if you could do that?
Yeah, especially if it's owned by the same person. Oh, yeah. Like the Illich family could actually, we had two sports. We can.
Would you trade Jahmyr Gibbs and a draft choice to the Blue Jays for Vlad Jr.? That would be unbelievable. All right, 97.1 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Who said it? Coming up at 4 o'clock. We had a lot of Pistons talk early. We'll get back to that. And if you missed it, go to the Odyssey app and hit the rewind function. Listen to all the good stuff, some podcasts. Rico did a 5-star zone today. Evan and I did Restore the Floor last night after the Pistons game. So check all that good stuff out. Speaking of good stuff, it's time for a little football action. David, if you please.
So I want to go through a list here. We just went through the draft, and there's a list that was put together for the NFL's most exciting young cores going into 2025. So they have, you have to have the QB1, a really good QB1, RB1. They even have some defensive players in some of these cores. So let's start here at number 8, the New York Giants. Says the youngins in the core would be, of course, Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors, and Abdul Carter, along with Scatterboo and a potential, that's what they have. And Brian Burns is there, too, in their core.
So they don't have Thibodeau in their core?
They do not.
Ooh.
Question marks on if they, what they do with him. But number 8 for young core?
Yeah, I'm on one side of the ball I could see, but, I'm not – who knows how good Jackson Dart's even going to be? And Neighbors is really good. I'll give him that. And I like Scatterboo too, but I don't buy that.
That's what I feel. You have no quarterback. If a quarterback is not a part of your core, you shouldn't be on this list because you can have great players, David. If you can't move the ball and you can't score, you don't win. That's it. And yeah, I listened to that. Those are good players, but who's leading them? Russell Wilson? Mr. Gabagoo?
Oh, Winston?
Right.
Well, next on the list, and you're not going to agree with this one either, would be the New York Jets. Their core that is listed on this list says Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, Olu Fashanu, Ahmad Mimbo, who they just drafted, and Sauce Gardner. No quarterback.
You can't.
It's a core list of players, but your quarterback has to be a part of the core. So am I wrong?
No,
here?
You're not wrong. And hopefully for them, Justin Fields will be that guy. But
and it says they didn't put him in there because he's past the rookie contract.
Okay.
So that's why they didn't, because he's only 26.
Oh, so these are people. Oh, wait.
That's what they're saying for that reason.
So the criteria is people under the
no,
rookie.
They're just saying that's why they didn't put him
because they mentioned Burr. They mentioned Brian Burns,
right?
Okay.
Then I strongly disagree.
Yes.
If you can't move the ball, you can't score. I don't care. Because, you're wide receiver 1. But if the quarterback doesn't throw you the ball, right, you might as well be wide receiver 99.
Yeah.
Next on the list, the New England Patriots. They have a quarterback on this list, Drake May, Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, and Christian Gonzalez, cornerback.
Christian Gonzalez is terrific.
22 years old, second-team All-Pro.
He's terrific. Drake May showed signs towards the end of being really good. I can see them being on that list.
Okay.
The young core.
I'll be interested to see who didn't make the list, but okay. I'm always leery of putting guys who've never played a snap in the league on these types of lists because we don't know. Travion Henderson looks like a great pickup.
But there's 2 guys, Will Campbell and Travion Henderson. Yeah.
Right, but, it's not like we haven't seen first-round bust and second-round bust before.
Number 5 on the list, the Chicago Bears. Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, Colston Loveland, and then they also put Luther
Ben
Burton III on here.
No Ben Johnson?
No Ben Johnson. They do not have any young defensive players in their core listed.
Is he on there?
No, he should be on the Jets.
Okay.
That's where he signed.
That one I agree with. Chicago Bears upgraded their offense.
Yes.
I mean, you saw that was Ben Johnson's hand. He working hand in hand with the GM. Yeah, I mean, taking Colston Loveland, I was okay. When I heard the rationale, I was like, I understand why they did it now, because I probably wouldn't have.
They thought he was better for their system than Laporte,
right,
Tyler
because they
Warren.
already said we got a tight end like him, so we don't need two of those. We need something different. Yes, I like that, David. I was down on Caleb Williams, Stoney, until I actually went back and looked at the stats, and he didn't play bad. He just played on a bad team.
Yeah.
I mean, your coach was brain dead. We all remember.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, he made some bad decisions, but they were rookie decisions.
Yeah. So no, that list I agree with for the young core.
Next on the list, number 4 will be the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, not this year. Edgewill Anderson,
I thought he was gonna be back by
and Derek Stingley Jr. I'm just going to skip by that. Do you think they should be on this list at number 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, now I'm being a hypocrite. Yes, the quarterback's on there. Well, they gave away their offensive line, but it looked like they tried to bring some back. Mm-hmm. That was my only concern was, guys, what are we doing? You got the franchise QB.
Did you even mention Will Anderson, or is he old?
Will Anderson is on here.
Okay.
Yes.
So, no, I like that. They just got to protect C.J. Stroud. Tank Dell will be back by...
Maybe not.
Next Thanksgiving. His leg fell off,
Thanksgiving
David.
of 2026. I'm sorry, I was way off there. I apologize. Number 3 on the list, the Jacksonville Jaguars. You have Trevor Lawrence, you have Brian Thomas, you have Trayvon Walker, and you have a guy on each side of the ball, Travis Hunter.
Well, everything depends on Travis Lawrence. That's the problem.
Trevor Lawrence,
not Travis Lawrence.
It maybe depend on Travis Hunter too, though.
Yes.
He's playing both sides.
Yeah.
No, this is Trevor Lawrence.
I get it. I don't know. You're rolling the dice there.
This is it for me. Trevor Lawrence, I'm sorry. I was told you were going to be this generational quarterback. You've been okay. That's it. You're just okay. Long flowing hair, just okay. You don't win. You don't do much. You're not exciting. You're not even must-watch TV. When he's on, Jacksonville, that's nap time right there. They're a boring team. That's why I'm glad that they're playing all those games overseas at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's where you fit. If he doesn't get it done this year, David, it just may be time that we all come to the conclusion Trevor Lawrence is just not that good.
Yeah, I think we're going to find that out this year.
This will be his 3rd coach, right?
Yes.
He started with Urban, right?
Yes.
Then Doug Peterson. Well,
Does Urban really count?
Well, and so he had an assist, so he had an interim, was it? Bevel, right?
Yeah, I believe so. So, number 2 on the list will be the Atlanta Falcons. They have Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Jalen Walker, James Pierce Jr., and yes, Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, they should be on that list.
Who was that? Who was the last one, David?
Michael Penix Jr. I'm just going to skip to number 1 on the list.
No, but Atlanta, I don't know what their problem. They have all the talent in the world. They just don't win games.
Well, their problem is going to be making sure their plays don't get put out on the internet.
Well, man, you know what? I'll ask you about that at later. You two being fathers.
Okay.
Because for me, I'd be minus a kid. Let
me give you number 1 on the list before you can compare them to the Atlanta Falcons. Number 1 would be Bo Nix, Marvin Mims Jr. I'm sorry. Number 1 is Denver Broncos with Bo Nix, Marvin Mims Jr., R.J. Harvey, Patrick Surtain, and Jahdae Barron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Young quarterback. Yeah.
That's over Atlanta. So
well, you know what? I can't. But here's the thing: we were all wondering, like, man, was it Sean Payton? Was he overrated? He wasn't. He took Bo Nix. We all laughed, like, you took Bo Nix. He's this old guy. Wow, they're winning.
Yeah.
And they were fun. And now he's adding more pieces. I think he's going to have a resurgence in his career. Nix may end up being one of the better quarterbacks in that draft. Like he was like an afterthought guy.
And he knew Russell Wilson was not for him.
Yeah. And he just said, trust me on this. And it worked. Talent-wise, David, I think Atlanta has more talent. quarterback-wise, Denver has the better
Bo Nix has
quarterback.
proven himself first year, yeah.
But talent-wise, Atlanta is just young talent.
And Atlanta's playing in a weaker division, too.
Yeah,
very, very true. That is your football today.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Yesterday, news broke that Michigan State was parting ways with athletic director Alan Haller. He released a letter today. Here's the beginning of it. Quote, I've been deeply humbled by the outpouring of support I've received over the past 24 hours from family, friends, colleagues, students, alumni, and donors. Your messages and calls have meant more than I can express. Throughout my career, I've consistently spoken up when I believe something was not right and always guided by a commitment to protect students and uphold their best interest of the universities. At times, those decisions have not aligned with individuals in positions of significant influence. Although I'm deeply saddened to be leaving the university, I'm proud of my record and lasting impact of work, end quote. The Tigers have the Angels tonight for Game 2 of the series. Tarek Skubal heads to the mound. He was magnificent in his last start, allowing just 4 hits and no walks while striking out a season-high 11. Hear how many racks up tonight, right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9:38. Birmingham Brother Rice grad DJ LeMahieu is starting rehab for the Yankees AA affiliate right now. He's yet to play a game this season for New York. He is in the lineup here tonight for AA. According to ESPN, Lakers star LeBron James suffered a grade 2 MCL sprain in the fourth quarter of Game 5. In other NBA news as well, Greg Popovich has stepped down from his role as head coach of the Spurs to become their director of basketball operations. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Jeremy Otto. By the way, we should just at least acknowledge Pop. I mean, it's incredible in today's world. A guy can be a coach for 29 freaking years, win all the titles, and all the great players and assistant coaches that he's had has gone on to be, for the most part, some of them successful head coaches, some not successful head coaches, but he's just been a pillar of the game and, coached the Olympic team.
But Stoney, honestly, Pop,
it was time.
Go retire.
Yeah, he's now going to be one head of the operations or something.
Dude, go. Okay, if things that have happened in your life happen, hey man, you may be in the final pages.
Right.
Let's go enjoy yourself. Santa, you've done everything you can for the Spurs organization. You'll have a statue built for you. Now go enjoy time with your family. Go enjoy life.
Sometimes in the coaching, because it's more public, but even in other people in their lives when it's time to retire, and I'm going through that, whatever you want to call it, what I'm doing right now, is you don't want to give it up because it's part of you, and B, you love it. And a lot of times when people, now granted the circumstances were different, but like when Paterno had to step down, you kind of knew that, like, you watch 5-6 months later, he's going to die.
I mean,
it's Bobby
a lot of people in that
guys.
generation, yes, it's like your job identified who you were.
Right.
I guess I'd like to think, man, you've traveled the world. Take your family. Hey, guys, there's this great little cafe in Spain. I want to fly you guys out there and let's go there and let's go have some breakfast. You're going to love it watching the sunrise.
I mean, look at Don Nelson. He goes to Hawaii and just smokes weed every day and just gets wasted and has a great time.
Dude, I'm not mad at it.
No, I know.
At some point.
Yes, exactly.
Some
like, people do it one way, some people do it the other.
It was like, trust me. My new address when I'm done will be the tree by the rock near the water. That's where you can reach me.
As long as your cell phone works, it's okay. Are you going to go off the grid?
Right. Hey, didn't you? Nah, man, I'm just here. I'm just here. I'm dressed like David and just go out and live my life.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're talking Pistons. Who said it coming up in the 4 o'clock hour? Dan. Thanks for holding. We appreciate it. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hello, Rico. Stoney, great show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say about the Pistons. They're horrible on the road. I'm sorry, at home.
Yeah, they were 0-3. Yeah. You want to know why? Why do you think that was?
Okay. That was
okay, Dan.
All
Great.
right. Yeah,
water is wet. Water is wet.
Woo. Okay, let's try this again.
Mike, you're on 97 on The Ticket.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Mike.
Great show. Listen, man. When the series came out, I figured it would be 5 games, New York.
Me too.
It because of turnovers and clutch time baskets. It's just throughout the season. That was, if you looked at even our regular season, we lost a lot of leads in the fourth quarter. And Brunson is a superstar, man. But what I'm happy about, this series kind of reminds me of when the Red Wings played Chicago Blackhawks back in the 91 or 92, whenever, when we first got a taste of what it was all about. And they grew from that. It was a learning experience. It was a great series. This was a great series, too. But if you could have told anybody that this Pistons team would have went against a team that has a MVP candidate in Brunson, an all-star in Towns, an all-star in Bridges, Adebayo, 18 points a game, played defense, that's freaking all-star level, and then Hart is just the ultimate glue, and we basically lost the way we did in short games with the turnovers, the future is really bright.
Let me ask you this, though, Mike. I agree the future is bright, depending what they do to add from this team. And hopefully Trajan Langdon can do as good a job as he did last offseason, this upcoming offseason. But what are you feeling today, though? I mean, they exceeded most people's expectations. But when you, as you rightly suggested, they could have won every game, and they didn't. To me, I'm more pissed than if they would have gotten blown out.
Stoney, I'm glad you asked me that question. That was my next point I was going to get at. People use the word superstar too lightly in all sports, and definitely in the NBA. I've been watching it since the 1970s. And even in the 80s when Jordan was there, they said superstar this, superstar that. You had about 4 superstars. And my definition of a superstar is a superstar dominates all stars. And if another superstar is going up against another superstar, both of them will cancel each other out. But a superstar is consistent. They got a shot that they can get out, and regardless of the situation, it's going to be on balance, it's going to be high percentage, and it's going to be consistent, efficient. That's what Brunson is all about. That's what SGA is all about. That's what Steph Curry is about. That's what the Joker is about. That's what Kawhi Leonard is about. That's the only level of superstardom.
Mike, I'm with you. I do. I think there are levels.
Yes.
Most are stars. They're not superstars.
Correct.
I treat superstars like the Hall of Fame. If you have to give me a reason why somebody should be in the Hall of Fame, they're not a Hall of Fame player.
It should be no-brainers.
You say Steph Curry, and we all like,
Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Superstar?
Yeah, he's a superstar. LeBron James? Yeah.
Superstar?
You may not like him.
Superstar.
Yeah, superstar. Yep. But when you got
I'm saying this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
No. But then there's other guys that are really good stars. Like Jalen Brunson is not a superstar to me. He's a star player. He's not a superstar.
Keeps doing it in the playoffs because he did it last year too.
Cade is a star. Cade is not a superstar.
No, because Cade hasn't done it in the playoffs.
Absolutely. So my question, or not my question, every Piston should have an exit interview, and this is what I need you to work on. Back in the 80s, Bird and Magic did it back and forth, and they got better. And even Jordan got better because the Pistons were there. But Cade, I've been watching Cade even since high school, I'm sorry to say. But Cade has consistently been the turnover machine. And Cade, I love your game, but he's so used to being taller than people, and he always was kind of lazy with his passes. You can't do that at this level. You got to correct that. You have to respect the ball. You have to work he has to work on that. He has to work on a burst and finish and burst. You look at Thompson. Is his hands real small? He has to hold the ball better. He has to finish better. Holland, under control, work on your jumper. All 4 of them need to work on their jumper, and you have to believe it. And that's what I saw from Brunson and these guys that are all-star caliber, and we're going to see with OKC. These guys believe in what they believe, even back to Paul Pierce. Your closers have to have something that when they're ready to go to it, it's money.
Well, look how long it took Boston. You know, they lost once in the finals, right, to Golden State, I believe.
You're right.
And then they come back. You know, people question Tatum, and now you can say Tatum's a superstar.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yes, he is, and I didn't call his name. Now, I would like this. I really would like to see coming into next year the development of Ivy, because that other guy who has tremendous speed, I'm talking about quickness, he can finish, and I think his confidence level has went up after what that last coach did to him. I really would like to see going into next year how that's going to look.
Yeah, unless they get offered a other superstar that he has to be part of the package. But you're right.
And we have the money. We have the money. Didn't we have the lowest? Don't we have the lowest payroll in all of basketball?
Yeah, but there's no free agents really who are gonna that you really want.
Available.
Yeah, I looked at the free agent list. It's nothing. They have to make a trade for somebody. That's the only way they're gonna.
Well, I mean, hey, maybe you can convince LeBron James to come here.
I do not want KD for 2 years and tear this team totally apart. I don't want that.
You know what,
really
Mike?
I don't think he would tear the team apart.
It's funny that you said that because we're actually going to talk about something like that next. Appreciate the phone call, Mike.
Yep.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Because I'm on the fence when it comes to KD because I think he could be the shot in the arm. And if you tell me it's just for 2 years.
Right.
I can live with that.
Yes.
That's it. It's like milk. It's got an expiration date.
Yes, no
it's not
doubt.
gonna sit in that refrigerator all the time.
Yeah.
But they have to make a move. Can we agree they have to make a move in the offseason?
Oh yeah, they cannot. This cannot be bring the band back
They
together
gotta make a
again.
splash?
Yeah. Well,
Or what if I told you the splash was already here?
Ooh. Well, you're gonna give me the splash. I'm gonna get wet. 97 won the ticket.
Stoney, I think we can both agree Pistons need to make some changes, right?
Yeah.
This team is good. I don't think this is a bring the band back together team and they're going to get greater. I think that you got to cut down on some turnovers. They're going to have to make – I look at Trajan Langdon. Trajan's going to have to do some moves. But when I was going through everything, I then got to wondering, what if it's Jaden Ivey? What if Jaden Ivey is the answer? Jaden Ivey's the ball handler that we're all wanting. Jaden Ivey's the guy that can help Cade out and bail Cade out and set up everybody so Cade's not having to turn the ball over so many times, that he's not, tired at the end of games because he's having to run the team. Maybe Jaden Ivey's the answer, and I know, hey, when they play together, they're not that good. But let's see them together under Bickerstaff. Let's see them together for a year, because Bickerstaff has gotten more out of a lot of players that I thought was dead weight. Mm-hmm. Okay? I sort of, okay, this was a wasted draft pick. And now all of a sudden, he looks pretty good.
Yes, he does.
He's gotten a lot out of a ton of players. Tobias Harris was brought here basically to be traded away. And you're like, wait, he actually looks pretty good. Maybe Jaden Ivey's the answer. Now I know. I still say, hey, we need to go out and make a trade and do whatever, but let's not underestimate the value of Ivey. That's the guy that I'm thinking, maybe he's already here. We want the big splash. Maybe the splash is here.
Yeah, and I don't know how you're going to get the big splash where you're going to have enough assets to get the big splash. And we're talking big splash, you're talking somebody like Giannis, who might want to leave Milwaukee. And I've heard, well, why would he come here? I don't think I don't think Giannis is a guy who, has to be in that type of an environment. I mean, where he came from, they moved to Greece, and then, Milwaukee, he's very happy there. I think he's, he doesn't need South Beach or LA or things like that.
He doesn't. Now, there's some names out there, Stoney, and look, I realize when you do the whole draft machine type of things, it's just fans
trade machine.
Trade machine. Yeah, trade machines. It's just fans having fun.
Yeah.
There's a couple guys that you would be amazed that the Pistons could get. Now, here's the biggest problem. And I'm going to ask the Pistons fans, 248-539-9797, who do you think they need to go out and target? Who do you think they need to complete this team? Who is that guy that you're hoping that Trajan Langdon's picking up the phone and calling? There's a couple. We talked about it just in the last segment. Stoney, I'm starting to warm up to Kevin Durant. If you bring KD here for 2 years, and 2 years only.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'll bring him here a year, and if he wants to be traded or something after a year, fine. But I think if you add somebody of that caliber to this team, you have changed. Now you're looking at a team that's going to be a lot better. You have another scorer. It's not just Cade. At that point, you're like, oh, Cade's the Batman. You know what? You got two scorers. I don't care who's Batman. I don't care who's Robin, okay? You got two guys who can go out there and get it done late in the game. It's not just Cade and everybody else. Kevin Durant, here's what you want to know what it will cost you? Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, Isaiah Stewart. That's it. Now, Phoenix would have to waive two people, but you could make that trade, and that's what it'd be. Now,
you probably have to give a number one as well, too, don't you?
No.
Don't they want to get the number ones back?
Well, you don't have any. You don't have
this year. You don't have this year's, but you do have 2026. You do have 2027's first-round pick, 2028, 29. So you do have.
Yeah.
So you have to give up next year's in 2028 because it can't be consecutive. So
right.
Here's another trade.
I don't know if I give up that much for Durant. 2 and those, I don't think so.
Here's another trade. Hey, hold on. Let me make sure this still works. Believe it or not, Zion was another name.
Okay.
Now, I know Zion is polarizing, but here's what people in Detroit have to remember. There's no perfect player you're going to trade for.
No.
Okay? There's not.
And here's
there's a knock on everybody.
And here's the thing with Zion. If the Pistons decide not to trade for Zion, there's a reason you trust why. If the Pistons decide to trade for Zion, there's a reason you say okay. And that reason is Trajan Langdon and Michael Blackstone and other people of this organization that were in New Orleans. They know Zion.
They know Zion.
They know Zion the good. They know Zion the bad. So if it's true that Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver and the brain trust of the New Orleans Pelicans want to trade Zion Williamson and they want to start afresh,
What do you think it would take for Zion?
Well,
according to this
what's
trade
his
machine.
money?
He's at about $37 million.
How many more years does he have left?
He's on a 3-year deal, so we still would have another
2 years left.
Yeah.
So it's a trade machine.
No, plus 3 years after.
So probably Ivy and Harris at least, and
Stoney.
one more.
No,
that's it.
That's it. Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, it works out. Now, once again, do other teams want Tobias Harris? You don't have a lot of tradable pieces. No. I know we value them here, but when we're like, oh, we got to make this trade. Well, it takes two to trade. Unless you just have a team that's willing to hit rock bottom and says, I just need pieces here and I'll sell them off later. Nobody on your team is like, okay, well, I like this guy. I can build around this guy. I can do the best one you have, maybe Jaden Ivey, because he's still got that unknown factor because he hasn't played as much. So you don't know if we've tapped into his potential yet.
Would Memphis consider
Triple J?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Desmond Bane.
Ooh, that would be cheaper than.
I don't know. He makes a lot.
Well, I'm talking about what you have to give up.
Probably. You probably have to give up. Obviously, you have to give up Tobias because of the money.
So it would be like this trade: Tobias and Ivy,
or Tobias and beef stew. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
For Desmond Bane, I think he's 30. It might be or 29. I don't know how old he is, but he scores like 18, 19 a game. He shoots from the outside. He's 6'8", 6'9". He can run the floor. I don't know.
You guys keep talking. I'm gonna try and set this up.
Set the trade machine. You like Desmond Bane? I don't know. Just names out there. Look, chances are it's going to be nobody.
I don't think anybody cares for beef stew. I don't think you're going to get anybody who will bite on beef stew.
Well, they saw what he means to this team. They're just not.
He
He's
means
not a
something
starter.
to this team,
right?
Right, for $15 million a year.
But he's only got one more year left, I think, or 2 more years left. Beef stew.
You want Desmond Bane?
Yeah.
Beep, boop, 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 boop. Yeah, same too. Tobias and Jaden.
Yeah.
You can get Desmond Bane. All right, David. Just because you said it. Triple J.
Yeah, I just.
Nah, it just laughed at me.
I bet it did. Yeah, I bet.
Keep going. Keep going.
By the way, Memphis just, I saw, promoted their interim coach to be their head coach.
All right. Hey, Memphis, would you like beef stew? What if we added that to it? Nah, it's still laughing.
It's not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. But they have to make a trade, though. They have to get someone in here to pair with Cade.
All right, let's think of another name. The Boston Celtics are going to be
Bro, I'll put it this way. I've thrown 4 names in there real quick. You ain't getting him. I threw Tobias. I threw Osur. I threw Ivy. I threw Beef Stew, Isaiah Stewart. And it's still like, no, not going to happen.
All right. What would you have to give up for, I don't know, Jaylen Brown?
Oh, boy. You don't have enough.
You don't, but Boston is desperate.
Yes, they need to get rid of some people.
But they also want to still win.
Well, no, they want to win this year. And after this year, they're somewhat blowing it up.
Right, I was about to say, if Boston wins this year and
they're good,
going back to back,
they're good.
Hey, what are your fans going to say? Hey, guys, we had to hit the reset button.
Yeah.
We've gotten you 2 titles in a row.
We're going to keep Tatum.
Yeah.
And we'll probably keep Derek White. Other than that, we're going to
Harris, Stewart, Ivy, you get Jaylen Brown. That's what this just said.
Harris, Stewart, Ivy.
Gone.
Yes.
Gone.
I know Jaden. I know Brown has some warts, as Mike has discussed with you before, but I don't know. I'd do it.
I mean, you have to make a move. I think that's you were close, but in the NBA, it is the one sport, Stoney, where you can flip a team. You went from 14 wins to almost making it to the second round of the playoffs. You bring in the right player, and that was just by bringing in a couple guys in Schrader and Tobias.
Right.
He didn't really make any great upgrades.
Well, Beasley, he really helped a lot.
And Beasley, I forgot, and Beasley. But I mean, these were
and I would bring back Beasley, but I ain't paying him.
But these were three
$20 million.
These were three cast-off kind of guys.
Correct.
These weren't superstars. So, well, you got to bring in this is what you did, bringing in three okay players.
Right.
It upgraded your team. What changes do you want? Who are the people that you would like to see the Pistons target? 248-539-9797.
248-539-9797. Coming up at about 3:38. Audio you don't want to miss from a perspective of he's a national guy working for a local team and what he has to say about one of our coaches. Interesting. All right, 248-539-9797. We were playing with the trade machine, and because this is, the Pistons did a great job of getting where they got. I'm still pissed about what happened last night, how they lost. That said, looking forward, they have to acquire another guy who can add to this team, a significant person. That's what we think. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bill. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Billy?
Hi there. How are you guys? You're doing a great show.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, I wanted to just take a contrary position to you and say I really think the Pistons have put together a terrific roster, and I think that some of these young guys are still developing, and we need to give them another year or two to see what their top end is. But they're still growing, and I think that one of the great assets that the Pistons roster has is that 1 to 12, they're terrific. And number two, our GM has financial flexibility. If he really feels like he really has to go out and get somebody that can get the Pistons over the hump, that's what, he has that a lot of the GMs across the league don't have. And one of the things that walked Joe Dumars out of town, signing a couple of bad contracts with Ben Gordon and I think Charlie Villanueva.
Yes, that's correct. Just because you have the money, you don't have to spend it, but you can spend it wisely. You can spend it wisely.
And injuries are something that are unpredictable. And Jaden Ivey is going to be a star, maybe a superstar. We don't know, but he's certainly shown us already that he's got incredible speed and he can pretty much create his own shot against almost any defense. And, if he would have been with the Pistons this year, all year, maybe they would have, gotten all the way to the semifinals, maybe even the finals. And I just feel like this is a great team. And there's a certain chemistry on that squad that those guys have that you bring in other people and they look around and all of a sudden they start to say, maybe it's not going to be a team. Maybe I just have to look out for myself. And right now, I don't think they have that. I think they are a team, and they work together, and they're terrific, and they're fun to watch. Oh, my goodness.
They are
so
fun
much better.
But, Bill, let me ask you this, in all honesty. Even if they bring everybody back, okay, and the younger players continue to get better, do you honestly think that within, 3 years, they have a chance to win an NBA championship? And if not, then isn't that what we're trying to do here?
I'd say 2 years. I think that's your window, and I think they're going to get there. And one of the things Chauncey Billups said about the Pistons is he said we had to get, into the next level, and we had to learn how to close out quarters. And he said that was crucial. And, you talked earlier in your show about how the Pistons just didn't bring the defensive intensity to that game in the first quarter. And it's like, some of these guys have to understand, I have to do it for all 48 minutes. I can't just show up and kind of, let some guys coast. It's like, no, every minute counts. And it's crucial. And once these guys understand that, and I think, Coach Bickerstaff has done a wonderful job in implementing his system and getting his players to buy in. And it's not easy.
Thanks for the call. I just don't believe that they are at a championship level with what they have in the next 2 years.
But I think he thinks that maybe Jaden Ivey is that piece that we're all coveting. Maybe he's here. So he's saying, let them all just play together another year. Let them see what they can do under Bickerstaff. Because maybe Bickerstaff can get out of Ivey what we hoped to see when he got drafted, but we never got. But I will say this, a friend of mine just sent me a text like, maybe you just go after and get other pieces, not necessarily the big trades. He's saying, look, Naz Reid and Dorian Finney-Smith both have the player option maybe you bring one of those guys in.
Yeah, if they decide, not to take
Jonathan Kuminga, he wants nothing to do with the Warriors.
Right. Does he want anything to do with basketball, though? That's I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, he wants something to do with the Warriors. Like, these are guys with the money you have you can just go out and sign them.
I know.
Bring in one of them or two of them, add them to the pieces that you have, and then you can keep your beloved superstars, Detroit superstars that you have. You don't have to trade anybody.
Problem is that they don't have superstars. So you need at least to have superstar. Cade's a star. He's not a superstar yet. P, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Good.
Hey, man. All right, I got just a couple trade scenarios and one theory. I want to lead with the trade scenarios. My prime target would be Cam Johnson of the Brooklyn Nets. Right? I understand that they say that they covet that guy and they were asking for a king's ransom for him. Then I wonder what it would be like over the summer and maybe even approaching a trade deadline. Secondly, a guy like Lauri Markkanen. Or at best, if we could snag him from the Clippers, Norman Powell. In my opinion, we need an aggressive wing who can defend multiple positions, get his own shot, or be okay being a guy standing in a corner. My theory in closing, Stewart cannot leave, and I'll tell you why. The New York Knicks buttered their bread at the basket after our defensive interior leader went down. At one point in time, I do believe that man, that great man, led the league in block attempts at the rim. Teams are threatened by him. Yeah, he has a bad rap, but he is the identity co-signed by Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace, and Ben.
Right, but P, here's the thing. I mean, who on the Pistons has the trade value that other teams would covet and say, yeah, we'll take that person in return?
You're absolutely right, and I think about that all the time, right? Because I know you have to give value for value, but one thing I was hoping that, here we go. It's just walking on the ledge here, right? Hoping that we can get a multiple team deal, make it a part of some other.
I know, but
because.
Pete, here's the thing. You ain't getting Beyonce working at McDonald's. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. No, but I say if the core can stay together, they had that thing they call themselves the dog pound. That's an identity, and like you say, that turnaround from 14 games, the league has taken notice, man. And I think that GMs are going to try to maybe consider retooling and taking our route, man. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate the call.
Appreciate it.
That's just it. It's going to be difficult because I don't see it like that key piece that you're going to ship off that somebody's like, okay, I can use that. You only got one. That's Cade. And you ain't trading Cade.
No. Unless. No, just kidding. 248-539-9797. It depends what you can get for him. Right? Everything depends on what you get for him.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Not trading Cade.
Okay.
Don't even no.
Okay. So you trade Cade and you get Giannis.
No.
You're saying no to Giannis.
Because I want to pair them together. So no.
I know. We'll talk about this.
You get Giannis and you may get people who want to play with him here.
Yeah.
I want him to play with Cade.
But there's people want to come play with Cade.
Giannis.
Yes.
Giannis in Greek Town. It's a perfect match. 97 won the ticket. Yeah, Tigers Angels. Maybe Javi will make another great catch and hit another home run tonight. We'll talk about that coming up later in the program. Who said it coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, 248-539-9797. All right, as promised. Mike Breen is the play-by-play voice for ABC and ESPN when they have the national games. When he's not doing the national game, he's the play-by-play voice of the New York Knicks. And he has been for years. And when he does Knicks games on national television, he is right down the middle. He doesn't show any bias. He had a great call. The final shot last night, it was a double bang, bang, bang with Brunson. But he also echoed something on the air that I have echoed on our Restore the Floor podcast and on the air a few times where I've filled in about Pistons coach J.B. Bickerstaff, who I think has done an incredible job, deserves to be coach of the year. He's been great. But JB has a little problem. And last night, that problem cost the Pistons a point. He got another technical foul. Here's Mike Breen on J.B. Bickerstaff during the game last night. And it's true. I've talked to people people who are at the scorers table, constantly. And I've noticed it from afar when I've been there. I said, look, I've been covering the Pistons since Chuck Daly. I've never seen a Pistons coach bark at the officials and sometimes other players as much as he does. And I was worried that it would cost them something during a playoff game. And you can argue whether 1 point in a couple of games is that important. I think it is. And I think that's one thing. The players have to get better, Rico, during the offseason. I think JB has to get a little better, too. And now I'm not even talking about the strategy and the stuff that we talked about.
You can't wake up every
night.
morning and choose violence. You can't just wake up every morning and just be angry. It's just like, buddy, have a cup of coffee, get some toast, get some juice, go take a little walk, play with the dog. Whatever you got to do to get you set back to zero.
Yeah.
You can't wake up every day and just choose violence.
I believe he led the league in technical fouls by coaches this year. And it's just, he did the same thing in Cleveland. You just have to let things simmer down a little bit, chill.
Yeah.
Every call. And that's part of the reason why I think he challenges too early in games sometimes. Like when it was 10-8 on the other night.
No, because he makes everything personal. And it's just like, okay, it's good until it's not. The team picks up and they are basically what they see, a reflection of their coach.
They love him.
But after a while, your team is going to say, okay, we need to complain like you complain. And now, even if it is your call, you're not going to get it because I'm sick of you.
Yeah.
You know what, Stoney? I've been listening to you cuss me out and MF me all day. So you know what? You get nothing.
That's the thing. I know we want the refs to be impartial. We want them to make the right call when there's a call. But when you're constantly berating the ref, I've always been told, and I teach my kids this when they play sports. Yes, things aren't going to go your way, but be nice to the ref. Be nice during the game, before the game, because it just may help you later on. This is not going to help you later on.
No, it's not going to help you get other calls. Let's go to Xander. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Xander?
How you doing?
Good.
How you doing?
Good, Xander.
Hey, I just wanted to call in on an acquisition the Pistons should think about considering, and I think it hasn't been brought up yet, but I'm really all for it, honestly.
Okay.
I think the Toronto Raptors, Scotty Barnes. I think a big power forward like Scotty right? You could give up Isaiah Stewart and Ivy and a couple of firsts, and you pick him up, and he's already a bona fide star. And I think that you can make that deal happen without anybody really complaining.
Oh, he's a really good player. I mean, he won Rookie of the Year when he came out. But I don't see Toronto wanting to trade him, though. Do you?
I just looked at it and it was like they need a point guard, and maybe Ivy's that fit, and I think Stewart might be a good pick for them or a good take for them. And I don't know. I just thought of it and figured I'd call in.
He is due an extension after this season, which would get him $225 million.
Yeah.
So do you really want to do that?
Yeah. And here's the other thing with the trades that we're talking about, and it's fun conversation. I don't think anybody is going to make anything happen until we see what happens next Monday when the lottery, because whoever wins the Cooper Flag sweepstakes is not going to be on the trading. They're not going to be wanting to trade anything.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. He received it already.
Okay.
So it just started this season.
Yeah, they're not trading him.
No
doubt. Let's go to Mike. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So I think when it comes to the Pistons, I think there's a lot of options. I think that there's like three players you have to hold on to. Obviously, Cade and Asur and Holland, the young wings that can defend. You can't start Asur and you can't start Duren in the same lineup because neither of them can shoot well enough. And the old guys, the veterans, they're role players. They're like bench guys on a contending team. So this thing still has some great resources that it's been founded on, with a culture that it's been founded on. But besides that, everything else can go. And then you can replace that with actually players and get you to the next level. Because like getting to the first round next year is not enough. Like getting to the conference finals is like the minimum goal. You got to actually like follow that with steps forward. You can't just tread water in the same spot.
I tend to agree with you on that. And the East is going to be really funky the next few years because teams like Orlando, I think, is only going to get better. Washington, especially if they win the lottery, they're only going to get better. So the Pistons, I wouldn't say there's a short window because they're still a really young team. But there are teams like Milwaukee, especially what happens to Giannis, they are going to go down. Miami, they look like they're in a heap of trouble for the way their roster's constructed right now. Let's go to Joe. You're on 97 won the ticket. What's up, Joe?
How you guys doing?
Good.
All right. First of all, I want to say super proud of the Pistons. That turnaround was epic. I mean, never seen anything like that in sports history. But, yeah, we got to capitalize on what we got going. So I was thinking that we would trade Jaden Ivey, since we almost got out of the first round without him, Isaiah Stewart, and a first round for Zion Williamson.
We discussed that. It fits in the trade machine, doesn't it, Rico?
It does.
Yeah. But here's the thing, Joe. You realize that that Trajan Langdon was working for the New Orleans Pelicans for the last 4 or 5 years. If he knows all the warts of Zion Williamson and thinks it would work here, I think they make that trade. If not, it's because he knows it won't work, because he knows him better than anybody here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. So we will wait with bated breath like everyone else, right? All right. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we will have another edition of Who Said It? 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. MSU Athletic Director Alan Haller released a letter today after the news broke yesterday that the university was going in a different direction. He called the position one of the greatest moments of his life and also said, quote, "Throughout my career, I've consistently spoken up when I believe something was not right, always guided by a commitment to protect students and uphold their best interests of the universities. At times, those decisions have not aligned with the individuals in positions of significant influence," end quote. ESPN passed down grades for every MLB teams based on the first month of their season. The Tigers were only one of 3 to receive an A. Quote, "They're certainly not going to overpower you, but the Tigers have as much pitching depth as any team in baseball with more rotation depth than last year's surprise playoff team and the same impressive bullpen that manager A.J. Hinch does such a good job of mixing and matching," end quote. Goes on to say that it would be nice to see them add another hitter with the amount of strikeouts they have, but without it, they still may run away with the division. The Rockies, who the Tigers have next, meanwhile received an F-, and here's what they had to say about them. Quote, "Imagine The Exorcist meets The Shining meets A Quiet Place, and then throw in the creature from Alien, and you have a rough approximation of what it's like watching the 2025 Rockies." Well, there you go. Tonight, the Tigers take on the Angels. Tarek Skubal will make the start. You're right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9:38. Gleyber Torres is expected to sit this one out even before his hamstring tightened up in last night's game. Western Michigan basketball has landed a marquee transfer from Penn State. Hudson Ward is making his way to Kalamazoo after he played sparingly in his first season in college. The forward was a 3-star at a high school. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Otto, 248-539-9797. If you're just getting your cards, it's the Valenti Rico Show with me, Stoney, and for Mr. Valenti's got probably some horses on his mind. Needed a day to watch the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby and do whatever Mike does at this time of the year. By the way, I took his recommendation and started watching the Netflix series with the family. We went through 3 episodes. It's pretty damn good.
You like it?
Yeah, and I actually texted Mike about 2 of the characters in this thing, and he said I was right on because one of them, I can't pronounce the guy's name, Figueroa or whatever his name is, looks like the biggest douche of all time, but he seems like a nice guy. If you can be a nice douche, he is that. And the other guy, Rapoli, whatever, he just looks like such an a-hole. And Mike said, yes, he's human filth.
That's the guy walking around with the jacket and no shirt on?
No. He's the douche. The douche is not. Rapoli's this guy. He call him Mike from Queens. That he's the guy who like is a St. John's like NIL guy.
He's that guy.
Oh
Gotcha.
yeah. He's just disgusting. Anyway, so I would suggest checking that out. All right. Speaking of which, David has some Derby facts, fun and facts for us.
I sure do, Stoney. Some wonderful facts here on the Kentucky Derby. Let's start with this. The first time it was called Churchill Downs Racetrack was 1883, but the track itself wasn't officially named that until 1928.
Oh, it was unbelievable. I remember doing the radio show that day.
Making the announcement. Yeah. It was a wonderful day. I'm pretty sure.
It was unbelievable, yeah. I guess Churchill probably was a sponsor, like paid money for it, just like they do today, right? I don't know. Does it say why it was named Churchill Downs?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. I never bothered to research that.
You know what? I never cared. But
are we familiar with the explorer of Lewis and Clark?
Of course.
Yeah. We are familiar, right?
Yes.
Well,
they took stagecoaches out to the West Coast, didn't they?
One Meriwether Lewis Clark Jr. was the grandson of the famous explorer from that group. He developed the Louisville Jockey Club, which then developed the Kentucky Derby.
Wow.
Seriously?
And I heard his great-great-great-grandson is going to be with the Tigers in 2028. Max Clark.
Yes. That is not true. It's not related to the Clark family. But
no,
yes,
I'm just going back to what you're reading. That's a wow.
Yeah.
So William Clark was his full name. We always say Lewis and Clark because of the group. But
yes.
Yeah, William Clark was his name, and his grandson, Meriwether Lewis Clark Jr., was part of the Louisville Jockey Club that then came up with the Kentucky Derby. So in 2015, that was a great year for the Kentucky Derby. The 141st running attracted the largest crowd in the history of the race. Care to guess how big the crowd was in 2015?
117,000. I don't know.
See, I don't think it's that big because that's you're looking at like NASCAR at that point.
Kenny, do you have a guess?
But the infield is packed.
Yeah, the infield is what does it, which kind of brings it to NASCAR levels. I was going to say 120, 25,000.
Wait, you can be on the infield for the horse racing? I thought they. Oh, see, I thought it was like a concentric circle where there's like other tracks inside. Maybe I got the different.
No, you could be in the middle.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna go 75,000.
All right, it was 170,500.
Wow. Okay, well, Stoney, we'll
People
combine ours.
Packed the historic facility for they saw the eventual Triple Crown winner of American Pharaoh. So that was a great 2015 in horse racing.
Yep.
They broke the record there for the largest crowd, and then you saw a Triple Crown winner. In 1954, yes, in 1954, the purse, we talked about the purse yesterday, how it is a full $2 million. The winner gets 1.21. The purse exceeded $100,000 for the first time in 1954. That's a lot of money in 1950.
Yes, it was.
A lot of money.
Now.
I'll take it. Very true, Rico. Very true. So we talk about disqualifications a lot with horse racing. It happens. There's cheating. There's all kind of things happening.
Well, there was one very recently with Bob Baffert's horse won the Kentucky Derby and he got it disqualified.
Exactly. Well, the very first horse to face disqualification was in 1968. The horse was called Dancer's Image.
You remember this?
Vaguely remember the name of the race. I remember the name of the horse.
Won the race, and then it was revealed after the race through a test that it had anti-inflammatory painkiller drug that was illegal, and they disqualified them.
Who won? Was it Majestic Prince?
It
that
was
year?
Forward Pass that ended up winning.
Did the horse
They had to go to court, though.
Oh.
They went to court.
Did the horse show up to the press conference with a towel around its neck and explain?
All right.
Forward Pass in 1968. I tell you one thing: Bo Schembecker didn't bet on that horse.
So the horse had pain medicine.
It was illegal for them to have the anti-inflammatory painkiller medicine. Yes.
Okay.
So they were disqualified. That was the first one, though, in 1968. They started running this race a long time before that. That was the very first one to get disqualified. So the highest odds of winning a horse or winning a race
2 years ago.
We do remember Rich Strike in 2022. Yes. That was 80-1, but that was not the highest odds to ever win the Kentucky Derby.
No.
91-1. Don Rail in 1913. I think we all remember 1913 well.
Why is everybody looking at me?
No. I'm looking at everyone.
Okay.
But Don Rail. But in our lifetime, we remember Rich Strike in 2022.
Right, because he was the horse that wasn't even supposed to be in the race.
That was we did our draft like we do every year.
Right.
Wasn't included in the draft.
And everybody, what about this guy? And Mike was like, please, he's nothing. He's not going to do anything. I'm like, you sure? Yeah. And he wins.
He won the race.
He won the race.
It was crazy. 80-1. Wow. So I have a few more facts here. The fastest Kentucky Derby. I think we remember this, right? The horse that ran the fastest.
Was it 1801?
It was in 1973.
Oh, Secretariat.
Secretariat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Secretariat.
Is that the photo where was it the Kentucky Derby? It's a famous photo where it's
so far ahead.
Belmont. That was the Belmont.
Okay, it's just him running.
Yeah, that wasn't this one, but yeah.
And it was the Belmont.
And you don't know the significance. Like, oh, that's a beautiful picture of a horse running. Like, no. That's how far he was ahead of everybody else. Then they found out later his heart was like 3 times the size of a regular horse.
Correct. So it was 1 minute, 59 seconds. And then
imagine. Hold on. Imagine that you trained and your horse came in second, but you weren't going to ever beat him.
And you ran fast. You ran well
your
enough.
Your horse probably would have set a record that day. You just weren't going to beat him.
Right.
Well, the slowest winning time came in 1891, where Kingman ran for 2 minutes and 52 seconds for a mile and a half.
Okay, so wait, what was Secretariat's?
A minute and 59 seconds.
So I'm a minute
over a minute longer than Secretariat.
It had to be a muddy.
Secretariat then took a shower.
A muddy track.
It doesn't say if it was a muddy track or not, but that's whoa.
There is a chance of rain tomorrow, I read, so that could change everything.
You could have given Secretariat a full minute head start.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. So let me go through a few stats here because post position is important when you're talking about winning this race.
Right.
Okay? So I'm going to give you a few guesses each. One guess each. That's what I'll do. One guess each on the post that wins the most percentage-wise. What post do you want to be at?
I would say like 3 because you want to be close to the inside.
I was going to say 3. I'll say 2, I guess.
I'm going to say 5.
Okay, so I am going to give that to you, Rico, because it is a tie. 5 is in on a tie. It wins 10.5% of the time, tied with the 20.
On the way outside.
Yes.
Well, there's
I
only
was surprised.
Everybody beat each other up.
They get out there fast.
There was another scratch today, so it's going to be less than 20
Correct.
today. Grande.
Now the scratch was at the 10 post today.
Yeah.
To 10 post. Currently 10 post. There may be a replacement and you'll get another 10, but right now 10
that
is
was
out.
the horse I picked yesterday.
Grande, yes.
Yeah.
There was another one scratched last night. So Beza, who Mike selected that was not in the race yesterday, is now in the race, and now we may get another one for Grande.
Wait, I didn't. Wait, I had, what was it, Rodriguez or something? I had a horse that.
You had Rodriguez. I picked Grande.
Okay, so your horse ain't running either.
Well, you better hope somebody gets at the 10 post because 10 post is number 3.
But David, here's the thing that I've learned with the other Mike sitting here horse racing. You don't want to be right on the 1, the 2, or the 3 spot because when everybody just basically smush. If you don't get a fast start, you're dead. You're never going to win.
Well, here's what I'll tell you. If you want to be at 2, that would be great for being in the money when it comes to the finish.
Right.
Because number 2, 27.4% of the time you're in the money, which is second, I'm sorry. Second for in the money or first for in the money would be the 10 spot. Right now we don't have anything in the 10 post. So 2 is good for the money, not good to win because that's 7.4% of the time you will win if you're in the 2 post. So
yeah, I know you don't want to be in the 1.
No, you're not going to win.
You guys, I mean, he gives dissertations in here when he's in his horse racing mood.
I know.
Oh, he just goes on and on and on. So if you ever want to know why we're laughing, if you're ever watching the stream, he's talking horse racing stuff.
There is one post, and we'll finish it with this. There is one post that has never won. Never won. Never.
I'm going to guess, because he was a loser, 19, Scott Mitchell. 19.
See, I was going to say 18.
Not 19, not 18. Do you have a guess?
7? Oh.
13.
7?
No, I was trying to give you a hint
17.
there. 19, not 19, not 18,
17.
but 17.
Wow.
Trying to give him a clue there, but he didn't get it. So those are your Kentucky Derby facts. 97-1.
Hey, sports fans, it's May. That means baseball season is heating up. And look, are you ready to catch every pitch, every home run, and every thrilling play? Well, you better make sure your internet and mobile connections can keep up. That's where Xfinity comes in with the most reliable Wi-Fi and best-in-class equipment. You'll never miss a moment of the action. Xfinity Internet is booming. Whether you're streaming the game live, gaming online with friends during halftime of whatever you're watching, or even working from home while keeping an eye on the score. And get this, Xfinity combines all the power of the internet and mobile, so you get lightning fast speeds at home and on the go. And don't forget about Xfinity Sports and News TV. Score the ultimate sports streaming experience with the local channels you love and the sports you cannot live without. Plus, you get Peacock Premium included at no extra cost. So to get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. The Wi-Fi, it's booming.
97.1 The Ticket. The Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney in here with Rico as Mike is off today. Kenny, David, we'll hear from everybody, including Evan, who's got his lovely daughter, Frankie, here today for Who Said It, coming up approximately around 4:30.
Yeah, she was just in here smiling it up. I said, hey, you could throw up on David's shirt. We would not even realize it.
I think she realized I was a Michigan fan because she didn't look too kindly at me.
No, she didn't. And as we all feel the same, David.
I got her to laugh. And, people say, well, you just looked at her, somebody would laugh. I got her to laugh, so I'm very happy with myself. Anyway, yeah.
It's weird when you can just get that baby to laugh. You feel like a sense of
something
accomplishment.
stupid. I just went like that, and she laughed. That's all I did. Anyway.
All right. Speaking of parents.
Yes.
And you know what? Great transition.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of parents. David, you got boys. Stoney, you got girls. But
are you going to ask me what would I do if one of them came home with Tom Izzo as a boyfriend, or Larry Brown, the Belichick thing?
No.
Okay.
No. What would life be like for you if you were in the role of Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich, whose son was the guy who prank called Shedeur Sanders during the draft and believed there may have been others that they prank called, but this kid was stupid enough to not only prank call Shedeur Sanders, then he puts it on social media so we know who it was. I guess Ulbrich realized, oh my God, that's my kid. Tells the Falcons. Falcons tell the NFL. NFL says, hey, here's the fines. Falcons, you get $250,000 fine. Ulbrich, you get $100,000 fine. Atlanta's like, we're not paying the fine for your kid, right?
Right.
We're taking that out of your paycheck. So we can discuss how you want it done. You want it all up front. You want it over the year. We're not paying for your kid's screw up. You two as fathers, what in the world do you say to your kid after you realize he just not only embarrassed you and the family and your team, he could have jeopardized your job, and he's now cost you over $250,000 over his stupidity because he wanted to yuck it up with his frat brothers?
Well, first of all, there will be no birthday or holiday or Christmas or Hanukkah presents for.
Are they even allowed to come to the house?
Years. Oh yes, they're allowed to come in the house. They're my kids. I mean, you see.
Cost you $350,000.
What am I gonna do? Disown them?
I would.
Well, you've never been a parent.
I'm asking.
I know. I hate playing that game. Oh, you can only chime in on things that you've done. No, First of all,
I guess I got to think that Thanksgiving dinner. Hey, could you pass the potatoes? I would, but we had to sell the bowl because your dumb ass went out there and did this. So now I'm $350,000. Like everything would turn into an argument. I just wanted some potatoes. Yeah, well, we don't have any. Okay, eat the rice.
We don't have a turkey this year because of you.
Right, we're all eating a small chicken.
I would garnish your wages for whatever job you'd get for a while.
That's what it would be. He would have to pay the fine.
I would have an allowance or something that, he would have to give.
Now,
me.
Is it once, after he makes 3 payments, you forgive him?
No,
or is it,
no.
what? I need every dime, and I don't care if you got to work till you're 50.
Well, correct.
And if I'm dead, bring it to the tombstone.
I get the amount is way more than what I was forced to pay when I was a kid. But I remember getting in my first accident when I was 16 years old. And my parents were like, oh, no, you're going to pay our deductible. You're going to pay us back for what you did. And I know that's not $100,000 or $250,000 or whatever the fine was. But, yeah, my son would have to pay me back. And it's not after 3 payments. All right, you started. Okay, I'm all good. No. Everything is owed to me.
I mean, in all seriousness, I like you guys with kids. Is it okay after a while you're okay with this? Or is this something that's going to be a sore spot?
It'll be a sore spot, but I'm not, especially since they're technically old. How old is the kid? The kid's
he's in college.
He's a running back in college. Yeah.
So
let's just arbitrarily say he's 21.
Okay, 21. So here's the deal: you have another year or two left in college. You're paying for your college. You're taking a loan, and you're going to repay it. I have nothing to do with that. There it is. That's it. There's your fine if you want to go to college.
That seems fair to me.
And that card, that card I got you, that's coming on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the punishment has to be severe.
Right. Out of spite, I just may light it on fire in front of you.
I'll send you the video.
Right. And I put it on social media. Mr. Funny Guy.
See, I'm more pissed. If I'm a parent, I'm more pissed at that than the actual thing that he did himself.
Right.
Social media video?
Yeah. That to me is like.
Because I could at least said, it's one of those when you're sitting in a meeting and if you're the father, you're Albrecht, you just kind of slump back in your seat and hope that nobody notices it's your kid. But once he puts it on the video, it's like, yep, that's my boy.
That's how he knew. I don't think his kid ever told him.
Right, because if he didn't do that,
right
now, we would have never known.
I said this the other day.
Because I think they actually would have thought that it was the Giants because somebody.
That was a rumor that it was Joe Shane's daughter.
Yeah, she goes to Ole Miss.
Oh, really? Wow. So here's the deal, and I know I'll get lambasted for this, but if you're going to call it a prank, okay? And I know it's nothing I would do, you would do. It was bad, all right? But in the grand scheme of pranks, it was a pretty good prank. Forgetting the social media part of it.
No, actually, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
Stoney,
it depends what you consider a prank. That's a prank.
See, I look at
nobody
that.
got hurt.
No, but see, I look at that as that's a special day for them. You know what that's like? That's like your daughter gets married, and during the ceremony, somebody wants to do something that embarrasses her. You won't be saying the same. Hey, that was a pretty damn good prank. I gotta give it to
like
him.
I'm saying,
You would be upset. You would be pissed.
It's wrong, but that's what pranks are.
Nah, there's certain things that should be off limit. Like I said, a wedding day.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, somebody takes the bride's dress and dumps it into some tie-dye. And now she's looking like a hippie. And you're like, well, it's too late to change it. Now she's got it. She's crying. Like, this is everybody's moment. He went and got a special phone, a special number, because he didn't want people calling. When that phone call comes, Stoney, look, you've seen enough high school people. That's the moment they have been waiting all their life.
That's true.
And he ruined it.
Oh, he did.
That's why I can't. A prank is okay. It's something silly. That's a special moment.
Right.
That, you only get those once in your life, and he's ruined that moment.
I get it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Look, it all depends on your relationship with your kids. And in Albrecht's case, I mean, the part of the reason why I'm sure his kid's not paying him back or whatever is because he makes $1 million as a defensive coordinator.
No excuse.
I know it's no excuse.
Okay, but you realize he makes $1 million. Okay, first of all, Uncle Sam already coming in.
I understand.
So of that $1 million, he's only sitting there at about $650,000, and now half of that is going to the NFL. So that's why I'm like, look, thanks. You know what? You're going to sit out this thing. I can't look at you for dinner. You're not coming here. Just go to your girlfriend's house.
Hold on now, Rico. It's May, and you're already kicking about a Thanksgiving dinner?
Yes. I don't want to see you. There will be there's no Christmas for you. No. You don't live here. I'd change the locks. I don't want to see you for a year. Talk to your mama. I don't want to see you.
You know what? It's all. There's no. It was absolutely a wrong thing to do. But there's no right or wrong as far as parenting. There are some people who, once their kids turn like 18 or 20, they kick them out of the house. So you're on your own.
Correct.
To me, I could never do that.
I hope my son has that message right now.
Because here's the thing, like, in all seriousness, like Albrecht, you getting called down to Arthur Blank's office. You don't know what he's about to do. Like, am I about to get fired because of my kid? I got to sit in there, hat in hand, take whatever you want to say to me. Oh, you know this, that. Yeah. Did you leave an iPad open? Yes, I did, Mr. Blank, sir. Like, you getting chewed out for something you had no idea that was going on.
I know. It's
so
bad.
You know what?
It's bad. I get it, but
you know what? Go down to your local diner and get your turkey dinner.
It's your kid.
You ain't coming home.
People defend their kids who actually do really bad things because it's their kid.
That's true as well. That's why I asked the parents.
Yeah, it's a great question.
So,
all right, coming up next. Who said it? 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers are back in the field tonight against the Angels. Tarek Skubal set to get the start. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame at 9:10. According to the Sports Business Journal, local NBA TV viewership was down 9%, but Pistons coverage increased by 31% this year locally. All right. Yeah, Detroit Cast Tech had the second most draft picks among high schools in the country to just IMG Academy in Florida.
That's because they only have a 97-yard field, so they have a distinct advantage.
And what sets them apart besides that David graduated from there? That's head coach
Marvin
Marvin
Rushing. And we play
Rushing.
on a field that's only 97 yards.
They all go to the NFL, don't they?
Right. It's a distinct advantage.
Well, they have less mileage on them. They don't have to run as much. 7 new technician grads are now on NFL rosters to date. The NCAA is bringing down the hammer on 5 total current and former Iowa State football assistant coaches after they placed over 6,000 online sporting bets, some that included Iowa State men's and women's basketball games as well. They now face show clause sanctions. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Jeremy Otto.
Jeremy, how slow of a day is it that you interview Cast Tech's coach?
Hey.
Well, I don't know. It was a story that came out today.
Hey, did you ask him, are they ever going to build a football field on that empty lot?
We're getting a new facility, yes.
A full 100 yards?
Are you the major donor? Is that what you're announcing right now?
I am not the donor, no.
Please, David donates $20 and a pack of hot dogs.
Best hot dogs in the PSL.
And they let the best high school player in the state leave. Because Acuff is better than McKenna.
Of course.
Well, if McKenna went to Michigan State, you wouldn't say that.
I don't even know who you're talking about, Stoney.
Okay.
No, Acuff.
Yeah,
it's
he
funny.
is.
He's very good.
Is anybody ready for who said it?
Acuff?
Yeah.
His old man gets his hair cut where I get mine. So,
All right.
Wow.
All right. It's time for Who Said It. All right, in studio.
What is happening?
In studio, we have Kenny and Evan.
I want to go by Acuff for now on.
Acuff. Yes.
Oh, Acuff. Okay.
He'll be playing for Arkansas.
Okay.
All right. David, start us off.
Does anybody want to know who's eligible?
6A to 6P?
6A to 8P.
Ooh.
Wait, did Wojo?
No, he didn't work at all this week.
right?
No, he did. He worked yesterday.
Did he really?
Yeah.
He was
from
down at the LCA.
Okay.
I'm trying to. Did Mark Ryan fill in for them any?
Mm-mm.
No, that's today, I think.
Yeah.
Number 1, there were plenty of opportunity for the Pistons to win this game to not allow it to come down to an officiated call.
That could be
You
anybody.
can say anybody.
No, I wouldn't say that would be anybody. I would discontinue 10-2. I don't think they would have said that.
I know I said something similar to that. I mean, that's David. David goes generic today. We eating
This
Fruitios.
is a BS who said it.
No,
right
no.
here.
You know what? Today is a Fruitios type of day. This is Hydrox. We don't
Right.
get we're getting generic stuff.
The Big Mick.
Sports.
Is that 93 Field who said it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's 93 yards.
I'm going to just say Rico.
I'm going to say Jim Costa because I didn't expect him to have that take after that game. I thought he was going to say we got jobbed, yada, yada, and he went that route. I think it's Jim Costa.
Let me hear one more time, David.
There were plenty of opportunity for the Pistons to win this game to not allow it to come down to an officiated call.
I guess Rieger.
I think
Roll a dart. It could have been
right.
Most of the people.
It could have been Jansen, too, because he never blames the officials.
That's not a bad guess.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll say me. I don't know.
All right, I think we're all in.
Who said it?
There you go.
There you go.
Good job.
Yeah, but I said Rico first, so it doesn't.
But you changed it.
Okay.
Normally changing is bad, but
Okay.
it worked
Whoa,
for you.
he didn't officially change that.
Yeah, he did. He said Jansen.
He said
You
it
know what?
could be
Hey, fellas, I'm
John
sorry.
Jansen.
I talked about Castex Field, and Davis all in his feelings right now. But you know
Number
what? Give it
two.
time because he'll reach the end zone before anybody else.
Number 2. I don't know if anything is going to happen. I don't think anything is going to happen, but it would not stun me if Dylan Larkin was traded.
Wow.
I don't think that's Kenny.
Yeah, I would definitely didn't say that. No shot.
I'm going to say Jeff Rieger.
Oh.
I don't, because I think a lot of hosts scoff at the motion of even talking about trading him, don't they?
Yeah, you know what? I like
I'm
that.
going to Janks myself,
Okay.
and I'll explain why later. I could be wrong in Janksing.
Janking?
Janksing.
Okay.
I'm going to say Jeff Rieger.
I thought that initially too.
Be surprised.
I don't think it was midday.
No, because I think they would be utterly
Would it be
shocked.
Costa?
It could be.
No, because Costa loves the captain.
But is he like on a high horse? And
But
you know?
I think he would be surprised if they.
You think so?
Yeah, if they traded. Dylan
Yeah.
Larkin.
Okay. You know who it could have been? It could have been Gov, because he's been the least Larkin guy around here. I'm going to say Gov.
You know, I'm going to go Costa because it probably was the day after Stevie gave his press conference.
Yeah, he wasn't happy.
And he just was like, things and stuff, and I ain't going nowhere.
Are y'all locked in?
Well, the reason I jinxed
Tony, go
myself is because I think it was me when I was in with Doug.
Who said it?
God, what a jerk! Couldn't have given us a hint. Yeah, for us.
Right.
All right, good job,
You know,
Stoney.
you can't just say, I think I said it.
No, but to me, that's
like, what did I say for the first one? Guys, I think I said it.
that.
It's usually you jank yourself when you heard it on another show.
Well, I did hear it.
All right, all right.
I said it.
I think he used the rule right.
Yeah, he got stoned.
Yeah.
Well, that's possible.
Number 3. I love Brad Holmes. I think he's the best Lions GM we ever had.
Scott the Gator Anderson.
I was just thinking that.
I think he's throwing us a curveball.
Oh.
Because I think there's a butt coming on after that.
I think it's Rieger.
I think it's Mike. I could be wrong. Because he said that, I think, and then he also said, and then this, and this need to happen.
One more time, David.
I love Brad Holmes. I think he's the best Lions GM we ever had.
You're right. Mike did say that, and then he
Or
hit us with
something
a
like
butt.
that.
I don't think would Mike use the word love though.
Yes.
Yeah.
If
Oh
he's-
no! It's love followed by a hammer.
By the way, if you guys have any other ideas, don't put it all
No,
on me.
I know.
Kenny.
I said Gator
Okay.
because
It's all
Gator
on
loves
Kenny.
Brad Holmes.
And I said Rieger.
I'm gonna say Kenny. Why?
Roberts.
Who said it?
Oh,
Damn.
Wow.
Sorry, fellas.
Stoney's dominating today. I don't think he's missed yet, has he?
Well, if you want to give him the first one, even though he said Rico first and then switched to John. But yeah.
You're
I mean,
allowed
that
to
too.
switch, David. It's been done
actually
before.
Screwed us on the second one. He knew the answer and just kept it to himself.
Wow. He can't
Number
lose.
4. When you're a young team and you're a young player, it stinks right now, but they'll all be better for it.
Gotta be talking Pistons,
Wow.
right?
Yeah.
You're a young team, young player.
I'm going to say Kang.
I'm going to say Doug because he turned a negative into a positive.
Doug wasn't here today.
Yeah,
So
but
I'm going to say Gator.
I don't
You
think
know
it was
what? I'm
from
gonna go with
today.
the hot hand over here. I'm betting with Stony bets. I'm going Gator.
Wow.
Are we all
I'm
locked
desperate.
in?
I'm desperate. I'm desperate.
We're all locked in?
Yes, we are.
Who said it?
Oh,
Double
double
Rieger?
back.
Damn. Right show. Because he was in with them today.
Woo! That was good.
Mental
right there.
note.
That was a good
Never
one.
talk about Cast Tech before we do one of these.
So just for reference, the first Rieger was during his show from 6 to 8 the other day. The last Rieger I just played was from today.
Ooh, look at you.
Wow.
All right, I have one more
we
for
weren't
you.
listening today because we were all out there.
Exactly. One more. This is what happens in playoff basketball, especially when you play a team like the Knicks who have the clutch player of the year in Jalen Brunson.
Jim Costa. I probably needed to jank myself, but he mentioned clutch player of the year so many times today.
I didn't listen today, so I'll say Jansen.
Costa.
Yeah, I'll say Mike. What the heck? I'm bankrupt.
I know.
I'm holding up a sign.
I'm standing right next to you.
Who said it?
Oh!
You know what? What?
Wow.
That was good, David.
Thank you. Thank you. Next time, leave Castec alone. That is who said it.
Two four eight 539-9797. Who said it? Coming up at 4 o'clock. We had a lot of Pistons talk early. We'll get back to that. And if you missed it, go to the Odyssey app and hit the rewind function. listen to all the good stuff, some podcasts. Rico did he did a 5-star zone today. Evan and I did Restore the Floor last night after the Pistons game. So check all that good stuff out. Speaking of good stuff, it's time for a little football action. David, if you please.
So I want to go through a list here. We just went through the draft, and there's a list that was put together for the NFL's most exciting young cores going into 2025. So they have, you have to have a QB1, a really good QB1, RB1. They even have some defensive players in some of these cores. So let's start here at number 8, the New York Giants. Says the youngins in the core would be, of course, Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors, and Abdul Carter, along with Scatterboo and a potential, that's what they have. And Brian Burns is there, too, in their core.
So they don't have Thibodeau in their core?
They do not.
Ooh.
Question marks on if they, what they do with him. But number 8 for young core?
Yeah.
Exciting?
No, on one side of the ball I could see, but, I'm not – who knows how good Jackson Dart's even going to be? And Neighbors is really good. I'll give him that. And I like Scatterboo too, but I don't buy that.
That's what I feel. You have no quarterback. If a quarterback is not a part of your core, you shouldn't be on this list because you can have great players, David. If you can't move the ball and you can't score, you don't win. That's it. And yeah, I listened to that list. Those are good players, but who's leading them? Russell Wilson? Mr. Gabagoo?
Oh, Winston?
Right.
Well, next on the list, and you're not going to agree with this one either, would be the New York Jets. Their core that is listed on this list says Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, Olu Fashanu, Ahmad Mimbo, who they just drafted, and Sauce Gardner. No quarterback.
You can't.
It's a core list of players, but your quarterback has to be a part of the core. So am I wrong?
No,
here?
You're not wrong. And hopefully for them, Justin Fields will be that guy. But
and it says they didn't put him in there because he's past the rookie contract.
Okay.
So that's why they did, because he's only 26.
Oh, so these are people. Oh, wait.
That's what they're saying for that reason.
So the criteria is people under the
no,
rookie.
They're just saying that's why they didn't put him.
Because they mentioned They mentioned Brian Burns,
right?
Then,
I strongly disagree.
Yes.
If you can't move the ball, you can't score. I don't care. Because, you're wide receiver 1. But if the quarterback doesn't throw you the ball, you might as well be wide receiver 99.
Yeah.
Next on the list, the New England Patriots. They have a quarterback on this list, Drake May, Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, and Christian Gonzalez, cornerback.
Christian Gonzalez is terrific.
22 years old, second team All-Pro.
He's terrific. Drake May showed signs towards the end of being really good. I can see them being on that list.
Okay.
The young core.
I'll be interested to see who didn't make the list, but okay. I'm always leery of putting guys who've never played a snap in the league on these types of lists because we don't know. Travion Henderson looks like a great pickup.
Yeah, there's 2 guys, Will Campbell and Travion Henderson. Yeah.
Right, but, it's not like we haven't seen first-round bust and second-round bust before.
Number 5 on the list, the Chicago Bears. Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, Colston Loveland, and then they also put Luther
Ben
Burton III on here.
No Ben Johnson?
No Ben Johnson. They do not have any young defensive players in their core listed.
Is he on there?
No, he should be on the Jets.
Okay.
That's where he signed.
That one I agree with. Chicago Bears upgraded their offense.
Yes.
I mean, you saw that was Ben Johnson's hand. He working hand in hand with the GM. Yeah, I mean, taking Colston Loveland, I was okay. When I heard the rationale, I was like, I understand why they did it now because I probably wouldn't have.
They thought he was better for their system than Laporte,
right,
Tyler
because they
Warren.
already said we got a tight end like him, so we don't need two of those. We need something different. Yes, I like that, David. I was down on Caleb Williams, Stoney, until I actually went back and looked at the stats, and he didn't play bad. He just played on a bad team.
Yeah.
I mean, your coach was brain dead. We all remember.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, he made some bad decisions, but they were rookie decisions.
Yeah. So no, that list I agree with for the young core.
Next on the list, number 4 will be the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, not this year. Will Anderson,
I thought he was gonna be back by
and Derek Stingley Jr. I'm just going to skip by that. Do you think they should be on this list at number 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, now I'm being a hypocrite. Yes, the quarterback's on there. Well, they gave away their offensive line, but it looked like they tried to bring some back. Mm-hmm. That was my only concern was, guys, what are we doing? You got the franchise QB.
Did you even mention Will Anderson, or is he old?
Will Anderson is on here.
Okay.
Yes.
So, no, I like that. They just got to protect C.J. Stroud. Tank Dell will be back by –
maybe not.
Next Thanksgiving. His leg fell off,
Thanksgiving
David.
of 2026. I'm sorry. I was way off there. I apologize. Number 3 on the list, the Jacksonville Jaguars. You have Trevor Lawrence. You have Brian Thomas. You have Trayvon Walker. And you have a guy on each side of the ball, Travis Hunter.
Well, everything depends on Travis Lawrence. That's the problem.
Trevor Lawrence,
not Travis Lawrence.
It maybe depend on Travis Hunter too, though.
Yes,
he's playing both sides.
Yeah.
No, this is Trevor Lawrence.
I get it. I don't know. You're rolling the dice there.
This is it for me. Trevor Lawrence, I'm sorry. I was told you were going to be this generational quarterback. You've been okay. That's it. You're just okay. Long flowing hair, just okay. You don't win. You don't do much. You're not exciting. You're not even must-watch TV. When he's on, Jacksonville, that's nap time right there. They're a boring team. That's why I'm glad that they're playing all those games overseas at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's where you fit. If he doesn't get it done this year, David, it just may be time that we all come to the conclusion Trevor Lawrence is just not that good.
Yeah, I think we're going to find that out this year.
This will be his 3rd coach, right?
Yes.
He started with Urban, right?
Yes.
Then Doug Peterson. Well,
does Urban really count?
Well, and so he had an assist, so he had an interim. What was it? Bevel, right?
Yeah, I believe so. So number 2 on the list will be the Atlanta Falcons. They have Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Jalen Walker, James Pierce Jr., and yes, Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, they should be on that list.
Who was that? Who was the last one, David?
Michael Penix Jr. I'm just going to skip to number 1 on the list.
No, but Atlanta, I don't know what their problem. They have all the talent in the world. They just don't win games.
Well, their problem is going to be making sure their plays don't get put out on the internet.
Well, man, you know what? I'll ask you about that at later. You two being fathers.
Okay.
For me, I'd be minus a kid.
Let me give you number 1 on the list before you can compare them to the Atlanta Falcons. Number 1 would be Bo Nix, Marvin Mims Jr. I'm sorry. Number 1 is Denver Broncos with Bo Nix, Marvin Mims Jr., R.J. Harvey, Patrick Surtain, and Jahdae Barron.
Yeah. Young quarterback, yeah.
That's over Atlanta. So
well, you know what? I can't. But here's the thing. We were all wondering, like, man, was it Sean Payton was he overrated? He wasn't. He took Bo Nix. We all laughed like, you took Bo Nix. He's this old guy. Wow, they're winning.
Yeah.
And they were fun. And now he's adding more pieces. I think he's going to have a resurgence in his career. Nix may end up being one of the better quarterbacks in that draft. Like he was like an afterthought guy.
And he knew Russell Wilson was not for him.
Yeah. And he just said, trust me on this. And it worked. Talent-wise, David, I think Atlanta has more talent. quarterback-wise, Denver has the better
Bo Nix has
quarterback.
proven himself first
Right.
year, yeah.
But talent-wise, Atlanta is just young talent.
And Atlanta's playing in a weaker division, too.
Yeah,
very, very true. That is your football today.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers are back in the field tonight against the Angels. The Ace Terek School heads to the mound to face Jose Soriano. Soriano's been decent so far with a 4.50 ERA. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9:38. Gleyber Torres was lifted early from yesterday's game after he was having some hamstring tightness. He was not due to play today anyway. And also appears that Matt Vierling is heading for a rehab with Toledo. A tweet by Schoolcraft baseball coach Joey Paywan is making its rounds, but because it includes a photo of Matt Vierling's bag at Detroit Metro Airport. Paywan's friend works at the airport. The Pistons' playoff run came to an end yesterday at the hands of the Knicks. Owner Tom Gores shared the following on X minutes ago, quote, "I'm so proud of our Pistons family in this turnaround season. We're just getting started. Looking ahead, I know there are no limits to what we can do together. Thank you to our players, coaches, execs, staff, and fans who never give up. Always Detroit basketball," end quote. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Otto. It is the Valenti and Rico Show. Stoney in for Valenti. Got Kenny, got Hatchet. And Jeremy's update, by the way, he mentioned that Soriano, I believe, is who's pitching for the Angels. He's had a decent year. His ERA is 4.50. I don't want to bring out the old man card, but when I was a kid, if you had a 4.50 ERA, you weren't even in the majors. No. Let alone a starter. I mean, it was like if you were like around 3.5, you were considered bad.
Unless you were a strikeout artist.
Right.
And it was either they just light you on fire.
4.50 used to suck. Now it's like, it's decent.
It is different, Stone.
I know. It is definitely different. You know what's different about this Detroit Tiger team, Mr. Beard?
What is that?
Javi Baez is actually playing really good baseball, both with his bat and with his glove, and his glove in center field. He made an unbelievable catch last night to, rob a guy of a home run. He himself hit a home run the day after he hit a grand slam.
Yeah. Now, he's not lighting it up, but he is contributing to this team.
Yeah.
He's getting it done. Like his fielding, it was a joke. Javi Baez out in center. What else could go wrong for this team? It's almost like Scott Harris and the man, they're falling into, everything's falling into place for them. Like, who would have thought that this would work, but it's working?
Right.
Tony, he's not bad.
No, and, you got to give AJ credit and for thinking about this situation as soon as, Parker Meadows had his problem. And Javi Baez, they said, he goes, I played center field when I was a little kid. I loved it out there. I'm still athletic. Yeah. I'll try it.
So to give you guys some numbers here, Javi Baez, 119 OPS plus, meaning he's 19% better than league average. His OPS is 760, and he's batting 291. I mean, take from those numbers what you will.
Right.
But this is, to say this is better than expected, it's better than we thought possible.
Let me ask you a question. Who is overachieving from our expectations more, him or Torque? I think it's him.
It's him, because from him I expected absolutely nothing.
But we were hoping
worse than nothing.
We were hoping they would buy him out.
And that's just it. We were all waiting for the day where they said, we just cut the check. We Allen Iverson him. Just go home, Javi.
Were we expecting anything from Torque? I mean, I wasn't.
Because Torque was younger. I'm like, yes, this was his make or break
more
here
than
for
what
me.
Javi. Okay,
Javi.
right.
Look, David, I had written Javi off, Stoney. I didn't think that he had anything left. I was just shocked he still made the team. Okay. They actually got better when he left and got the surgery done.
Yes. Yeah.
They made the playoffs once he left. I'm thinking, Tigers, that's a hint and a half for you. You're better without him.
Right. The only reason, because once spring training started, we all thought that Javi shouldn't be here and Torque was going to be in Toledo. That's where we thought. And I think the Tigers actually thought that about Torque themselves, and they didn't want to cut the check for Javi because they're the Tigers. Well, lo and behold, here we go. And a few months later, they are cutting a check for Maeda. Yeah. And I know it'll go down as a demerit on this Scott Harris's, good and bad, acquisitions column. But at least They recognized the mistake. They tried to fix him. And after a month, they realized it didn't work. It's not as huge a check, and there's no term really after this year like there is for Javi. So I'm not going to say, oh, boy, he's eating money. But you know what? Some teams probably wouldn't eat money, and they are eating money, so I give them credit for that.
Stoney, it really boils down to this. As Kenny said, I mean, 760 OPS. He's actually playing good in the outfield, the center field. It's gotten to the point where you want to just find something wrong and you can't, and you just
enjoy
my question to Tigers fans, I'm really asking Tiger fans out there, can we give Love another chance?
Yeah.
Can we give Javi another chance? Can we just wipe the slate clean and just look at this Javi? Don't look at the money. No, don't look over there. Look at what he's doing right now. Can we just give Javi a chance and maybe just realize that he's a key part to this team? Yeah. I can't believe I'm saying this.
No, I know. Look, I'm guilty as charged. What did I say? I said they should get rid of him because you're paying for a pile of poop, and you got to pay for it anyway. But would you rather have the pile of poop in your house, smelling it up, or outside your house? And I said outside my house. But lo and behold, I don't know, some sort of magic fragrance, some kind of Febreze on the pile of poop, but it smells nice right now. He's doing a good job.
248-539-9797. Can we give Javi a chance? Like, can we kind of wipe the slate clean and start fresh with Javi Baez, or are you still like, nah, this ain't gonna last? You guys are a bunch of idiots. I can't believe you falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
I know. It's
David.
I'm
Magnum PI
trying to accept them, but I'm not quite there yet.
Well, you don't have to sit there and say he should be playing in the All-Star game or he's going to be this, he's going to be that, but are you at least sitting back and say, you know what? He's playing well. I'm going to enjoy it. And if he gets to be the Javi that I thought he was going to be, then we'll don't worry about that.
So David, you got to wait. Because, like, for me, I've been waiting for the other shoe to drop. And I just think that it's not going to drop. He's never going to be All-Star Javi, but I don't think he's going to be Harvey either.
If you would have told me before training camp that he was going to play well in center field defensively, right, I would have called you crazy.
Yeah.
Robbing people of a home run?
100%. That's not his primary position. He said he wanted to try it out, and I thought, that'll be a fun spring experiment that's never actually going to happen in a game. He's playing well.
Right.
I still need another month of good baseball from him, or at least solid. But there's going to be ups and downs. I just need another month.
And look, there are guys who are going to start coming back. Veerling, Margot, and who knows, Parker Meadows maybe. And we'll see what happens.
But he's out there looking like Parker Meadows.
I know. He's made 2 catches so far. He had the Willie Mays one a few weeks ago where he ran on and then the one last night was unbelievable.
It just leaves me like, what am I watching here? And maybe we've been too hard on Javi. Maybe
No, we haven't been too hard. He deserved all the criticism.
So can we change the criticism and say, you know what? Maybe Javi Baez is somebody we need in the everyday starting lineup.
Yeah, well, right now with all the injuries, yes, we do. They do. They definitely do need him.
And I think that's why I'm not sold yet. It's because what happens when everyone gets healthy? Where do we put him? Are we going to say, yeah, we absolutely need him in the lineup? I don't know if we will.
Well, I don't know where you're going to put him because if Meadows is further away than Veerling.
At this point, put him at catcher. He can do everything, I guess, because he can play center field. But to answer David's question, that's going to be dictated by his play.
Correct.
If he continues some sort of consistency,
yes,
he's got to keep playing every day.
Right, and I don't care where. If Meadows comes back, Meadows is obviously the center fielder. Javi can play anywhere. And you know what? Hopefully he'll have a May like he had last year. But, if Colt Keith keeps struggling, then there's your guy to send down if you worry about, who's going to roster spots and things like that. Javi can play it. He keeps hitting the way he is. He's more of a DH than Colt Keith. Right?
Tony, I'm sitting there and I'm watching like, I thought this guy was done.
We all did.
He's Javier Baez. That's what he is.
Yes.
With Javier Baez?
Maybe that changed. Maybe that turned it around.
Maybe. We're joking, but once he said Javier Baez, like, you're not Javi, you're Javier. Yeah. You're not last year you were Harvey Baez.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're Javier.
Yeah.
And it's working.
Keegan-Michael Key, man, he threw out the first ball at Comerica Park opening day, and he turned Javi around.
Because I'm watching him, and it's really the play out in center field. Like, I thought that this was just AJ you know what? This is manager talk, and you just don't want to say that. We'll find a place for him. You did. He's actually holding his own out there.
Yes, good for him. Good for frickin'
But not good enough for David, though.
I know. 97 won the ticket. Two four eight 539-9797 is the telephone number. We're talking a little Tiger baseball. They go for their second in a row tonight against the Angels out in Anaheim. Tariq Skubal on the mound for the Tigers, coming off a really good performance. The last time he pitched, he's a good pitcher, you know that? All right, but we're talking about the renaissance of Javi Baez. It's been incredible. He's hitting, doing, what's he hitting, about 300, you said, Kenny, or right below there. He's got a really good OPS. He's got home runs in back-to-back games, but more importantly, he's been playing center field, and he robbed someone of a home run last night. He made a great catch the other day. He had a grand slam the other day. He had a home run. It's been amazing because everybody thought that he was done, and the only reason he was with the team is because they didn't want to just waste the money. But he's proven himself, and how long it'll last, we don't know. But it's good, and it's okay for people to come out and say I was wrong, and it is a small sample size, but it looks like I was wrong. Most of us were wrong. Most of us didn't want to even see him in the lineup.
I'm willing to admit that, you know what, this is a different Javi.
Yeah.
This is not the Javi that we've seen. This is not the guy who's like, get this guy off the team, buy him out, do what you got to do. Chris cut the check. And I get it. David's wants to see a little bit more.
The other thing that the other thing I like about him this year, his strikeouts are still relatively high. But he's swinging. He's not chasing.
He's not getting struck out by Sister Jean.
Yeah, and he's not swinging at pitches that are like the worst pitches you've ever seen.
He's not embarrassing.
Right.
The bar was so low, and he's clearing it. And he's clearing it with ease. And I don't know if that we're being unfair because we set the bar so low for him. But it's like, he's not bad.
No, you're right. At the plate, he looks so much better, but it's in the field that I was a little worried about when they decided, he's going to play center. Because I remember that show, guys. I remember us looking at it, and I thought he was just, shagging balls in center field that day. And the news comes out later in the day, no, he's going to play center. And I was like, oh, no,
we're really doing this.
What is this going to look like? This is going to be embarrassing. But I just looked at the play again, and he just looked so comfortable out there. Tracking the ball, running, timing the jump. That looks like I've done this before, and I'm ready for this.
And guys, maybe it's just being out in center field away from everybody. It's a calming factor. It allows him to think, and he can just react because he looks like a better player. 248-539-9797. You're willing to admit, hey, Javi's pretty good. We're going to give Love another chance. We're going to give Javi another chance. Dave, a couple ticket texts, and then we'll hit the phone lines.
Javier Baez, the last 13 games, is batting a lot better than Torkelson. Go figure. Guys, who's Javi? There's a guy that we have this year named Javier Baez, though. Shh, don't jinx it. Keep calling him Javier Baez, he said.
Javier.
Yeah.
We don't love this new Javier. We love the new Javier Baez. I'm all in on the second chance. That is Derek in Chesterfield. Maybe Javi's injuries were really holding him back last year. That's the only thing I can think of from BC.
It's possible the hip was bad, but he was bad the year before, too, though.
Right, before the hip injury.
Yes.
Correct.
How much would we have to pay the Tigers PA announcer, one of our old buddies who does some of the games, Ryan Woolley, to when he comes up to the plate and introduce Javier Baez? He might lose his job if he did it.
No, I don't think you would lose your job. You know what it would become?
Yes,
I think it would be great.
Would. No, David, I think it would be like Mason. When Mason did Detroit basketball, he said the story was the place was empty, and he thought he was about to get fired, and was just like,
because he did something totally different.
And he just did it, and I'm hearing it last night, and everybody now knows it.
Yeah,
Javier batting, Javier Baez.
Javier Baez.
He should do it.
Mike in Utica, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, so really quick, I guess try to be as quick as possible for you, but I obviously there's a psychological component, but in my mind I go back to a couple of years ago where AJ Hinch was on, in front of the media, and he's like, look, you guys keep hitting him with this, but nobody hates this more than him. And then Javier was in front of the media, and he's like, you could see it, like it was on his sleeve, like he was disappointed in himself. And I feel like last year watching the team trend up and he was not a part of it, like maybe that's the switch, but I feel like the conversations between the two have probably been very open and honest. and those guys have communicated, and that's probably leading to him becoming more successful because he's being reminded by AJ, you're a World Series champion. You were an integral part of that team. You're somebody who can play in this league. And, maybe he got to a point where he was getting down on himself. But I like to think maybe that the concept is AJ Hinch is a great coach, and he's getting the most out of a player that is now refinding himself.
That could be part of it. Look, nobody ever accused it. Thanks for the call, Mike. Of Javi like dogging it or not. It was never a work ethic or a hustle thing. It was just an awful performance issue. Mm-hmm. That's what it was. And by the way, the fact that they sent, they DFA'd Maeda, kudos for doing that. Do you think the pitch he had the other night had anything to do with it? Did you see that?
I don't think it helped.
I think that was probably the last straw. Like, what the hell are we doing?
If Javi wasn't playing so well, somebody would have superimposed him and made a video of him swinging at it.
Oh, you know what? You're absolutely right. And then the crazy thing is the next pitch, he hit a guy. He hit the same. It's crazy. All right.
Bad stretch there.
Yes.
Let me read a couple more ticket texts here. Someone says, hey, guys, in the perfect world, Baez has a great year and decides to opt out of the remainder of his contract. That's from George in Farmington Hills. Well, he doesn't have any more opt-outs. His opt-out was only for 2023, after the 23 season. So we're stuck with him no matter what, guys. Yeah. Don't think that he's going to have a great year and then he's gone.
No.
Dylan Dingler is also a surprise. Our future number one catcher. That is from Jason.
By the way, Nito, the guy who replaced Jake Rogers, he's pretty good. He hits better than Rogers does.
Bye-bye, Rogers. Javier has virtually made up the fact that Meadows is out hurt. His play has really helped the team so far. That is Drew in Woodhaven. It's hard for me to separate when they spell it like that. I don't know if I'm supposed to say Javier or Javier.
Well, if you're going to say Javier, just spell it Javeer.
Thank you. That'll help me out a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay?
Yes, exactly.
That's his twin brother playing for us now, guys. Aaron in a truck.
Oh, man.
And then someone says, in fairness, his injury, Harvey's injury, was a hip injury, and it was a degenerative situation. So that definitely bothered him and had an effect on the way he played.
So Harvey was hurt, and Javier took the medical attention and made it work, right? It's incredible.
Yeah, all I know is you're watching this guy, and it's just like, you know what? Maybe we were wrong. Maybe center field was the answer for him.
According to Josh in a truck, he says, look at his BABIP and his StatCast batted ball profile. It isn't real. He's still Harvey. There's somebody that's going to be negative.
Well, look, I don't think anybody's sitting here saying he's going to, be in the All-Star game. It's just been a pleasant surprise, and you just need guys, especially when guys are hurt, that you're going to count on to fill in and do a good job. And thus far, he's done a hell of a job. It's that simple.
That's the thing, because you're right. We have so many injuries that you don't want to collapse and just be so bad because, oh, my gosh, we're missing so many guys here. He's just keeping us afloat right now. Keep winning series. Keep doing your thing to help us do that.
No, he's earning his spot in the lineup is what he's doing.
Is.
But I think the hate for Javi Baez it's so permeating that you can't look to see what this man is actually doing right now.
We hate Javi. We love Javier. Yeah. 97 won the ticket.
All right. History had its gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom, and right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And with the Xfinity Wi-Fi, well, it's booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules that meeting that could definitely have been an email, now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in an all-in-one plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go, so your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get a 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited data internet service, and get unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or planning for Wi-Fi gold, it's only one thing for sure. Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com for more details. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees, extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabytes of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rates increase to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Otto, 248-539-9797. If you're just getting your cars, It's the Valenti Rico Show with me, Stoney, and for Mr. Valenti's got probably some horses on his mind. Needed a day to watch the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby and do whatever Mike does at this time of the year. By the way, I took his recommendation and started watching the Netflix series with the family. We went through 3 episodes. It's pretty damn good.
You like it?
Yeah, and I actually texted Mike about 2 of the characters in this thing, and he said I was right on because one of them, I can't pronounce the guy's name, Figueroa or whatever his name is, looks like the biggest douche of all time, but he seems like a nice guy. If you can be a nice douche, he is that. And the other guy, Rapoli, whatever, he just looks like such an a-hole. And Mike said, yes, he's human filth.
That's the guy walking around with the jacket and no shirt on?
No. He's the douche. The douche is not. Rapoli's this guy. He call him Mike from Queens. That he's the guy who like is a St. John's like NIL guy.
He's that guy.
Oh
Gotcha.
yeah. He's just disgusting. Anyway, so I would suggest checking that out. All right. Speaking of which, David has some Derby facts, fun and facts for us.
I sure do, Stoney. Some wonderful facts here on the Kentucky Derby. Let's start with this. The first time it was called Churchill Downs Racetrack was 1883, but the track itself wasn't officially named that until 1928.
Oh, it was unbelievable. I remember doing the radio show that day.
Making the announcement. Yeah. It was a wonderful day. I'm pretty sure.
It was unbelievable. Yeah. I guess Churchill probably was a sponsor, like paid money for it, just like they do today, right? I don't know. Does it say why it was named Churchill Downs?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. I never bothered to research that.
You know what? I never cared. But
are we familiar with the Explorer of Lewis and Clark?
Of course.
Yeah. We are familiar, right?
Yes.
Well,
they took stagecoaches out to the West Coast, didn't they?
One Meriwether Lewis Clark Jr. was the grandson of the famous explorer from that group. He developed the Louisville Jockey Club, which then developed the Kentucky Derby.
Wow.
Seriously?
And I heard his great-great-great-grandson is going to be with the Tigers in 2028. Max Clark.
Yes. That is not true. It's not related to the Clark family. But
I'm just going back to what you're reading. That's a wow.
Yeah.
So William Clark was his full name. We always say Lewis and Clark because of the group. But William Clark was his name, and his grandson, Meriwether Lewis Clark Jr., was part of the Louisville Jockey Club that then came up with the Kentucky Derby. So in 2015, that was a great year for the Kentucky Derby. The 141st running attracted the largest crowd in the history of the race. Care to guess how big the crowd was in 2015?
117,000. I don't know.
See, I don't think it's that big because that's you're looking at like NASCAR at that point.
Kenny, do you have a guess?
But the infield is packed.
Yeah, the infield is what does it, which kind of brings it to NASCAR levels. I was going to say 120, 25,000.
Wait, you can be on the infield for the horse racing? I thought they. Yeah, you can. Oh, see, I thought it was like a concentric circle where there's like other tracks inside. Maybe I got the different.
No, you could be in the middle.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to go 75,000.
All right, it was 170,500.
Wow.
Okay, well, Stoney, we'll combine ours.
Packed the historic facility for they saw the eventual Triple Crown winner of American Pharoah. So that was a great 2015 in horse racing.
Yep.
They broke the record there for the largest crowd, and then you saw a Triple Crown winner. In 1954, in 1954, the purse, we talked about the purse yesterday, how it is a full $2 million. The winner gets 1.21. The purse exceeded $100,000 for the first time in 1954. That's a lot of money in 1950.
Yes, it was.
A lot of money.
Now.
I'll take it. Very true, Rico. Very true. So we talk about disqualifications a lot with horse racing. It happens. There's cheating. So all kind of things happening.
Well, there was one very recently with Bob Baffert's horse won the Kentucky Derby and he got it disqualified.
Exactly. Well, the very first horse to face disqualification was in 1968. The horse was called Dancer's Image.
You remember this?
Vaguely remember the name of the race. I remember the name of the horse.
Won the race, and then it was revealed after the race through a test that it had anti-inflammatory painkiller drug that was illegal, and they disqualified them.
Who won? Was it Majestic Prince?
It was Forward Pass that ended up winning.
Did the horse?
They had to go to court though.
Oh,
they went to court.
Did the horse show up to the press conference with a towel around its neck and
Okay.
explain?
All right.
Forward Pass in 1968. I tell you one thing: Bo Schembecker didn't bet on that horse.
So the horse had pain medicine.
It was illegal for them to have the anti-inflammatory painkiller medicine. Yes.
Okay.
So they were disqualified. That was the first one though in 1968. They started running this race a long time before that.
Mm-hmm.
That was the very first one to get disqualified. So the highest odds of winning a horse or winning a race
2 years ago.
We do remember Rich Strike in 2022. Yes. That was 80-1, but that was not the highest odds to ever win the Kentucky Derby.
No.
91-1. Don Rail in 1913. I think we all remember 1913 well.
Why is everybody looking at me?
No. I'm looking at everyone.
Okay.
But Don Rail. But in our lifetime, we remember Rich Strike in 2022.
Right, because he was the horse that wasn't even supposed to be in the race.
That was we did our draft like we do every year.
Right.
Wasn't included in the draft.
And everybody, what about this guy? And Mike was like, please, he's nothing. He's not going to do anything. I'm like, you sure? Yeah. And he wins.
He won the race.
He won the race.
It was crazy. 80-1. Wow. So I have a few more facts here. The fastest Kentucky Derby. I think we remember this, right? The horse that ran the fastest.
Was it 1801?
It was in 1973.
Oh, Secretariat.
Secretariat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Secretariat.
Is that the photo where was it the Kentucky Derby? It is a famous photo where it's
so far ahead.
Belmont. That was the Belmont.
Okay, it's just him running.
Yeah, that wasn't this one, but yeah.
And it was the Belmont.
And you don't know the significance. Like, oh, it's a beautiful picture of a horse running. Like, no. That's how far he was ahead of everybody else. Then they found out later his heart was like 3 times the size of a regular horse.
Correct. So it was 1 minute, 59 seconds. And then
imagine. Hold on. Imagine that you trained and your horse came in second, but you weren't going to ever beat him.
And you ran fast. You ran well
your
enough.
Your horse probably would have set a record that day. You just weren't going to beat him.
Right.
Well, the slowest winning time came in 1891, where Kingman ran for 2 minutes and 52 seconds. For 1.5 miles.
Okay, so wait, what was Secretariat's?
1 minute and 59 seconds.
So yeah, I'm a minute
over a minute longer than Secretariat.
It had to be a muddy.
Secretariat then took a shower.
A muddy track.
It doesn't say if it was a muddy track or not, but that's whoa.
There is a chance of rain tomorrow. I read, so that could change everything.
You could have given Secretariat a full minute head start.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. So let me go through a few stats here because post position is important when you're talking about winning this race.
Right.
Okay? So I'm going to give you a few guesses each. One guess each. That's what I'll do. One guess each on the post that wins the most percentage-wise. What post do you want to be at?
I would say like 3 because you want to be close to the inside.
I was going to say 3. I'll say 2, I guess.
I'm going to say 5.
Okay, so I am going to give that to you, Rico, because it is a tie. 5 is in on a tie. It wins 10.5% of the time, tied with the 20.
On the way outside.
Yes.
Well, there's
I was surprised.
Everybody beat each other up.
They get out there fast.
There was another scratch today, so it's going to be less than 20 today. Grande.
Now the scratch was at the 10 post today.
Yeah.
To 10 post. Currently 10 post. There may be a replacement and you'll get another 10, but right now 10
that
is
was
out.
the horse I picked yesterday.
Grande, yes.
Yeah.
There was another one scratched last night. So Beza, who Mike selected that was not in the race yesterday, is now in the race, and now we may get another one for Grande.
Wait, I didn't. Wait, I had, what was it, Rodriguez or something? I had a horse that.
You had Rodriguez. I picked Grande.
So you okay? So your horse ain't running either.
Well, you better hope somebody gets at the 10 post because 10 post is number 3.
But David, here's the thing that I've learned with the other Mike sitting here horse racing. You don't want to be right on the 1, the 2, or the 3 spot, because when everybody just basically smush. If you don't get a fast start, you're dead. You're never going to win.
Well, here's what I'll tell you. If you want to be at 2, that would be great for being in the money when it comes to the finish.
Right.
Because number 2, 27.4% of the time you're in the money, which is second, I'm sorry. Second for in the money, or first for in the money, would be the 10 spot. Right now, we don't have anything in the 10 post. So 2 is good for the money, not good to win, because that's 7.4% of the time you will win if you're in the 2 post. So
yeah, I know you don't want to be in the 1.
No, you're not going to win.
You guys, I mean, he gives dissertations in here when he's in his horse racing mood.
I know.
Oh, he just goes on and on and on. So if you ever want to know why we're laughing, if you're ever watching the stream, he's talking horse racing stuff.
There is one post, and we'll finish it with this. There is one post that has never won. Never won. Never.
I'm going to guess, because he was a loser, 19, Scott Mitchell. 19.
See, I was going to say 18.
Not 19, not 18. Do you have a guess?
7? Oh.
13.
7?
No, I was trying to give you a
17.
19, not 19, not 18.
17. Wow.
Trying to give him a clue there, but he didn't get it. So those are your Kentucky Derby facts. 97-1.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. On a Friday, Mark Ryan will take over at 6 o'clock.
Javier Bays.
Javier Bays. He's the man. The man of the hour is Javier Bays. We'll see how long it'll continue.
Yeah, some more ticket text is coming in on that. Someone just said, Javier is my Tiger. This is nuts. I totally wrote off the man. He's a ball player. And then someone else says Javier Bays is the new Bison Dele.
No.
They mean name change.
Oh.
From Brian Williams to Bison Dele. Okay. They do not mean the other thing.
No, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking Bison Dele didn't get better. He was better as Brian Williams.
I think he was better as Bison Dele.
I don't know about that. He was pretty good with the Bulls. Right?
I don't want to think about him as a Bull.
Oh, well. It's not like John Sally or Ben Wallace is a bull.
You're exactly right.
He was a bull first.
He was.
You're right. It's like Chelios.
Well, John
Chelios
Sally
was in Chicago first.
Yeah,
he's just collecting rings.
Buddha became a bull at one point.
I'm just saying, Sally was just found a way to be at the end of a bench and wave a towel.
I know he got one for the Lakers too. I think didn't he?
He got one for everybody. Oh, you about to win a title? I can wave that towel.
Yeah.
Remember me? I used to be good.
Well, unfortunately, there'll be.
You're exactly right. Hey, what are you doing here? You're doing nothing. You're contributing nothing. I don't know, man. But someone says Javi's advanced stats show that regression is likely.
Oh, yeah.
Look at his baseball savant page.
Okay.
Wow.
We understand. That's not what we're not sitting here saying the guy's going to be in the All-Star game.
Can I take a quick timeout?
Yeah.
This is why I don't like really watching or talking baseball with the baseball nut statistic people.
Analytics people.
The analytics folks can't be happy. Well, if you look at this, or you can just sit here and watch what you're watching.
Right.
Okay, you're looking pretty damn good today. Yeah, but if you look at the launch angle and the blah blah blah, it's like, did he get a hit or not?
Right. My problem with the analytics.
Well, it was a hit, but it wasn't a good hit.
I think some analytics make sense, like OPS makes sense, and there's a few others that make sense. WAR, nobody's ever explained to me exactly how they figure out WAR.
WAR is it's an imaginary number. You're saying it's not tangible. It's purely speculation.
Right. And I believe there are a lot of people, baseball geeks, whatever, who could tell you everything they think is correct about the game, about a player, and never have to watch the game. They just go to the data.
Right. It's like it's taking the fun out of the game because they basically tell you, yeah, what you're watching, it's not really good. He's really this, and he's going to do this, and he's like, all right, well, you know what? Right now, he's doing pretty good.
Right.
So let me just enjoy right now. And 2 months from now, if he sucks, he sucks.
There are those who believe that RBIs is a bogus stat.
Well, I remember it was
are you serious?
Growing up, if you were a 20-game winner as a pitcher,
right,
you were an all-star. And now it's like, well, that really doesn't mean much. Well, it means you won 20 games.
Yeah, I know, but I think the win stat is overrated. That's where I'll go for the analytics go.
Okay.
Because whip and ERA to me are more important.
Sorry. You won a game.
I know.
That's the ultimate stat, right?
But did you win a game?
But that's a team thing.
Right, yes, exactly.
Not an individual pitcher stat.
As opposed to some of the other things that to me.
So you'd rather have a pitcher that loses 20 games.
No, what I'm saying is winning matters. But there are some times, and it happened a lot. You see it now with Skubal. You used to see it with Verlander. Would not get a win because something had happened behind him.
I'm not saying that if you
that's
don't
what I'm
win
saying.
20.
What I'm saying is it doesn't matter because it depends on the team.
Right, but David, normally, yes, for some of those games, your team bailed. But if you were a 20-game winner, it means you were a damn good pitcher. When you went out there, chances are
not all the time, though.
I didn't say
the majority of the time, Rico's right.
Magnum PI, don't you got something else better to do? You go extend Castex football field past 93 yards.
I think you should just spend your whole weekend, David, with your family watching Mr. Bays tonight.
I think I will watch Bays tonight.
It'll be baseball. There's the slogan. Baseball is back. Can you picture Javi?
Hey, Javier.
Baseball's been very, very good to me. All right, I'm gonna stop. Mark Ryan is here.
Gentlemen, how are we doing? What's up? I enjoyed the Kentucky Derby facts and stats.
Mm-hmm.
The only question is who is going to win? Is it going to be the wife knows everything or the wife doesn't know?
Yeah, I mean,
They're not in this race this time. Not this
really?
race.
Really? Well, I'll tell you, I'm not a horse racing guy. I've always felt like it perfectly describes my sex life. 4 hours of hype for 2 minutes of action. That's been my life my entire existence. I'm Mark Ryan, and I disapprove of this message. Yeah.
I'm gonna pick journalism. I know it's kind of the favorite, but I'm a big fan of journalism.
There you go.
Not fake news, journalism.
We didn't run any of those today, did we?
No, we did not.
Did we have journalism?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll find that. Let me see if the president's available.
Yeah, the president may have something to say about that, Stoney.
There's no such thing as journalism in this country anymore. What are you talking about?
What about Sandman? Do we have no Mariano Rivera reference?
No, but I think
how cool would it be if Sandman wins the Kentucky Derby that they play the song from Metallica after he wins, like blaring it over the speakers at Churchill.
The president does want to speak on American Promise, though.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, Mark, what do you got going?
Man, I don't know how to recover from that. I really don't. We've got a town hall meeting on the end of the Pistons season. Can Cade acquire the clutch gene? The nostalgia of the series and the question marks that remain. The Detroit Lions over-under is an easy call for me, but the direction I take may surprise. The
Am I allowed to ask, or is it we have to wait for
you got to wait, man. This is a tease.
Okay.
The Shedeur Sanders prank call makes me arrive at an uncomfortable level of vulnerability with you. Okay, I realized how much stuff I did just like that kid in my early days.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to immediately write him off. Oh, this is a horrible person. Then I started thinking, what sorts of things would I do?
Well, let me ask this question, Mark. In the realm of we know it was wrong, we know it was bad, but in the realm of pranks, it was a pretty good prank, wasn't it?
It was really actually pretty good.
I know.
And if you find that in your dad's office, how many of us early 20s wouldn't have done the same thing?
Here's how I told Stoney. It's funny, except for that was his moment. Now imagine your son, wedding day, and somebody ruins the day.
Yep.
For a prank. Are you going to think that's a pretty good prank?
No.
You're going to hate him.
No,
You're going to hate whoever did it,
I
right?
hate him, but it was a good prank.
Oh, okay. You know what?
Listen,
I'm going to come up with a prank, and I dare you to get angry.
I was just thinking the same
I
thing.
dare you to get angry.
I'll get angry.
No, Sonny. No. It was a good prank.
I'll say it was, but I'm still pissed that you did it.
All
right. Have a great weekend, everyone. 97 won the ticket.